like bigger than a. And I guess one in today. Okay, you need me to help you?
Recording in progress.
All right, we have a little technical difficulty.
Hold on. Well, Dave's a little nervous. His family's all in attendance today. His heart is racing, by the way. I was helping him with the Zoom and heart was pounding.
But I'm happy because my love is here, my granddaughter.
Yeah.
She's so
She's more than welcome.
More
More than welcome.
You ready? Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to call the order of the regular meeting of the Dearborn Heights City Council. It is right now 6:08 p.m. Madam Clerk, can you please take roll call? Not here. Or if you don't mind.
Dave Abdallah,
Here.
Zuhair Abdel-Hak,
Here.
Hassan Ahmad,
Here.
Mo Baydoun,
Here.
Nancy Breyer. Here. Robert Constant,
Here.
Tom Wencel.
Here.
Mr. Chair, you have a quorum.
Thank you very much. Next up is our Pledge of Allegiance. This one's going to be led by my daughter Rhonda and my granddaughter Liana.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you.
She's wondering what is he doing.
Yeah, my granddaughter's wondering what I'm doing. All right, next up, we have the swearing in of new council members. Now, the 20th District Court Judge Mark Pluek is here with us this evening to administer the oath of office for council members-elect Denise Malinowski Maxwell and Hassan Saab for a 4-year term commencing on January 1st, 2024. Councilman-elect Saab has been sworn in already in the court a few days back, but wanted to share this very important event with the entire community. Councilman Mo Baydoun will be sworn in at a future date. Judge, what?
Thank you. Do solemnly swear that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States. I will support the United States. The Constitution of the State of Michigan. The Charter and ordinances of the City of Dearborn Heights. And will perform the duties of the office. Councilman. To the best of my ability. So help me God. Good luck, Denise. Good luck. Good luck. All right, next up, we have the resident recognition by Councilman Ahmad and Wayne County Commissioner David Kniezek. Commissioner is in, there he is.
Good evening, everyone. Council Chair, I'm delighted this evening to introduce two individuals who have shown unwavering dedication and exceptional commitment to our council meetings. Their consistent attendance, active participation, and valuable contributions have significantly enriched the discussions process within our council meeting. Before we honor them, I would like to call on Council Pro Tem Baydoun for the presentation.
Thank you, Councilman. Guys, just to keep a little brief here, I was having a conversation with Councilman Ahmad, who actually started this initiative, and where he's honoring business owners, local community members, activists. And I said to myself, I'd be remiss tonight if I was not recognizing two individuals in this community who have went above and beyond for our community. Dave, it's not you. I see you smiling big. But really, the two individuals that I'd like to choose, that I chose for this week's, and I'm hoping that we're going to be able to continue to choose other residents in the community. I chose two individuals who, regardless of their conditions from when it comes to work, or regardless of the conditions with how much things they have to do at home, they continue to show up, they continue to honor the city, they do it at the cause of the love of the city. And those two individuals today are my favorite redhead, Angela, and our very own Vince Stopkowski. If we can give them a round of applause. I also want you guys to know, both Angela and Vince, I kept telling them, are you guys coming to the council meeting? They're like, yeah, we always come to the council meeting. But sometimes Vince doesn't show up. And I'm like, Vince, are you sure you're coming? He said, yeah, well, I can try. And then I had to reach out to Angela's good friend and said, please make sure Angela shows up. So guys, this is just some appreciation from the council. Councilman Ahmad also was in participation with this. So all council members. So congratulations to you guys. Thank you for your services. God bless you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. So we're moving on to the second segment of the presentation. I think I need my left. Sorry.
Wow, YouTube? Councilman, you got your own YouTube show? How many subscribers?
Guess I don't know. It's kind of slow right now.
Awesome.
Take this off. Sorry about that.
Inconvenience.
Technical difficulty. All right. You got something for?
The best. You can be the king, calm, hand on your chest. You can lead the world. You can lead the war. You can talk the back, go playing on his floor. You can turn your hands up. You can beat the clock. You can move around. You can break rocks. You can be the master. You don't need enough.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Council Chair, I stand before you right now with a mix of emotions, a heart brimming with gratitude and a touch of sorrow, as I address an extraordinary individual, our esteemed Council Chair. For the past 8 years, you have dedicated yourself to the betterment of our city, not only as a tireless council member, but also as a beacon of inspiration and mentorship to many people, including myself. In the realm of real estate, your success has not just been about transactions. It's been about contributing significantly to the growth and prosperity of our community. Your commitment to community development and advocacy for social causes has left a lasting mark on our city. Yet it's your role as personal mentor that has truly set you apart. Your wisdom and guidance have shaped leaders of tomorrow, extending your influence far beyond the confines of City Hall. Alongside the celebration of your achievements, there is a genuine sadness at the thought of you no longer serving with us. The prospect of not having the privilege of working along your side evokes a deep emotional response. But let's not forget the roles that define you: a loving husband, a devoted father to 3 accomplished individuals, and a proud grandfather to 2. Your dedication to family reflects the values that have guided you in public service and beyond. And now, adding another illustrious chapter to your story, you have rightfully earned a place in the Hall of Fame. This honor is a testament to your outstanding contribution, both professionally and personally. As the council presents this proclamation today, let it symbolize the deep appreciation we feel for your selfless service, leadership, and the positive impact you've had on each of us. So here's to you, our council chair, mentor, family man, and now a member of Dearborn Heights Hall of Fame. Thank you for leaving a permanent mark on our city and our lives. Your legacy will continue to inspire us for years to come.
Thank you.
This is a proclamation from all of us on council. I'd like you to accept.
Thank you very much. My honor. Thank you, brother.
I don't know if we can call our council members for a picture. We can move on. We move this on.
Why don't you, let's take it up.
Take it up front? Yeah. Yeah, we can take it up. Even your wife showed up.
Let's get that, Dave, let's get you in the middle. All right. Okay, that way a little more. Keep going, keep going, keep going. Keep going. Okay.
The shuffle.
There you go. Here we go. Here we go. Big smile. How about you say one more? So just quick, it's family. Quick side. Yeah. So we're not family, huh?
Probably. Powers everywhere I go.
I hate them. Yeah.
That's exactly what
Second tower.
All set?
Can you get the hell through?
Okay, let's get you go down that way a little bit more. Dave, so you're in the center over the, go. Let's get you centered over the internet.
Okay.
No, I'm good.
I'm sorry, just a few words from the heart from Councilman Pro Tem Baydoun.
I don't know if it's gonna come from the heart, but honestly, thank you guys all so much for being here tonight. I mean, we know how much this community means to Dave and serving this great community. But you know, I was so emotional today hearing Dave say here for the last time as a councilman, unless he ever chooses to run back again in 2 years, which you know, I'm sure many of us will be reaching out and begging him to do it again. But when Dave told me that he wasn't going to run, he told me he was going to some party in Cancun with his wife. And true story. And he told me that he's going to make his decision there. And I said, well, you know, if you go there, you might party so hard that you might say, wow, I have so much free time, I don't want to do it. And guess what happened? He came back and he said, I'm not doing it. I realized that when I partied, I had so much free time to myself and to my family. But really, his decision for public service to kind of move it to the side a little bit was because of his family, because of his grandkids. And, you know, he always reminds me, make time for your children, make time for your family, be there with your family. And he's giving up something that he truly loves. Today, he shared a story with us. His father was a wealthy man, had a beautiful car. But this beautiful car, while there was times at war in the Middle East, his father was picking up wounded people and putting them in the car and transporting them to the hospital. And that's where he said, I learned my public service from. So where you really think about who Dave Abdallah is as an individual, I think I shared this recently with some of my friends. He might be the most favored public server or politician in all of Wayne County, or maybe in the state of Michigan. He's got no enemies. He's leaving, you know, not many people leave public, you know, from public service. They don't really leave up on top. They don't leave with the win. And you know, Dave, he understood it and he realized he was able to serve his city, but he also wants to continue to be there for his family. And, you know, that just means so much to me, Dave. And I honestly, I'm heartbroken, and I can't believe that at our next meeting, neither you or Councilman Abdel-Hak will be here with us. But somebody who's served for the last 8 years, I mean, you're talking Paletko, Marge Horvath, you know, Bob, you know, the Honorable Bob is still with us, and you've seen it all. And, you know, you've seen Dave Kniezek, our commissioner, from our state senator to our commissioner to the deputy director to the COO. You've seen it all in public service. And so, you know, we're going to truly miss you. I love you. And really, I can't find any better mentor than yourself, man. Thank you. I love you.
Thank you, Councilman Pro Tem Baydoun. Please give it again for Councilman Pro Tem. A few words with our state rep, Aaron Burns.
Thank you, Councilman. Good evening, Council Chair. I don't know how to follow that up. That was so sweet. It's beautiful. I'm so honored to be here tonight and happy to be here with you to celebrate you. I did bring a formal tribute from the state of Michigan signed by myself and State Senator Sylvia Santana. But rather than just kind of reading off the page, I'll just speak briefly and from the heart since you're right here. You know, I think you have really been an exemplary public servant. And I know that your time on city council may be coming to a close, but I am certain that your time in public service is far from wrapping up. From your 8 years on city council to being, you know, just beyond successful in the real estate business, I think you have set such a strong example for everyone in this community. The fact that your family, your loved ones are here tonight, you know, your council colleagues are here, are celebrating you, are speaking from the heart. I think that speaks a lot to not only who you've been in this role and who you are as a professional, but who you are as a person. I know how bittersweet it is to transition out of a city council role. You know, it's mixed emotions. I'm sure there's excitement, maybe a little bit of relief, but also some sadness. But know that you won't be going far. I know you're going to carry everyone with you in your heart. And I think certainly your spirit of service is going to live on, not only in this space and with this council, but with the city. So thank you for everything that you've done and that you'll continue to do.
Thank you.
Take one step back.
Thank you. Congrats.
Very much. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you.
That's our state rep, everyone. Please give it there one more time. Moving on to our Honorable Commissioner, David Kenizek, with a few words.
Move it out of the way just so
Oh, yeah.
I don't want to ruin it.
Sure. Yeah, it's city property.
Yeah. All right, good evening, everybody. Good evening, everybody. All right, that's better. Thank you. Thank you. Those are two really hard acts to follow, three. But didn't want to miss the opportunity to come here today and to recognize Dave Abdallah, not only as a good friend, a good man, a good father, good grandfather, good community servant, good public servant, but as a great councilman. And so I think back to 2016 when Dave first wanted to run. And I had the good fortune of, I wouldn't say on the kitchen cabinet, but being a part of some of those initial conversations about, you know, this guy would make a really great councilman. He's knows our community inside and out. He knows the streets inside and out. He's probably sold all the houses 2 or 3 times. This would be a good person to have on council. And strategically, politically, I said, this is so great. His name is Dave Abdallah. His face is on all these billboards. I was just looking at the Kroger grocery store cards the other day. Your face is still there. I said, this guy is going to be a slam dunk. He's got a 100% name ID. And it was maybe 2 weeks later, somebody called me and they said, you know, he's not going to be Dave Abdallah on the ballot. I said, what do you mean it's not going to be Dave Abdallah? I said, well, you know, he goes by Dave Abdallah. His real name is Wasim. I said, we just lost 20 years of name ID. You know, what the heck are we going to do? But Dave stuck with it, and he chose to do the work and put in the work to get here, not even to do the work of the councilman, but just to get up on that dais and to serve our community. And I think for me, when you see Dave out in the community, it's never about him. It's always about others, how he can be pouring himself and his knowledge and his experience into other people. You name the restaurant, you name the coffee shop, you name the whatever. If I walk in and see Dave there, he's mentoring somebody who's young and up and coming because he has known success. He wants to make sure that he can pay that forward to other people. And I think there's no greater sort of manifestation of the man that he is, the contributions that he's made, than when you look at his kids. So you look at Alina, you look at Rhonda, you look at the other one. And I know it's Hassan. I'm just trying to be funny. Okay. Thank you. And you see the type of people that they are and the parents that they are now and the professionals that they are now. What a great representation of who Dave is as a family man. And what a great representation of what it means to be an American. When you talk about somebody who has lived the American dream, who has come to this country and done everything that we could ever hope and dream of them, who then says, that's not enough. I have to give back to others. What a blessing we've all had to have known Dave Abdallah. And I think, again, no better representation of how loyal you are than your love for the Detroit Lions. Through thick and thin, you're a glutton for punishment. So, Councilman, I know I'm just waxing nostalgic now. It's so bittersweet to know that you're not going to be up there. I know you're just a phone call away. And I know that your service to our community is not done. So it's not a goodbye for forever. It's just a for now type of thing. And so thank you, Dave. Thank you personally for everything that you've done for me. The mentorship you've given me, the guidance you've given me, the friendship you've given me. You're like a father figure to me. And I couldn't ask you for better. Congratulations. Quick picture, not behind this thing. No,
He just called you old. I'm good with that. We're good.
A father figure.
Okay, sorry.
The older you are, the more blessed you are.
Amen.
It's basically saying at the age of 15 is when you had them. I'm just messing. Two amazing Daves in one photo. Wow, Dave Square. Or is it Dave and Wissam? We'll see him.
Thank you again. Thank you.
I'm gonna stop. I'm gonna stop.
All right, we have one more, Council Chair. We're not done yet. Congresswoman Rashida Tlaib, she said she's sorry. She's still in DC, so she sent a proclamation as well.
Me there.
Maybe next time. So I'm gonna just read part of it. It says, in his 8 years serving as a member of the Dearborn Heights City Council, Mr. Abdallah has strived to give back to the community and make lives better. He has sought to uplift the voices and concerns of the residents and he serves, and he has worked to strengthen economic development within Dearborn Heights by attracting businesses to the area. When he isn't helping residents, he is cheering for our Detroit Lions every chance he gets. Please join me in recognizing Dave Abdallah for his outstanding commitment and service to the people of Dearborn Heights in Michigan, 12th District strong.
And I'd like to thank our Congresswoman Rashida Tlaib. Thank you very much. Much honor. So just quickly, because I got to get my meeting started, but I didn't know this was all going to go on. Councilman Baydoun said, we're just going to give you something to say thank you. I said, okay, that's fine. And if you know anything about me, you would know I'm all about giving. I don't like taking. So ask me to give something to somebody, I'm all in. Ask me to get something from somebody and I'll find a way to wiggle out of it. This is just not my thing. But I can tell you honestly, this is such an honor for me. I can't even begin to describe this. It's also been an honor for me to serve on the council. I've been involved with different things in the community for many years, probably 20 plus years. But to actually serve as an elected official has been such an honor for me because this is a country that I came to as a little child, and I've been blessed to live in this great country. And for me to get the opportunity to give back, they wouldn't take nobody in the military in their 50s or 40s. So I didn't have the same opportunity as the commissioner or the mayor. So to give the opportunity to give back to this great country and this great city that I love was absolutely an honor for me. I have people have asked me, I have no regrets. I've really enjoyed it. Even selfishly, I've enjoyed it. You know, I love government. I love giving back and I love helping people. So it's been an honor. It's been a blessing, but I just need to take some time and spend it with my family and my two granddaughters, one from my daughter, Alina, and one from my daughter, Rhonda, and their husband. So thank you very much. I love you all and go Lions.
Thank you, everyone. I'm sorry, we have one more proclamation to give out.
Wife is here.
So I would like to call Commissioner Kenizig again one more time, please.
Thank you, Councilman. Because it is the last meeting with two of our outgoing councilmen, I wanted to make sure that I could also recognize the contributions of Councilman Zuhair Abdel-Hak. And so you can clap for that. Yeah. When I was sitting here, I was reminded by former councilwoman and councilwoman-elect Denise Malinowski Maxwell. She said, you know, I don't think you did one of these for me when I left the council. And so I told her, well, you were coming back, so I'll get you the next time. But the reality is, you know, I don't know if folks know this, Zuhair and I go pretty far back. His daughter and I went to high school together at Crestwood, and we've had the good fortune of interacting over the years on a number of different projects. I think one that I'm most proud of is the Crestwood bond issue that we got to work on together to try and get some additional money infused into the Crestwood School District. The thing that I like about Zuhair is he's a pain in my butt. He's somebody that seeks to hold us as elected officials accountable. That's a good thing. It's not a bad thing. And sometimes that means we have tough conversations. Sometimes that means we have cordial conversations. They're all cordial. Some are just tougher than others. But that's a good thing. And I respect that about you, Zuhair, and I appreciate that about you. And so I wanted to make sure that I could come here today again and honor your contributions here. We went all in on this one. We included your time as treasurer and then your previous times serving here in the interim basis on the council, but wanted to make sure that we could uplift and support your contributions to our community by way of this resolution from the Wayne County Commission as well. Thank you. Congratulations.
Commissioner Kinesic, what a guy. The Daves of the world. Honestly, I should change my name to Dave. I mean, Wissam did it. Might as well I do it. You'll see him. Wasim, David, Saeed. Call me Dave.
You want to go in front?
Call me that. You'll be my guy for life. Dave, let's move forward. Kinesic, you look great.
No, I didn't sleep at all last night. I know I look terrible.
That new COO position.
Guys, should tilt the top of that down a little bit.
You got the whole technique.
There you go, perfect.
Thank you, brother. Congratulations.
You wouldn't know what's happening.
Zuhair, congratulations. One more for our honorable.
For those who hope that I'm going away, I'm not. I'll be here next week.
All right.
Now we're back.
Yeah, back to action.
Hold on. So is this gonna be the first time your wife watches the city council meeting?
Yes, it is. Here, I'd like to recognize my wife. I know she's not gonna like this. Can you stand up for a second? It's my wife, Lena, that put up with a lot of my time in here. So thank you. Yeah, that's right.
Ish, nobody's leaving.
All right, next up on our agenda is agenda approval, item number 3.
Council Chair,
Councilman?
I move that the Dearborn Heights City Council approve the agenda of the regular meeting of December 12th, 2023 as submitted.
Second for discussion, Council Chair.
Okay, motion made by Councilman Baydoun and seconded by Councilman Ahmad, but you mentioned, first of all, any discussion or any comments?
Council Chair.
Councilman?
Yeah, I would like to add a motion to the agenda, Council Chair, and remove one.
Okay.
I have the support.
Support. Okay, you said to remove one item from the
Correct.
minutes?
Yep.
Okay, which one is that?
From the minutes?
From the, not the minute, the agenda.
Okay, from the agenda. You want to remove one from the agenda? Okay, go
This
ahead.
is, we're talking about the agenda.
Yes, go ahead.
Council Chair, I would like to remove agenda item 8F. That's from the administration.
Hold on.
New full-time positions.
Yep, 3 full-time positions. Council Chair, this says it's a note on file, and I don't think it should go to discussion. This should be approved by City Council. So I would like to refer this back to the, without discussion, to the administration and take it for a study session, because definitely we need more information. We've been talking for the past couple of months about having city reorganization in the departments, and that's all we got as a note on file. I don't think this is acceptable. So if the council body would stand with me on this and take it off the agenda, and hopefully the administration can take it to our study session. Thank you, Council Chair.
Okay, motion made by Councilman Baydoun, seconded by Councilman Ahmad with the
Council Chair,
removal of item 8F.
Yeah.
But
Thank you, Council Chair.
One by one.
Even though there is something on that that I approve of, I think because it's received note and file that this should go to a study session and actually be voted on by the council. I just want to
Okay.
put that out there.
okay, for the same item, correct?
Yes.
Council Chair.
Okay,
Not approval, just
Councilman
approving.
Abdel-Hak.
No.
Keep it on. Yes.
So hold on, are we approving the agenda right now?
No.
No.
Just-
This is agenda approval with the removal of item 8F.
Okay, I need to add one more motion too before.
Okay,
vote on
let's have Councilman Abdel-Hak go first, and we'll come back to you.
Can we vote on this one?
Do we have to vote on this? No, you're voting on one agenda.
I know, but this one.
With whatever additions and removals.
Yeah, whatever.
Thank you, Council Chair. For the sake of transparency, so the public will know what we are voting on and what we are going to create. We need really information about actuary report, how much those positions going to cost the city, and what are the specifications and the qualification for those individuals who we are going to appoint. That's why I support this motion and I send it back to the administration and to bring us this information.
Okay, I'm gonna go with the council members here. Councilman Wencel, and we'll come back to you guys. Councilman Robert Constant, go ahead.
Did you have something?
Yes, I have some.
Go ahead.
All right, I was going to add something to it. I wish to make it known that we should include, in this case, maybe separate, Josie from Eton Center. She should be given a position full-time.
Okay, thank you, Councilwoman. Support that. Councilman.
So just so we're clear exactly what we're doing, because what we might do is when the item comes up, if it's on the agenda and it's being taken off, then ask to refer back to the administration or set it for a study session.
Yeah, so ultimately what's being proposed right now is for that item to be taken off the agenda. It'll go back to a study session. A little bit more information will be given to the council, and then they would come back at a different council meeting to be voted on for approval or denial.
Yeah, and I'm saying it, I think it would have to stay on the agenda. Then when we get to that item, 8F, and not receive note and file it and ask to be referred back to the administration.
Council Chair.
And I believe one of the reasons that they were mentioning that, because you mentioned it to me just before the meeting started, because it's received note and file, there's no voting on it. That's the main reason why.
Council Chair.
Okay, so I'm gonna go back to the council members here. I'm gonna go to Councilman Wencel, then Ahmad, then Councilman Baydoun. Councilman Wencel, go ahead.
I have no comment on.
Council Chair, I just have
Okay.
one, it's a
Go ahead.
comment on this.
Go ahead.
Okay. I thank the council member for bringing that up and the mayor and Roger and this entire administration. I think, you know, our honorable councilwoman, Nancy Breyer brought this up. We've been requesting for Josie at the Eton Center to be hired for the last 9 months. Today, we have a note and file to hire 3 new positions. You know, we want to work hand in hand here, but this makes it very, very difficult on us to support something, yet you have ignored us for 7, 8, 9 months. So I think ultimately the right decision that should have been brought forward today was no hire other than Josie from the Eton Center. And thank you, guys. And reality is, I would love to support our councilwoman here and making sure that Josie is going to be the only hire starting this holiday. And that's what should have been on this agenda today, because really this was a slap in our face.
Council Chair.
Okay, Councilman Hassan Ahmad first, go ahead.
Thank you, Council Chair. I would like to add my support to and adding Joseph for sure. Once we take it to study session. But I do have another motion, Council Chair. Can I go ahead and present the motion?
Well, let me just make sure on that particular.
I just want to say
Okay, go ahead.
something. I am in support of definitely giving full-time job to Josie, but we have to go through civil service test, guys. So we have asked the administration to post this job. They ignored us totally. They didn't do a damn thing about it. So
Has it
we
not been
are
posted yet?
asking again, the administration, please post this job and follow the rules and follow the direction of the city council. You cannot ignore us. We are here, 7 smart people.
Council Chair. We don't,
Go ahead, Mayor.
that position is, again, we talked about it, several council members called. We don't have it you have to put the motion to have that position. It was never approved in a budget.
Yeah, it was.
It wasn't.
Yes, it was. I just went back and watched it. Yes, it was.
Okay, but you guys talked about something, but you as a whole body have to vote for it. And it
We
was
did,
never-
we did. We did. Let me,
Show me
I'm gonna
that.
tell you, I'm gonna interrupt real
Okay,
quick. Council,
so we can,
I'm sorry.
if that's the case,
Let's vote
you can
on
make
it.
a motion to vote on it. But when we get to that, one second.
Council Chair, I just want to add one thing.
Well, Councilman Ahmad was next.
Well, because he's doing, I just want you guys to know, I recently did my own research and reading the most recent budget hearing. And there was nothing spoken about putting money aside for the new secretary inside the HR department. Nothing. I watched almost every single video, hours of reviewing these videos. And I want you to know, if anybody can bring it forward, please bring it forward because, oh, hey, please, Roger, I just want you guys to know.
say anything.
Nothing. Unless I have a hearing problem in those meetings, we actually removed it. And 100% money was set aside for a full-time position at the Eton Center. So I don't want anybody telling me that we budget, their money is sitting there.
You know what George and I do? She gets the timing of when things are said. So when we go back over the video, we can show everybody
You have the
what
time?
you saw. But we don't have the time. I'm just hearing it now from you.
Watch,
But-
I'm reviewing budget here.
No. It's good that you watched it. What
Let's
I'm
make
saying
the
to you,
motion and,
watch it.
vote
Give us
on
a
it.
short memo. What date, what council meeting you heard it and you saw it and the time.
What
And then
which one are
we
you
will check
discussing
it.
about?
Huh?
Are you discussing about Josie? At the
Well,
last
that's
meeting?
what you were saying. You heard it in the budget. Mayor just said it's not in the budget.
Yes, it is.
And I get you
She's asking
saying,
for
yes,
the
it
date
is.
and
I'm
time
not
to
saying
look
you're
at it.
wrong.
Okay,
All I'm saying is just get us the citation and then we can check it for ourselves.
I got it.
We'll be
Councilman
Korean.
Ahmad,
Chair.
another question?
Council Chair? On this tip, on this.
Councilman Ahmad, I'll get it.
Yeah.
Go first. Go ahead.
Fair is fair. We gotta be fair all across the board. And we asked for this position to be filled 6 or 9 months ago. We took it to a vote a couple times and we said by the end of October, this position has to be filled. We were told by the administration that you have to follow proper procedures. The job has to be posted first. So we waited nearly 6 months so far to have this job posted. Last meeting, there was a new position that wanted to be created in the HR department. It was posted in 1 day. 1 day it was posted. So is that fair? If this confidential secretary position is to be filled, which I'm against, let's be fair. Let's wait 6 months and post it in 6 months. Fair is fair here, Mr. Mayor.
So you're saying hurt the process. We have one HR director, okay? I'm not being disrespectful, I apologize. And she's following the process. We had TPOM contracts, fire contracts, police contracts, command contracts to be negotiated. We had a ton. We're not saying, I'm not speaking for her unless she's on Zoom or anything like that. But I'm saying in fairness, I don't attribute malice to the actions of the administration. There may be overwhelmed, but I don't say malice, like I don't
didn't say malice.
attribute malice
I
to
said
the
fairness.
council.
Okay, 1 second.
But when
one
you
second.
say, let's wait 6 months before we do this, Mr. Wencel,
That's being
that
fair,
is
Roger.
implied that
Wait,
we
Councilman, let him finish.
or retaliate. That's all I'm saying. Let's keep it,
Okay.
we're all working for the citizens.
Councilman
Council Chair,
Abdel-Hak?
all I'm saying is let's be fair.
Council Chair, just for the sake of time, let's go ahead and see what Councilman Ahmad proposed, and let's propose another motion to create that job and to post it and vote on it tonight.
Before that, Council Chair.
Okay, well, Councilman, but he's been waiting for a while.
He's
Go
gonna,
ahead, Councilman
he's gonna
Ahmad.
be towards the end because he's adding something on it. I just want to say one more thing to Roger. Roger, these are the facts, okay? April, we requested the Eton Senior Director. Every single week, we have our lovely seniors from the Eton Center who are even, Gail's wearing the shirt. Every city council meeting, they show up in support of saying we need a full-time director. You have heard it, the mayor has heard it, HR director has heard it. This is April. We went through budgeting. We approved it. We put money aside for it. And then, you know what? If you guys want to say we did it, amend the budget and add it. Now, according to the council, which I didn't check, there's this new position, and I know HR is extremely busy. So she didn't put anything out there for, like she said she was 3 different times for the Eton Senior Center. the very next day, a position opened up for a secretary and the HR's director. And I know she's busy.
Budgeted.
Okay.
No, it wasn't the budget. You have to actually amend the budget for this. Okay.
Chair.
Let the mayor, go ahead, Mayor.
I don't know if you ever talked about that. I'm looking at this position open for the city. We have general labor, mechanic, meter reader, firefighter, cadet, patrol officer, public safety dispatcher, school property guard, and part-time meter reader. That's all open right now. So there's nothing.
Why don't we have one for the Eton Center yet?
Somebody said it was listed, it was posted.
Was it posted?
Yeah, the mayor said it was posted. You said it was posted. I asked you at the last meeting.
No, make the motion.
I asked you at the
Okay,
last meeting.
I want to also add onto the motion, and I'd like to add to the agenda to have, I'd like to have Josie hired in as the Eton Center full-time.
Just create a position.
Then why would we create the position? Okay, then let's create the
That's
position.
process.
Take a test and they have to pass.
What about the other three
I
directors
get
we're
it,
bringing
I
on?
get it. I'm not disagreeing
Let
with
him
you.
finish. Let him
I'm saying
let him
that's
finish.
to your answer why we have to put it through the civil service. That's the way it works. And they have to take a test through the civil service. If you pass the test.
But what about the other three
months?
positions?
9 months?
Okay. Councilman Ahmad, go ahead.
Councilman, I need him to answer my question.
1 second. We'll get back to that. He's
Can
been waiting for a while.
Can I do the motion too?
All right, go ahead.
Can I,
Go ahead.
Josie's motion?
Yeah. You can't do Josie's motion
Why not?
because you just said you have to go through civil service.
Just create the position.
So you
Create the position.
could make
Yeah,
the-
but that Josie, just.
you could make the motion subject to civil service approval.
Yes.
If you want.
And still not posted.
Council Chair,
Go ahead, Councilman.
I would like to move that the city of Dearborn Heights Council to create a full-time coordinator at the Eton Center,
Support.
Support.
Subject to
Second.
subject to civil services.
civil service guidance.
Passing civil service exam.
Is that sufficient, Corporation Council?
Council Chair, let's give the administration time, so it doesn't go for a year before it is published. Let's put the specific time, 30 days.
No, immediately.
Come out. Hold on. I just got one question. Okay, go ahead. Councilman Baydoun. Roger.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I create this position, or recreate this position at the bottom. Does she still have to go through the civil service position?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
My
Council
next
Chair,
question is, the three new positions with the three new directors, are they gonna also go through civil service?
I don't know there which one you're talking about
We're-
specifically. I'm not saying that we're creating the civil service requirements. Is that what you're saying?
Okay, nothing from the
So we're
audience.
ignoring the civil
Directors
service.
are
If it
civil
applies, it
service.
applies. It applies to that position.
Okay, one second. Please, in the audience, we cannot have comments. We're running a council meeting. We're gonna have comments from the audience. It'll just slow the process down, please. Thank you.
Council Chair,
Okay, Roger, we all set? Okay, Councilman.
really, we have to go through civil service, but let's put the time.
To be posted by
To be
the
posted
December
within
31st.
30 days
no.
and to be tested.
Yeah.
And that's simple.
By
that is-
December 31st.
I think the language reasonable time.
Red.
Forthwith.
Oh,
That's
no,
all, that's all. You
no.
can do
Roger,
forthwith.
No,
You're
no.
not
can't.
giving us reasonable time to appoint the three directors,
Council Chair.
okay?
You.
Okay.
Reasonable
Councilman,
time.
Wait, let me, clerk first and Councilman Wencel.
I think right now we're only adding an item to the agenda.
Yeah.
So what is the topic of your item?
A motion to create full-time coordinator.
We don't need a motion. We just want to add
Add a
an
full-time.
Eton Center full-time.
Yeah.
Coordinator.
Okay,
Okay?
and let's have that discussion at that particular time,
Exactly,
please. Thank you.
exactly. And that-
Okay, and
are
you're
we
also
are we
removing
removing it?
8F. That's the motion.
Moving
We
it.
haven't
You
voted
can
on it.
always refer it to, but it's up to you guys.
Right, we haven't voted on it, but that's the
Removing it.
motion. Okay.
Okay.
Any last
Yeah,
discussions on
Council
this
Chair.
item? I'm gonna let the mayor go next, but
I have a motion. You're gonna have the mayor first.
a new motion?
Yeah.
Yes,
We have Josie, we have the 8F, what else?
Hey, yeah, I have to add one more motion. Can I go ahead?
Go ahead.
Thank you, Council Chair. I would like to add a motion. I hereby move that the city council allocates a budget of 50,000 for the appointment of a special legal counsel. This budget will be sourced either from the corporate council or the general budget as deemed appropriate by the city council. Scope and selection. The special legal counsel shall be chosen by the city council body through a transparent selection process. The appointed legal counsel will exclusively answer to and provide independent legal advice to the city council. The purpose, The purpose of this allocation is to ensure that the city council has access to unbiased legal counsel, enabling us to make well-informed decisions and navigate legal matters effectively. Support. The 50,000 budget allocation for the special legal counsel shall be dispersed from either the corporate council budget or the general budget, with the determination to be made based on the council's financial priorities. The city clerk is directed to take the necessary steps to facilitate the allocation and disbursement of the specified budget for the special legal counsel. I urge my fellow council members to support this motion as it to reinforce our commitment to transparency, independence, and ensuring the city council is equipped with the legal expertise necessary for the benefit of our community.
Second.
Okay, well, no, there's no second. Still all in the same thing. We're just making changes to the budget. So it'd be the total initial second, which was by Councilman Ahmad. So
Agenda.
now we're not gonna go ahead and discuss these particular items. I just want to make sure we're gonna go ahead and vote specifically on subtracting 8F, adding Josie to be hired in
Not
at the Eton
Josie,
Center,
full-time coordinator.
and allocating a bunch of
Just full-time coordinator.
full-time coordinator. I know, I'm just saying specific. Okay, full-time coordinator. And then allocating a attorney budget for the
50,000 for
city council.
special legal
specifically.
counsel.
Okay,
Sure.
is there, Mayor had a comment earlier. Mayor, you still have a comment?
We still have the budget we haven't had a budget amendment for the.
Yeah, we have.
We can discuss it when it comes in the agenda.
We can discuss it when it comes up.
We'll discuss when it comes up.
If I
And this will be the
recall,
last comment, we're gonna vote on this.
if I recall, we
What
set
number
aside
we
an
want?
amount of money.
Legal representation, right?
I don't know what that amount is, so maybe just
You're talking about for the attorney?
for the attorney for the
I
council.
thought you mentioned, what was that amount you mentioned, Councilman Ahmad, for the attorneys?
50,000.
50? 50.
I'd like to comment on it, Council Chair.
Okay,
That is-
why don't we do this, if you don't mind, Corporation Council? I'm gonna let him finish, then we'll go ahead and address it at that particular point.
Okay, yeah.
Because we're going into a full discussion on specific items. But all set?
Yeah, I guess my question is this, we allocated the money. Is the councilman saying that we should retain somebody now or just?
We'll go into that
Once
discussion.
the motion is approved.
Okay, thank you. All right, so motion made by Councilman Baydoun, seconded by Councilman Ahmad. So I'm gonna start with Councilman Baydoun. Would you amend your motion to include 8F being removed, a full-time position hired in at the Eton Center, and allocating a budget of $50,000 towards council members?
Yes.
You amend it.
Yes.
Now, seconding it, Councilman Ahmad, do you second that motion?
Yes, Council Chair.
Okay. Yes, Councilman Wencel, it's gotta be quick.
Yes. No, I'd say that.
Oh, okay. All right. So
That's real.
all in favor with this motion that on agenda approval with the amendments, all in favor, please state aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it, motion carried. Next item on our agenda is approval of the minutes.
Council Chair.
Councilman?
Sorry, Council Chair. Could you
Corporation.
reword what your motion actually is that you did? I was a little confused.
I'm sorry.
Are you taking the motions to take 8F off?
So a study session.
Okay, and then what about the language?
8F is off, the others
So
were added.
I'm gonna, and I was gonna go to that with, I'm gonna have the Madam Clerk pick a spot specifically for the hiring in on Eton Centers. 8I,
Aye.
we'll go ahead and discuss it then.
9I, yeah, I was gonna say.
All right. All right, 9I, that's Eton Center position. All right, and for the attorneys,
You're just now adding it to the agenda.
correct.
9J. And I'll ask the clerk, as in Robert's Rules of Order and procedures. Is there a reason why this was not added prior to emergency? What's the emergency? Put it on the agenda today? Have we got any reason?
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah,
Anytime.
but also there has to be some rationale, because I think that how there's been nothing issued with it. I'm just claiming the motion, why it wasn't presented before today.
Doesn't matter.
Okay, so what I'm not, and I appreciate your question on Corporation Council. I'm just not gonna go into a full discussion on
No,
it.
that's fine.
Because once we do, we'll go into the details of every
Council
single
Chair.
one.
We'll get to it. We'll
Council
get-
Chair,
Quick answer.
a
We gotta go
quick
to the next
answer,
one.
because we can. So
No, you see.
Yeah.
And I'm glad you said that, because
Thank
you are
you.
not all powerful, number one. Number two, you are accountable to the people out here. And if you treat it that I can do it because I can do it, then you're saying to the message, I don't care about transparency. I could put anything on the
You are
agenda.
the
I'm
last
not finished.
person
I'm
to
not,
talk about
I am not
transparency.
finished. I was just
Councilman, let him
talking.
finish.
Point of order. Come on, guys.
I am not accountable to the people because I can do it, because I'm on a city council. I could do whatever I want.
Those were
I can
his words.
step in and two of our one of our council-elect, and one that's currently on the board, met with the MML, just 2 weeks ago from 5:30 to 10, where I was present with them. And they said, your lane is policy. Your lane is not the administration or management. And you can argue with me and disagree with me. I get it. Okay. But I've been fair, and I'm thinking now how, if you want to put something on the agenda, why do we do these surprise ambush motions? Why don't we set it so people can hear it beforehand in the timeline that we set to get motions on the agenda? Why does it have to be a surprise?
All right, so Corporation Council, the point has been made, but I'm gonna go ahead and move forward, and I appreciate your comments. Thank you. Okay, so, all in favor, please state aye. Aye.
What we
Any
voting
opposed on the agenda approval?
Yeah, we were.
Any opposed?
We already did.
Okay, we're good. Next item on the agenda is approval of the minutes.
Council Chair,
Councilman,
move that the Dearborn Heights City Council approve the minutes of the regular meeting of November 28th, 2023 as submitted.
Support.
motion made by Councilman Baydoun, seconded by Councilman Abdel-Hak. Any discussion on
Council
that?
Chair.
Councilman?
Yes, in the minutes on 23-539, it refers to the contract with the city and the PTOM. It was my understanding that this contract needed to be worked on, and the final contract was not ready for us. And it also was my understanding that this would be brought back to city council for final approval. There's a couple of things here that I found out since then. During our last meeting, when the contract was being discussed, we had representation from the union here and our HR director here. And several times it was mentioned that this contract be voted on quickly so the employees could receive their signing bonus before the holidays. And that was one of the emotional reasons this contract was voted on, which I voted no on. And come to find out, when I read this contract, there is no signing bonus whatsoever. And our union official and our HR director misled us by not speaking up and saying, excuse me, there is no signing bonus. They let us believe that there was a signing bonus, not speaking up. And another thing is this contract was passed by 25 members out of 64. That means nearly 40 of these workers, these union workers, did not vote yes. 25 voted yes. 40 of them did not vote yes.
Why is that?
Well, there's one reason is this contract was negotiated, final negotiations
I'm
on
going to
Tuesday.
object to him.
The Tuesday before
interfering with
the,
One second, Council. Okay,
Okay, this contract was negotiated on the Tuesday before Thanksgiving, and a key member of the union negotiating team was not let known this contract was being negotiated. It was finalized
Chair,
on
I
that
just
date.
want to make sure
So,
he's
the
warned
next day-
not to
okay,
get
normally
into
what
the
you do-
area
wait,
of a collective
Councilman,
Just
bargaining
let it rip
agreement
or something,
and
just interrupt each
disrespecting-
other.
and that's-
Councilman.
That's
No,
information that's
wait,
privy.
one second.
Private.
Corporation, one second, watch it. Councilman, the Corporation Council, one second, wants to give you a warning, just in case. I don't know what specifically it's gonna be. Allow them to state what it is and then go ahead and continue. Go ahead,
Okay.
Corporation Council.
And that you cannot get into the collective bargaining agreement and the terms that you're getting into and confidential information. We don't know your source or where you got this information
I'm not
from.
discussing
And
any
if
of those.
anything was disclosed illegally, and I'm just warning you to stop, cease and desist from going forward
I'm not,
with your continued discussions.
Council Chair,
of
I'm not talking
private
about any.
conversations and negotiations.
Right.
Now, if someone leaked it to you or let it out, you're putting in the public record, you do what you want. I'm just
Thank you.
asking you to refrain.
Thank you, thank you. I'm not saying anything about anything in the contract. I didn't mention one thing about the contract at all.
On the contract
Compensation.
negotiation.
I
And the
didn't
contract
mention anything in the
negotiations.
contract. I said the date it was negotiated.
He's talking about the vote.
Please.
He's talking about the
The
vote.
Interrupt, you
vote,
gotta
everything
go
else
to the
is
chair.
confidential.
So
Please.
allow him to finish, please,
Yes,
Corporation
go to
Council.
the chair. Okay, now this contract was negotiated on Tuesday. I'm not gonna tell you what any of the negotiations were. But in the typical fashion, when you negotiate, and you got a tentative agreement, you give a 7-day notice to your union members to vote on it. Now, this is the week of Thanksgiving. And it should be posted in every employee's working area that there's going to be a vote. But this was not posted at all. It was an email was sent Wednesday, the day before Thanksgiving, saying that the very next working day, Monday after Thanksgiving, we're going to vote on the contract. And some of the members didn't even know about voting. Now, like I said, nearly 40 people did not vote yes on this. 25 or 26 did. And this whole thing was done the wrong way. And I want this to show in the minutes that myself and I'm sure other council members thought that this contract would, before it's finalized, would be brought back before us in its final stages. And
Didn't we request that?
yeah. And I want that to show in the minutes that this contract did not pass.
What is it?
Can we vote on it to put that in the minutes? That that's what we thought? That's what we intended?
Okay, but just to understand, you're just asking on your vote on that particular item, you're saying you want to rescind your vote. Is that basically what you're saying?
What I'm saying is I want to ask all the council members if the intent for their vote was that this contract would come back before us for final approval.
That's what we all agreed on.
That's what we
Yeah.
You vote on you?
I don't remember.
Remember we said,
You gotta bring it back, but I don't remember.
Basically, remember they came over here and.
Right.
If he said that, or our HR director said, if we'll give you guys the contract once it's been ratified and signed.
Right.
Because it wasn't gonna be signed until the next morning.
Right.
So we never received it. Councilman is saying now, based on the contract that he read, there was no signing bonus, there wasn't certain things, and there's certain things that he said the council should be aware of.
Okay. Got it.
Well, one way is to put in writing, so it can be checked out by HR, what you're saying, if it's true. I don't see any.
HR on here?
I don't see any verification of such, other than one councilman said, I think it says this. I heard this. I heard some union people call me and say this. I discussed this with them when I wasn't supposed to. And this is what I think it says. So let's vote on it. No, you haven't produced anything to show any documentation of what you're saying is correct. And if you're saying that the city council there, I listened to the tape went back over the meeting. I didn't hear anybody saying we intend this or anything like that. So show it to me. As I said to Councilman Baydoun, when you do that, you put the time and the date and where in it, the minutes there, and you put it in writing and send a memo.
Roger.
Just protect the assets, that's all. Yes, you want to say something? Yes.
Yeah, Roger, I just want you to know, I don't know what the hostility is. I don't know why you're so emotional right now, but I want you to know that you represent us too.
Yeah.
And if he feels a certain way, you shouldn't be so combative. You should be looking at the councilman and saying, Councilman, let's have a discussion. But it feels like you're always on the opposite side, giving us, just give me I let you say it, how you felt.
Yeah.
I'm just speaking from an outside in.
Yeah.
I want you to review today's meeting and just watch the first 20 minutes of just the back and forth. And it really feels like I'm sitting in a courtroom trying to convince a bunch of jury that this is right and this is wrong. As the guy has, if he feels a certain way, have the conversation with him.
I get your narrative. I get your narrative that you want to paint it that way. But what I was saying first was I was trying to protect the councilman, because if it's a violation of the open meetings, of the collective bargaining agreement, I'm advising him not to put himself at risk. That's not negative. And if I talk away, that's what I talk.
Council
right?
Chair.
And because you don't agree, that's okay. I would disagree with the mayor. I disagree with each one of you. And I'm trying to protect Mr. Wencel. That's all.
Okay, Councilman Abdel-Hak was next, then Councilman Wencel.
You go ahead.
Well, let me just point out, and in all due respect to Councilman Wencel, and I understand what he's saying, he can say that, but to change the minutes, I mean, again, yeah, we need some independent verification of that. If that's the case, we need to hear that from the union. That's all.
Okay.
Roger, did you see
Councilman Abdel-Hak, and then Councilman Wencel, and then if you'd like, Councilman Redevelopment.
I want to talk about 23.
If it's a different item or same item?
It's a different item.
Well, different item. Let's wait to finish up on this one. Okay.
Council Chair.
Councilman Wencel?
All I'm saying here is I don't want to negotiate anything. All I'm saying is it was my understanding and my intent that was what I thought. And that's what I interpreted that motion, is that it come back before us. And all we have to do, Clerk, is if we get 4 council members to say the same thing, that could officially be minutes amended. Okay.
Okay. Are we all set, Councilman?
Yeah.
Okay, the only thing in all fairness, and I get and understand and respect where you come from, you're saying that some of the union members didn't have a full opportunity to be able to vote on this, weren't given enough notice, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Let's just take it at face value, but even if we take it at face value, at the end of the day, with due respect to the union members, with due respect to the authority on the union, at the end of the day, then that's on them and that's on whoever elected their authority. They came to us as an authority of the union and said that this was ratified and approved by the union members. With that being the case, unless they come here, the authority, and says we're changing our vote, we have to take it at face value at that particular point. And right now, I agree with Corporation Council on this one. We only have, and I have no reason to believe you would be not saying the truth, of course, but we only have one phone call or two phone calls or 3 or 4 or 5 phone calls to you, but not enough as far as official evidence.
Council Chair, well, let me.
Councilman Baydoun and
Let me just answer you.
Go ahead.
Well, I want to just, let
Let him answer first.
Forget all the stuff I said about the number of people voting and all that stuff. My main subject here is that this contract, the way I understood it and the way it was intended, was to come back to city council for final approval. Forget all that other stuff, okay? This contract, and if I can get 3 other council members to say that they thought that's what the intent of that motion was.
That wasn't the intent, that was the motion.
That was, yeah.
Okay, Madam Clerk, do you have the motion by chance with you? If you don't mind, okay, so while she's looking for that, you have it?
Yeah.
Can you please read the motion?
It wasn't, but the motion read, motion by Councilman Baydoun, seconded by Councilman Abdel-Hak to approve the agreement between the city and the Dearborn Heights Public Employees Association, DHPEA/TPOAM, and authorize the mayor and clerk to sign the agreement on behalf of the city when a final version is provided, as outlined in 8A.
Okay, so based on that verbiage, that would mean it would only be signed, it would only be finally approved when a final version is provided. And if the final version is not provided, then it is not fully approved. So you are correct.
We have to approve the final version.
But to me, that's based on the way the motion is written, that's exactly.
Well, you know what? I took time with George and to go over some of the motions about I've changed a few of those motions. If this is saying that, and the final contract was presented prior to the meeting.
The key word is when.
Provided to.
It says when it's provided.
Provided to who?
Provided to whom?
To the council. Oh, it doesn't say to whom?
It just says provided.
We said to
When a
provide to
final
us.
version is provided.
I haven't received nothing.
No,
No, I haven't received nothing. Yeah, okay, so I just want to make sure we're clear, Councilman Wencel. Are you suggesting, I just want to make sure we're clarifying, that this contract be taken off the table from the minutes and not, in your consideration, not finally approved as of yet? Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, just 1 second. Corporation Council, based on the way the motion was written, is there anything that you see in the way the motion was written? I'm reading it clearly that it would not be approved and ratified, not be approved by us until it comes in front of us as a body.
Now, if I disagree, does that mean I'm against the council?
Yes, yes.
So I have no choice.
No. I would still want your opinion. I would still, 1 second, I would still want your unbiased opinion.
Yeah, I think unbiased. I don't think that's what it should be read. And I have to look at it. I do have to look at the minutes again and the video to see if that's the way and make sure we're clear on the interpretation.
Okay.
Why? Because I did go over 2 other motions, Mr. Abdel-Hak, and used his language to change some of the interpretation of the motion that was written. I did that last Thursday. So I would like to look at this again in light of what Mr. Wencel said, make sure it's being interpreted correct before I make a decision.
Okay, so then maybe what we can do is we could, Madam Clerk, unless you see otherwise, I'm thinking, just 1 quick
I think you can
second.
table.
That's exactly what I was saying. I was gonna say, we are approving it, but we're tabling it until this is clarified until the next council meeting.
Board members should not approve minutes that contain errors.
Okay. Councilman Abdel-Hak?
Council Chair, I supported that motion based on contingency that the administration will bring the final contract. So we can see what they approve. Unless we receive that contract, I think.
Okay, so at this particular point, just to make sure, and this is that the Dearborn Heights City Council approved the minutes for the regular meeting of November 28, 2023, with the exclusion of item 23-39 to be
30.
tabled until the final approved contract by the union and administration is brought forward to the city council.
Council
Is that
Chair,
sufficient enough?
So
I
just to
still
be
have
clear,
a
this is
nice
affecting all the salaries
Yeah.
for the TPOM for the entire month. I just want to let
December.
you know, they're holding back their raises and everything else based on what an interpretation is. That's what we're doing.
No,
today.
no,
Be
I
clear.
remember at that point, we
No,
prorated
yes.
back. We could prorate it back.
You
Yes.
can.
I mean, you're saying we
I
hold the
mean,
raises, but you don't have to hold raises. You prorate it back.
You are,
Raise it.
you are gonna hold it into holding it.
No, no. Come on, I want to make it clear. This holds it. I get it and I agree and I respect that. Absolutely. But what I'm saying is we also have the power to prorate it back that date, keep the same date, but we're going to prorate whatever raises back to whatever date it originally would have been.
Yeah,
approved.
of course, but they won't get it before the holidays. That's what we talked about.
I mean,
And these
that's what we've got
are our
to do.
employees that
That's what it is.
we want to give them a
Councilman
break,
Abdallah.
right?
Sorry, go
We
ahead.
want to take care of
Let us finish.
like everybody else.
Okay, Councilman Abdel-Hak.
Raja, you amaze me, my friend. We have asked to give the employees money from the ARPA, which is free money in the general fund.
Let him
We
finish.
are not able to give them this, but you are telling us we're going to hold their payback. Come on.
No, the
Amen.
effect
Thank
of
you.
your decision to table or whatever your decision to vote will stop the salary. That's what I'm, that's what we're getting from
That is
the
correct.
HR people and everything.
No, that is correct.
And I'm just
Okay.
passing it on to you.
Councilman Baydoun.
Guys,
And after this, we're taking a vote on it.
I just want you to know, Roger, based on this discussion that we already had, you gave us the recommendation to approve this with the contract being given to the council. If you don't remember 2 weeks ago, I got a vivid memory on it. And it was
Orange
you,
shirt, yellow shirt.
and you told us, you gave us the recommendation to approve it with the approval that we were given the contract.
I understand that the
The final
contract was
contract.
given out, was finalized, and the union and HR, it's
We-
an
we as
agreement.
the
and
council
it's a
never
fi-
received
I
it.
understand. Now, when do you agree? I don't get to that levels. I don't know.
I don't.
I don't know. If you say you haven't gotten it, it just has to be ratified between the union and the collective bargaining with the city. As far as it's done and it's recorded, but you want to now go back and stop it? I just think it's bad
Okay.
policy,
I understand.
but I'm not against you.
Okay. Councilman Abdel-Hak.
I know you're.
One more-
It's some opinion.
Wait, 1 second. Councilman Abdel-Hak has got one change on, he wanted to bring up. Go ahead.
I really don't want to
What?
change anything, but we passed last time my motion to bring contracts and I agreed to raise the limit to 5,000 instead of 1,500. To find out that in March, Z, the cook, she came up and she gave some professional development, which I don't know what is a cook going to do for our city. And she had 2,200 one bill. It was divided into two checks.
Council Chair, but that's.
One for 1,350, one for 900. So it does not come to the city council for approval. It was divided into two checks the same day, same time.
Okay.
So we are going around the
Council.
rules.
Okay.
I hope
That-
this doesn't happen again.
Councilman, let's leave that for the council comments at the end, because that's not a part of the agenda.
Yeah, come on.
Okay, all in favor, please state aye. Aye.
What are we saying aye to?
This is the change in the minutes with taking out 2339 until such time that the contract is brought forward. All in favor, please state aye. Aye. Any opposed?
No.
No.
Nothing from the audience. Go ahead, Madam Clerk.
Ready? Nancy Breyer,
No.
Dave Abdallah,
Yes.
Robert Constant,
No. Wait, change his vote.
Hassan Ahmad,
Yes.
Mo Baydoun,
I want to give them their money,
Yes.
but I also want to make sure that we're being respected. We got to say yes.
Tom Wencel,
Yes.
and Zuhair Abdel-Hak.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-2.
Thank you. Next item on our agenda is public hearings and comment on agenda items only. Again, this is on agenda items only. We will have 2 minutes. Please step up to the podium, state your name, city and street. if in this particular case, I'll go ahead and address that. If you are a council member, which obviously you are, I would like you to please state if you are speaking as a council member or as a resident.
Thank you. Tom Wencel, 2 Lane Street, Dearborn Heights, speaking as a council member. I've got an item on the agenda, item 9C for extending benefits to city council members. I recently did some research and talked to some people from different departments, one the pension board, and we've got to follow some other rules as far as this goes, criteria that has to be met by the pension board before this goes through. And this is nothing to do with the charter, it's an ordinance. The city council members for the majority of the life of this city as Dearborn Heights, city council members enjoyed receiving benefits from the city as being employed by them. But in 1997, the ordinance was changed by a few council members and voted by 4 council members to change the ordinance to take away the benefits from the city council members. And I'm just wanting to go back and get those benefits back.
Okay,
And,
Councilman, if I can interrupt you for a second. Can we just go ahead and, because obviously,
Yeah,
so since
yeah.
you are on the council, can we just go ahead and go through it when we get to that particular
Yeah,
item?
that's what I'm saying. And I will, when that item comes up, I'll explain why city council is considered part-time and why that's different from any other. It's obvious why it's different from any other part-time position.
Okay.
And I'll bring that up and talk about that. And then the other things that we have to meet. Then we'll
Okay.
bring this up on 9C. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman.
Nancy Breyer, Colgate Street, Dearborn Heights. And I'd like to make a motion to remove, I would like to remove items 9C, 11A, and 11B.
What is this? Okay.
9C, 11A, and 11B.
Okay, at this particular point, the agenda has been approved. So as far as, unless I know otherwise, we'd have to just address it at that particular point. We can table it, take it all, or do whatever we ought to do during that particular item.
Okay,
Okay, thank you.
I'll tell you
Councilman.
why then.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Come on up. City, street name, and please.
John Riley, Amboy Street, Dearborn Heights, and I am also a trustee appointed by the city council to the general government pension system.
Okay.
I also have with me in the colleague Makari, trustee Makari of the general government. He is also a council appointed. Our reappointments are on tonight's agenda, and we would respectfully request the city council to be reappointed for a 2-year period. We've diligently performed our duties as trustees. So that's for regarding 9H. I would like to comment on the 9C as Mr. Wencel, and I called Mr. Wencel today, and being on the general government pension board, I think it would be remiss of me not to bring this to the city council's attention. What is being proposed was a resolution to grant these benefits to the city council. Unfortunately, a resolution would not overdo a ordinance. There is an ordinance of the city of Dearborn Heights that precludes the city council from having pension benefits. Okay. Can you change the ordinance? Yes, you can, but you can't do it by a resolution. And so I wanted to bring forward that is the way that it needed to be performed. Second part of that, there is a state law, which is, I'd like to just, I know I got a 3-minute limit. I'm going to be quick.
Sure.
State law, Public Employee Retirement System Investment Act 314. That requires for any benefit improvement to the pension system, you need to get what they call a supplemental actuarial valuation report. That report needs to be in the city council's hand and the pension board's hand 7 days before it's approved. So basically all it's saying is you need to know the cost of what you're approving. Okay, you're not approving a blank check. Okay, so I'm just going to hand out. I made copies of the city council ordinance and the state law, and we don't need to discuss it. I just wanted to bring it to your attention. You guys can discuss it when you get to that other item. And I'm glad also. I'm ending on that. I'm going to hand these out to the city clerk to pass out. I would like to say that I was here for David Abdallah's first meeting, and I'm glad that I'm here for his last. I mean, he's a great man, and we appreciate all your service, and also to the incoming council people. We look forward to your sound guidance as the city moves forward as a city of the future.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Be the Dave Abdullahs of the world.
Thank you, trustee.
And he was at your first meeting and your last meeting?
Hassan, Saab, John Daly, Dearborn Heights. Talking about 11A, Councilman Zohair Abdel-Hak's resolution. So I'm in full support of this resolution. Number one is that this was never ever brought to city council. This was never discussed through city council. These contracts were never approved through city council. City council was never advised. The attorney that wrote this contract and did this hiring, the question is, does he work for the mayor? Does he work for the city? Who wrote this contract? Whose attorney was the director working for the directors? Whose attorney did he have? Who represented this contract? Read this contract and the way it's written. And number two is these police officers that we have in the department. I've talked about 18 of them in the past 2 weeks regarding these positions. They're paralyzed with what the mayor is doing. They can't be promoted. They can't move forward because of this with the authority he's given these directors. Now, these directors were hired in outside of Act 78. They didn't go through the civil service process, and one is a contractor. So the mayor, when he signed a contract with the city, he included them into that they can't be, no grievances can be filed against them. It's the only thing that protects them. Now, under their termination clause, it says that if they're terminated, they get 90 days worth of severance based on their salary. If you divide it by 365 days, times it by the 90 days, that's how you come up with that number. The problem is you're not terminating the positions. You're eliminated from the budget, and you have full control of the budget, and you can amend the budget at any time. And as for Roger, when we went to MML, I wanted to go back to something you were saying about Hassan Ahmed. The lady clearly said, our focus on council is the budget. We can always amend the budget. We can always revise the budget. And you stopped short of saying that and finishing the comment towards Hassan Ahmed. So I just wanted to clear that up because we were there in the same room. So I fully support Zohair Abdel-Hak's motion to go ahead and approve this. And again, so the mayor did this on his own, and if they're going to take legal action, let him go to court. It's not the city's problem. It's his problem. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Council.
Corporation Council.
Hold on. Just a question. I have a letter, the lawyer that reviewed it for our labor contracts, wrote an opinion, was gonna speak earlier today.
Let's keep it if you don't mind.
Do you want to?
Yeah, let's wait until we get that particular subject. Yes, thank you. Okay, something's being passed out. Don't start time until.
No. This is when the public, I want you to read this and keep it with you. During public comment, that's public comment. Mr. Zohair Abdel-Hak.
Hold on, am I starting your time?
Huh?
Let's start with first city street name, please.
Hassan Ayun, P.O. Box.
Very nice.
1132,
Very
Dearborn,
nice.
Michigan, 48121. Mr. Zohair Abdel-Hak, you put a resolution over here regarding the police and this and that, and you're in the person that came up here that was talking, if you go back, I have a video, if I can play it right now. The video that was played, he came, he was against the police, and now he eats with them, and he gives them suckers, and he gives them this, and then he goes back and forth. This is the gentleman does this. I'm asking that these two gentlemen that got hired, no problem. We only need one director, no problem. But why are we sitting here doing it in a public session? This is supposed to be a closed session. I'm asking you guys to take this to a closed session. Does anybody want to suspend the rules and take it to a closed session, please, at this time?
Okay, so the only things that go to closed
Okay,
session.
I'm to a study session, I mean.
Study session. It's
Yes.
different.
Mr. Zohair Abdel-Hak, would you like to take this to a study session?
When it comes up for discussion, I will.
You will? Okay. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up. City street name, please.
The Honorable Token of Appreciation, Vincent Krause, ladies. Give him a round of applause.
Vince Drapkowski, Columbia Street, and I do thank you for that recognition. Appreciate it. Sometimes I'm up here and I say things that are a little rough, but I'm not suave and debonair. I say it the way it is. I just want to make a quick comment on the 8F. When you guys get back to discussing this and looking it over, realize that these jobs already exist. Okay. You have a city engineer, director of assessment, and a Director of Community Relations. Mr. Mayor, aren't you the Community Relations Director?
Okay.
So you are the main representative for the community. Also, bear with me a second here. 9H that Mr. Riley, our former city treasurer, was just speaking about. I think it would be a good move that you guys reposition these guys, put them back in there. They're very intelligent on what they do. And also item 11B, a charter review. It's time that this city does a charter review. Okay, it shouldn't take too long to come up with a resolution to get the charter review and get a committee going. Whether you elect a committee or have a committee run for election to be on the city charter committee. This has to be taken care of. This art charter was written back in 63, the year I was born, 61 years ago. It's obsolete, just like me. You know, so please, let's get this done. It's brought up for discussion. We've got a new council coming on board, and within the end of the month, or going into February, I want to see it done. I'm going to hold you accountable. Let me make sure that's the last thing I got to mention here.
Sorry, the Honorable Vince. Your time is up.
Come on, Mo.
Well,
I'll give you 5 seconds.
Going over my.
It was honored today.
My
Please make
mom's
your
telling me to
final.
run slower, Al.
All right, Vince, because you were honored today, make your final statement.
All right. Any of these new positions, make sure that they come in right. That was the items you were talking about. Like I said, those jobs do already exist.
Okay, thank you, Vince.
Thank you.
Any other public comments?
Monday.
No, did you want that? Okay, I'm sorry.
So you asked for an extra minute and a half, we're gonna give that to you.
I probably won't need it. I'll be brief.
But you
I
don't
think
do
it's gonna
that.
be a long night. So I don't want to belabor any points because I've been communicating with the council members.
But
But I did want to ask you, 8F has been removed, correct? So no commenting on that.
F?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, I just want to make sure. All right, so the item I would like to discuss, I'm speaking as treasurer, by the way. I should share that with you. Lisa Hicks Clayton would be, and again, I don't wish to belabor this because I've been in full communication with the council members as well as the comptroller regarding item 9E. And I did give you more information this evening on what I'm proposing, which would get us down. This is the bank closure accounts. And I have it down to a total of 17 accounts, recommending an additional closing accounts of 9, and I've already closed 8. So in most of those 8, I had already closed before this proposal ever was proposed because they were inactive accounts. What I did want to share with you is I have a letter from HUD regarding the Chase account, the residential rehab, which is also known as the Community Development Block Grant account. And you will see that letter in your packet where HUD recommended the funds need to be in a separate interest-bearing account, and all Community Development Block Grant funds, including RL, need to be accounted in the books separate from general funds, which I believe they are, as they should be. So you can read that. You have that. You also have the duties of your treasurer, which is taken from Charter Section 5.6. So I want to really stress that and encourage not to have influence or impeding the responsibility of the treasurer. And then the very last page, because there's a proposal to close the 21 bond accounts, that's the project account and the retiring the debt account, that is required per the bond language. And I've highlighted it for you on that last page, but I will read it. The treasurer is authorized and directed to open a depository account with a bank or trust company designated by the city council to be designated the 2021 Capital Improvement Bonds Debt Retirement Fund the monies to be deposited into the debt retirement fund to specifically earmarked, used solely for the purpose of paying principal of and interest on the bonds as they mature. So I just wanted to share that with you. Again, I'm not going to belabor the point. I'm very concerned about the city of Dearborn Heights being in compliance with our own general fund balance policy. Right now, it is not projected to be that by the end of the fiscal year. And as recommended by the Michigan Department of Treasury, as well as Plant Moran. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Treasurer. Anybody else that would like to make a public comment on an agenda item only? Nobody else in the audience? I see a couple of them here on Zoom. Madam Clerk, can you please let on Dana? I believe he was one of the first. Go ahead. And Dana, I know you had to ask for a little extra time, so go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening.
How much extra time?
Friendly Parks for Dearborn Heights. First, I want to start on 9C. I'm definitely not in favor of 9C. Council is not full-time, regardless of how much time they expend, and I know it's a lot. Councilman Wencel is well aware of this. He's been on the council for 2 terms. Council serves the residents. They're not to serve. Residents aren't to serve them. This agenda item was put forth with no idea of the cost. This is also pointed out by our former treasurer. The minimum cost for healthcare would be at least $20,000 a person. That's $140,000 a year for this council. We have over 200 plus part-time employees. That would be millions of dollars at the very least if they complained and wanted the same thing. 11A, the police department directors. I spoke with Councilman Abdel-Hak on this one. This happened to Taylor PD about 20 years ago. They appointed a director of police services who was above the police chief. It was found not in violation of Act 78 then. And I think that's what happened in the litigation that we had with our mayor here. So I may not be for it, but I know that it passed the test on litigation. The last thing is on the closing of accounts. I have 3 bank statements here that I got from a FOIA request. And you were told about some bank closures. I would like to tell you that the bank closures, you need to look at that. Because the Dearborn Federal Savings Bank closure that you were told about with the taxes and water bills and things like that, ladies and gentlemen of the council, it never happened. It never happened. I have proof from Dearborn Federal Savings Bank. I did a FOIA. It never happened. You were misled. It never happened. The last council meeting, treasurer said that we had a grim financial future going on in the city also. Numbers were horrible. It was like somewhere like the neighborhood of $20 million. It was basically gone on a $59,685,000 budget. Somehow that didn't make sense to me. I did some looking. That just didn't make sense at all. On that much of a budget, that's like 30%. We're not missing that much money. So an error occurred somewhere. Only one person is responsible for that. And that one person is the person who runs the treasury. I'm not going to debate it, but I'll say, folks, you need to take a look at that person. And if there's errors occurring in that department, perhaps that person needs to be there more often and needs to check the numbers, because those numbers were way, way off last meeting. And I will email you the copies of this Dearborn Federal Savings Report so you can know that did not happen as I was told in that meeting. Thank you very much. Have a good evening. And Council Chair, good luck to you. Thank you very much for everything you've done. We haven't always agreed, but we had great spirited conversations. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dana. I appreciate it.
Hi.
Madam Treasurer, I know he made
No, I
some.
really should because I need to defend.
I will allow you to, but the only thing is, please keep it to the minimal
Yes.
because this is public comments, not.
Right, I
it's
understand.
not back and
So
forth.
I want to address that because there's a lot of accusations that aren't accurate. And I'm also concerned that this person has some inside information that was only shared by inside emails within departments to the council, to the comptroller, and all those emails, by the way, have a confidential clause. So I'm a little concerned Dearborn, but that's fine because I believe in transparency and I've always been very open, as you know. So let's back up to Dearborn Federal Savings Bank. That was, and I did a complete timeline that I wanted shared for that FOIA request, which obviously was not done, or it was ignored, either one. So again, we have to remember that the council legislated the closure of Dearborn Federal Savings Bank. I have a letter from the bank here, which was dated, looks like May the 30th, to the mayor stating, we received a telephone call from your city treasurer, Lisa Hicks Clayton, informing us that the city will be closing all of their accounts and Dearborn Federal Savings Bank next week. That was in May, end of May. So by June 15th, that's the deadline I gave them, and we started the process. And in the outline I have, there was a problem with the closing. And they gave a form that they wanted to be filled out. So if, I don't know if, the clerk remembers, the comptroller remembers, I remember filling out the form. However, I did not get the form back from the mayor's office. Okay, so everything was kind of held up because I couldn't do it. The account had to be updated, right? That's what was required in order to close the account. So by that time, July 1st rolls around, we have lots of, we actually had calls before that, before June 30th, from residents like our seniors, from others that were concerned about Dearborn Federal Savings Bank being closed and not being a remote payment center. I'm going to wrap it up, but I want to be very fair, but I do want to address your cash flow question because it actually revealed something to us. But again, let's move it along. So what had happened was the calls started coming in, the complaints, people at the window. I brought that forward to you, right, to consider. And it was, yes, I worded it reopen, but it was to keep it open because we were trying to close it and we could not close it. But thank goodness the council approved that and it did remain open. That is absolutely correct. So again, that takes care of that. But back to cash flow. And I don't remember, did I share that at the last meeting, those numbers? I'm not sure if I did, quite frankly, because I think that's another internal document that was shared. I think there's a problem with our emails being shared, by the way. And I'm talking respectfully to you, corporate counselor. You know the confidentiality. But what had happened is I based
I didn't understand that last comment.
About the confidentiality of our city emails being shared.
I don't know
publicly.
Who shared with who? What are you
There's
talking about?
information that a resident has that was only an email between the city council and then the mayor ended up getting that as well. And then of course the comptroller. Now let me finish, please, if I may. That cash flow report was done last week, the end of last week. So I'm pretty sure it wasn't shared at the last meeting because the last meeting was before that. Okay, so that tells me it was shared. So the next thing is that was based on actual numbers and it's a projection. It's based on what your Blue Cross Blue Shield is, what your payroll is. It's actual numbers and estimations on accounts payable through the end of the fiscal year. Yes, we found out by the way, the treasurer's office did the internal audit on the tax account and found that a tax distribution had not been wired, even though all the paper was done and submitted to the comptroller's office. And the bank statement for August with Comerica tax account, which we pay Plant Moran to reconcile, they didn't catch it. Or if they caught it, they didn't say anything, which is pretty grave in my opinion. Okay? They have a responsibility to report that out because we don't audit our own work. Remember that. But we caught it and it was been resolved. Thank you.
Any other public comments?
Okay. There was a statement made which is not true. So, okay, I get, she was, the treasurer was able to speak when she was rebuttaling a conversation. There's a false statement. Okay, and I did talk to the clerk and I did talk to the comptroller. There was never anything submitted to our office to close any account. The only time documents were produced, and I talked to 3 people, the clerk, she's an elected official, but the comptroller and the chief of staff. The only time we received anything is to reopen the account. So after she put a resolution in front of you guys to reopen an account. It doesn't say to maintain the account to be open, and we can forward you that resolution. It says to reopen the account. When we discovered that the account was never closed, So why is there a reason to reopen the account if it was never closed? So we never received, there's a clerk. I did talk to the clerk and I did talk to the comptroller and the chief of staff. We never received any documentation to close the account. So it was actually, you guys were presented a resolution, then you guys need to rescind that resolution. I can share that with you tomorrow.
Okay. Any other public comments? None here. We got two more on Zoom. Let's start with Sam and then go to Dana. I'm sorry, you've already commented, so I apologize. You're welcome to comment at the end during public comments. I'm sorry?
His hand isn't up anymore.
Yeah, I see a hand up.
No, that's
Center. Okay.
Sam.
So Sam, go ahead.
Yes, good evening, Council.
Good evening.
Mr. Chair, if I may, I would like to ask Council Ahmad a quick question, if you don't mind, please.
Go ahead.
Council Ahmad, could you please explain to me, how do you define a corporation counsel job?
You don't gotta answer.
Okay, well, sir, Mr. Sam, please go ahead and state all your questions, then we'll go ahead and have the councilman answer, just because, so that's where we keep track of your time. Was there another question or is that the main question?
That's my main question.
That's it? Okay, so Councilman, I don't know if you heard the question.
I think that would be a great question for our core counsel to answer.
Well,
Brought it up. I think he's asking you, so I know what my job is.
And I'm referring it to you.
Respect, Council, you the one who was asking for.
I think it's done, Council Chair.
Okay,
Go ahead.
so go ahead, but he wants your answer.
I'm referring it to core counsel to answer.
And I'm referring back to you. You brought it up. My job
Council,
is to
you're
take
the one
care,
who brought it
I
up. You're
represent
the
the
one who brought
people
the motion.
and guide.
Wait, hold on, Sam.
I need to hear it from you because he's asking you to.
Okay, so basically he's asking you, Councilman, is what is the criteria? How do you plan on paying for that? What's the reasoning
He's
behind
talking
that?
about what's the.
No,
is-
no,
he's
he's talking about the council for our.
No, he's talking about what's the, to find the core counsel job. So that's why.
No, he's asking about the, you know how we asked, or you made a proposal that you want an attorney for us as a body, as a city council. That's what he's asking.
Oh, okay.
We can publish it. I just want to make sure, Sam, is that correct? You're asking about the attorney for the city council, correct?
That's not correct. I'm
That's
asking
my
him as
question.
an elected official who's at the council, representing the resident. For him to be able to do his duties, what does a corporation counsel job will consist for him as a councilman?
He's talking about our core counsel.
So you're talking about, just to make it clear, you're talking about.
I'm
our
talking
corporation
about
council.
corporation counsel specifically. I'm not talking about no corporation counsel. I'm talking about a specific corporation counsel.
They're talking about you.
Yeah, he's talking about me, but he's asking.
I'm asking a councilman.
No disrespect. I would not disrespect you, please. He's asking you, do you know what my job is? As corporation
And as a
counsel?
councilman, I'm referring back to you because you are my core counsel, supposedly.
Well, wait
So
a
can
minute.
you
We need a
have an
special
answer?
lawyer for this, I think.
That's
Council Chair,
He's asking Councilman Ahmad.
if I may, please.
Councilman
If I may, please.
Councilman.
If I may, please.
Sam, okay, go on.
The corporation counsel job is to represent the city as an entity. And that motion that you represented today to bring in a corporation counsel is an insult and disrespect to our corporation counsel who have went beyond and beyond his job to protect our city as an entity. His job is not to protect the mayor as you are thinking of. His job is to protect you, protect the resident, protect the city in whole. He's not a mayor, he's not a mayor's counsel. He's not the attorney for the mayor. And that motion that you decided to put up today was a complete disrespectful motion to be put up in the agenda for the city. Your job is to represent the resident of the city. And on behalf of myself and my family, that was a very disrespectful motion. That was very disrespectful motion. And you do owe the corporation counsel an apology. And I do ask you to retract that motion and take it off the agenda.
Okay, nothing from it. Wait, 1 second. The question is directly to the council. Would you like to answer?
Yeah, I'll answer, Council Chair. Well, I do thank the gentleman for his opinion. And I do appreciate him coming, speaking over Zoom and stuff. But as my duty is for the residents. Do I find myself? I mean, the corp council does work for the council and does work for the mayor. But I did bring this motion back in March and it did fail. And I'm trying to bring it back in today because I feel like we do need unbiased opinion here on council. We haven't, to be honest, no disrespect to corp council, but we do need unbiased opinion for the corp counsel to be able to serve better. And I've been since the past few months, there's a lot of stuff I cannot go forward because I don't feel like I have a corp counsel that have my back. Does he have the mayor's back? He does have the mayor's back.
If you guys do your duty.
One second, Sam, allow me to finish, Sam, please.
It needs to be muted. So if you need to hear exactly, I would love to hear from the corp counsel himself, because to be honest with you, I haven't been feeling this. I mean, the past few meetings, the way the corp counsel jumps on us instead of, I think his job is to basically tell us if we should do something or not, but not to defend somebody. Plain and simple. So that's how I feel. That's why I'm bringing this forward. There's a lot of stuff on the agenda. Whatever Council Wencel bringing, whatever Council Zuhair is bringing, I do need somebody that I would feel that would give me the best legal advice. Thank you, Council Chair.
Okay.
Good job, Council.
You want me to respond?
Okay. Council Abdel-Hak was first and Roger. Go ahead.
No, I just want to comment that there is a precedence we did before hire attorney for the city council while the mayor was on the council. So it's not the first.
Point of order, guys. Point of order.
Okay, so what Councilman Abdel-Hak just said, I'll repeat it. This was voted on in the past. There was during the previous administration approval for an attorney for the city council specifically, although I do want to state it wasn't used much, but but we'll go ahead and go. All right,
Well,
any, I'm sorry,
I'd like
Corporation
to
Council, go ahead.
respond, yeah. I think we voted 5,000 for, council to represent, our clerk on the issue of Act 78. And I never saw anything about that 5,000 that was spent.
No.
I, however, on that issue did FOIA and get information to support my argument because it's for the city council and for the residents. I think what the caller was asking, Councilman Ahmed, was, do you know what the role is? Before you come up with a motion and you say, I feel you don't support me. I get it, okay? My job is not to make you feel good. My job, I believe, is to speak the truth. I asked you when I was disagreeing with something.
Wait. I'm sorry, one second. Please, nothing from the audience. Thank you. I know, but then laugh in low voice, please. Thank you. We can't have disruptions.
When we had some discussion earlier in this meeting, I said to you, I don't agree. I don't think that's right. It didn't mean it personally, and I had a great trip with Councilman Ahmed. I really appreciate his question that he had. My respect is paramount, but the advice that we give as legal counsel, you may not agree with, but you have to be able to say, all right, let me know, send me an email. If you think I wasn't fair with something or I gave you bad advice, I have nothing from when I started last September 2022 to now that says I disagree with your advice, counsel. And when you referenced that counsel was hired prior, there was a battle between the mayor and the city council. There was legitimate, and I was representing some other people in Dearborn Heights. There was a lawsuit, okay? And I looked at Warren. Warren went over $900,000 hiring lawyers and fighting each other. Once you say, oh, we need a lawyer to represent us, you've just divided the ruling and the benefits that we give to the council. You just said, I don't trust you. I need a lawyer, and that lawyer is going to represent us because you don't represent us, but I haven't given you anything to show where you have not respected us or not represented us, except my feelings. And that's what the caller was asking. Well, so what's the Corporation Council supposed to do? Agree with you with everything, Mr. Ahmed? Is that your understanding? Is he supposed to make you feel good? Or is he supposed to speak the truth to power?
Okay.
Council Chair.
Thank you. All right. All set? Councilman, go ahead.
Thank you, Council Chair. Corp Counsel, I have the utmost respect for you. I know you're trying to do your best to be neutral. It's not a feeling, it's just an experience. I mean, for the past few meetings, especially when I asked you at the study session, I asked you a question with a yes or no answer. You couldn't give an answer. Why? I'm not sure. Especially another instant when we had the, reducing the credit card limit for the police. All you had to do is say if I can do it or not. I wasn't asking you for your opinion because, you have no right to give me your opinion on that. You just tell me whether I could do it or not. I think this is your job. Just to tell me within my legal scope if I could do it or not. So you are trying to defend somebody or working for somebody against my motion. So that's why it makes me feel like you're not working for the council. I know you're trying your best to be
No.
neutral, but I
I'm-
don't think it's working out. I'm just being honest
I
right
am
now.
so glad you said that. All I said to you was, what you voted a motion in March. There was evidence or there was support of that motion presented at that time. To stop and say, I changed my mind on that motion. I asked, what reason, what rationale? I said evidence, I said evidence. And Mr. Baydoun-
Was it for
Mr.
you to
Baydoun
ask?
jumped on me.
Let him finish.
Mr. Baydoun jumped on me, but I said it balances it to give a reason and support for the people. You are accountable to the people. So if you're changing and you can just pick up your mind 6 months later and change something you voted on without any reason given to the people, then I think that's wrong. And I think it was put on at the last moment on the agenda. So there was no openness, no chance for people to respond or anything. There's no transparency.
Okay. At this point, just to be fair to Sam, because I know your question has been answered by both, but just to be fair to Sam, the resident, I'm gonna give you 30 more seconds, just in case you had another question or another comment. Go ahead.
Hang on 1 second, Council Chair.
Actually, I'm gonna give you a minute to be fair to you.
It was at like 44.
Thank you, Council Chair.
We'll give him a minute.
Item is item 11A on the agenda. To be honest with you, we finally been grateful and gladful to have 3 gems to come into Dearborn Heights Police Department, trying their best to clean it up and bringing that department to a better facility where we have finally been seeing a new officer being hired up and stuff. These motions have been nothing but insult to our police department and to these particular department heads. Therefore, if I may, ask Councilman Abdel-Hak to get this motion off the agenda as well, because himself is very experienced with a previous problem that happened with a previous council member who have violated the charter and did something illegal within that police department. And as a body, you guys all remember, within a very short period of time, Dearborn Heights had hired almost 4 to 5 different within a very short period of time.
Okay, thank you, Sam. Council Chair. Thank you, Sam. Okay, Councilman, just 1 second, Councilman. I'm allowed to go. Just 1 second, both council members, please.
I know.
Just 1 second. Allow me to state, please. The resident is referencing something that's gonna be on the agenda, so please keep it at least until then.
Yes,
to comment.
give me 20,
go ahead.
20 seconds, Council Chair. But I'd be remiss to not stand here and really defend my colleague and brother Hassan Ahmad here. Roger, and I don't even need you to respond back to me, but I want you to know you showed exactly that you do not represent this council, especially this councilman today, by trying to undermine him by stating certain things that you haven't given me this, you haven't given me that. I'm gonna hit you with something that you probably don't know about. That the councilman wanted to honor Councilman Dave Abdallah today by sending over the video. He respectfully asked somebody from within the administration to please get this over with. They asked what it was, and it was asked several times what it was. And it was honoring Dave Abdallah, but we didn't want, we wanted to keep it under wraps so that Dave wouldn't know what it was. I'm just giving you a quick example. I know you're being emotional on it, and I don't even need a response. I really don't want a response, to be honest with you, because I asked Dave Abdallah for 20 seconds. But I want you to know your response to Councilman Ahmad right now was beyond underlining. And to be honest with you, it expressed you really how you do feel about this council. And Councilman, I'm sorry that happened to you.
Okay.
Don't apologize for me. All I'm gonna say is this, Councilman Baydoun. When I ask for due diligence.
We
and I
never
asked
saying
for-
anything
No,
'cause we
you
don't
got
trust
20
it.
seconds. Let me please get 20
Okay, but we gotta
seconds.
wrap it up, Council.
I'll wrap it up quick.
Go ahead.
When I ask for evidence or supporting documentation of things, that's not wrong. That doesn't mean I don't support you. If you want to pass it, just give us a reason.
Roger, if I
But
sent
you
you
don't have
something right now,
unlimited
every
power. You
administration
don't
would-
have unlimited power to pass anything you want because we're accountable to the.
If I have
money
5 votes, I do.
Okay.
What's that?
If I have 5 votes, I have unlimited power.
No.
Next
You're still
up,
accountable to the Open Meetings Act. You're still accountable to the state, the government. You are still accountable. You're not above the law.
I'm not, and neither are you, and neither is in this administration.
Not.
Okay,
I'm just
okay.
saying.
Next up, we have from Sheehan Highway. Go ahead, sir. City, street, and name.
Highway. Hassan Bazzi, Sheehan Highway.
Dearborn Heights.
Dearborn Heights. Thank you. Thanks, Len. Yeah. A lot of emotions and a lot of commotions, you know. It's all healthy. Hopefully we'll get to a point that still I want to speak about something on the agenda here. But You guys were elected by the people, the mayor as well. I mean, we're getting into a point. There's a lot of commotions. We need to calm down. We need to relax. You know, we have a city that we need to run. There's people that they care about services, about other stuff. So please, let's be a little bit considerate to the people. All of you would thank you for all the motions and commotions. That will take me to motion 11A by my dear friend, Mr. Abdel-Hak, about the hiring for the and the police department. All the departments are important to the city. The police department and the fire department are the most important. I hope that everybody will agree with me on that. So I'm asking you, Mr. Abdel-Hak, at least to consider, and all the council member, when it comes to the police department, let's all sit back, relax a little bit. You know, there's a lot of stuff need to be done, and if you take it behind the I'm asking you to table this tonight and take it to a study session. You guys have our trust with a decision to make. Let's keep the police department at least out of these commotions at the present time here until we figure out where we're going with the city. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Council Chair, I have one more. on
Madam
Zoom.
Clerk, one more on Zoom?
Yes,
It's somebody that hasn't commented though, right?
that's correct.
Okay, who's that?
They-
Can you unmute him, please?
Yes, I'm.
Who is it, Madam Chair?
So speak here. There he is.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay.
City, street name,
Gary
please.
Malinowski.
Oh, okay.
Gary Malinowski, Plainfield. Yeah, you should know.
Yeah.
Gary Malinowski, Plainfield Street, Dearborn Heights. First of all, I'd like to start, Council Chair. It was an honor to work with you when I did. I want to thank you for your service, and I wish you the best of luck in your future endeavors.
Thank you very much.
Public comments.
Next item pertains to item 9H. I urge the council to reappoint Mr. McCurry and Mr. Riley. They've done a wonderful job, and they themselves have done great jobs in terms of public service. I was going to speak about 8F, the original 8F, but fortunately, you've done what I think is appropriate with regard to that. But I do need to mention a couple of things, the additional items. One of those things is to remember under section 5.3M of the charter, it says, he, as in the duties of the mayor's duty here, he shall have such other powers and perform such other duties as may be prescribed by law, this charter, or as may be required of him by ordinance or by direction of the council. You have the authority to direct the mayor to do things. If you want a certain job to end up being posted that you have budgeted, you can direct that to take place, and the mayor should comply. Otherwise, he's violating the city charter. And then it's totally appropriate for you to do what you need to as a body to make sure that he complies. Next item with respect to this. I found some of the discussions with respect to the full-time position at the Eton Center to be very unusual, because a lot of the same things that could be said with respect to that position could also be said with respect to the director's positions in the police department. These positions were never budgeted by the council as required by section 4.9, were never approved as new departments, which would probably...
Okay, Gary, you gotta wrap up your last sentence, please.
Sure. These positions were never approved by the council. They were never they were never new departments that were created, and therefore they either should have gone through civil service, through Act 78, or otherwise.
Okay.
So
Thank you, Gary.
you should refer it to a council session or a study session. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Gary. Any other public comments on Zoom or in person? Okay, next up is fund transfers and current claims.
Council Chair, Councilman Baydoun. I move that the Dearborn Heights City Council approve the claims of the ACH wire transfer 6 through 1 through 6-48 as submitted. Support.
Okay, motion made by Councilman Baydoun and seconded by Councilman Constant. Any discussion on that?
Council Chair,
Councilman?
I have a quick question for the administration. I'm so sorry. I just want to pull this back up. I saw that we had a Home Depot bill here. I just didn't know.
Item 18. 6-18.
Yeah.
It's amount $2,296.
Yeah, I didn't know what we were paying, and I see that we have these, and there was something for $211.62. There was another bill here. It looks like I can't even tell you what we purchased, but
yeah, it doesn't say what they are.
So there's like an all cleaning wipe. There was I have no idea. I can't even tell you what these are. I mean, I tried looking at it today. I had a friend that works at Home Depot, and it was just like, you didn't have the time. So I figured I would ask the administration. I wanted to call in, but I was just very busy with work today. So that was my only question on the fund transfer and current claims. What is this Home Depot bill for? Why is this the first we've ever seen a Home Depot bill? And I thank them for bringing it forward. I just want to know what we spent $2,200 on and why we're paying it.
Okay. I don't know if it's mayor, controller, or.
It's actually $2,300 closer.
Anybody would like to answer that? Controller?
I'd like that removed, Council Chair, if we can't get an answer as to why.
It's item 18. Item 18, page, it says here 1 of 10. It's item 18 on fund transfers.
Can you
there
speak
is.
at the mic? I'm saying, can you speak at the mic so we can hear? Yeah, nobody can hear you. Thank you. And if we don't know what it is, Council Chair, I'd like this item removed.
I mean,
Hello, Cindy
doing?
King, Comptroller from City of Dearborn Heights. You're asking me a question regarding the Home Depot receipts.
Yeah.
Really wish you just asked me before I come up here
Honestly, I
because
wanted to.
I will definitely look into it and I would have an answer for you. But right now, to be able to look at it and tell you what it's for, it's impossible for me to give you
We ordered a 4-pack of AAA HDX. Looks like we ordered batteries.
Okay, so that's probably DPW.
I know, but we don't have any details. Like how do we know who this is? Is this the fire department, the police department, DPW?
It would depend on whoever signed off on the receipt. And like I said, I haven't looked at it, so I can't tell you off the top of my head. There should be a general ledger number attached to the receipt.
Here.
I'm sure the very first page that has the statement for the Home Depot will have the general ledger numbers and the signatures on there. I'm probably thinking it's probably Mr. Conrad.
Yeah, there's account number, but.
no, there's a receipt, controller, just say specifically from Home Depot, but not directly from.
It is their signature here. I know the councilman asked if we can have their names printed. I know the mayor was gonna look into it. We haven't received any of those, and I don't know who signed this. It's just scribbles. I don't know who really signed it.
Okay.
I don't know anything about this.
Let's have the mayor. Go ahead, Mayor.
They start on page 38.
And go all the way down. It has every receipt for that amount, all the way down to.
Yeah, they're all there.
Yeah, 44, there's receipts.
Right.
There's probably about 10 receipts if you.
No,
look
they
at it.
are in there. Yes.
Yeah.
So just for those in the audience that can't see what we're looking at, there are traditional Home Depot receipts attached to this, to be fair. Just to make it clear, what the councilman is referencing is what was purchased, which is there. So I know and to be fair, the controller is not gonna know every item purchased.
Yeah,
Needless to say. I know, but just to be fair, but what the councilman's asking is, despite gloves and paint and wood and nails and screws and whatever that was purchased, he's asking who specifically or which department was this for and which director specifically approved these purchases. Is that what you're asking, correct?
Yeah, and I'm also asking, like, if you look at the receipt dates on these, there was 10/25/2023. Then you come back down here and there's 10/25/2023. And it's like, but they're the same date. Maybe, I don't know if it's two different times.
So maybe they went to the store
And
twice
there
in one
is-
day.
And there is controller, there is some account numbers here,
Mhm.
3 of them.
But we don't know who they are, what they are.
Well, there's a signature. I just can't tell what it is. Are you-
So it does look, excuse me, it does look like Bob Conrad did sign off on these. So it would be out of the DPW department. And lights, they did purchase lights. I'm sure they were lights probably for the buildings that needed to be replaced.
LED lights, I thought, didn't we just do that through IB Electric, which we approved over a year ago?
So you're saying that we have a contractor that comes out and puts in lights
No,
for all
I
of
think
us?
DTE, I think did the entire city. I think this was way back.
We're talking about
We're
the
on Zoom.
building right here. If you need a new light fixture or you need a new light bulb,
These are protected through DTE, yes.
I don't think so. I don't think DTE is going to come out here and change our light bulbs.
I promise you, I promise you.
You're talking about streetlights, right?
No, I'm not. We ran our entire city, okay, where we got all brand new lighting, entire city hall. Do you guys not remember this? And you guys, it was brought up and it was only like for $1,500 because DTE paid the majority and they are going to cover all of our lights. This was told to us.
And how long
Maybe you're
ago
not
was
understanding this
that?
information. It doesn't matter. All I'm asking is if we're going to get a bill, Council Chair, please. If we're going to get a Home Depot bill, guys, and you're going to ask the council to approve it, just be a little bit more, give us more information on it and maybe get an actual, instead of the signature, print their name. It's not that hard, guys.
Okay, Mayor.
I'm not trying to go back and forth.
That's a miracle.
Again, these are DPW charges and, we have all the buildings in the city. The lights, it's not just for DPW. We're replacing lights in various buildings in the city. And I just wish somebody would have called, obviously, Conrad's and asked them. I don't know if
I
he's
promise you I did. And I would have known that this was Conrad because I can't read the signature.
Okay.
Council Chair.
Councilman, go ahead.
Thank you, Council Chair. Since we have Miss King up here, can you give us an update on Plan Moran? I mean, I see a few voices here and I know last time we talked around the budget, you said they should be out of here within 6 months.
I have been transparent and open about Plant Moran since I've been here. However, I definitely need them. I am running extremely short. I'm extremely understaffed, and without them, we wouldn't be here right now. I cannot get the bank reconciliation statements done completely on a monthly basis without their help. They have been extremely supportive with that, as well as helping with year end right now. They are the liaison in between our auditor and us. So they have been doing all the legwork for the audit. Unfortunately, I am just one person and I cannot keep up. I was here till 9:00 last night. I'm in budget negotiations all the time. So when you say that you wanted to pull that the negotiations for TPOAM, I am sweating right now because this is the year end. We are doing W-2s. If you want us to remove the money that we've already given them, I'm going to have to redo their W-2s. That's going to take a lot of extra time on my end that has to be done. So everything that happens, it falls on me. So yes, I do still need Plant Moran right now. I would love to be able to admit that as time goes on, we can start dwindling them down. But right now, that's just not possible.
Are we still trying to hire more people at your department?
I would love to be able to hire more people, but right now we have a freeze on that. I'm not even allowed to do that. So right now it's hard.
Did we approve something on the budget to hire more people at the Comptroller?
I have been trying to get a deputy. Unfortunately, the deputy, which we've went back and forth during budget season, the deputy's salary is just too low for me to even find somebody in the caliber that I need.
Council Chair.
Okay, Councilman.
The Comptroller mentioned that if we rescind this contract at PTOM, she'd have to reimburse them or change their thing. This contract hasn't been signed yet, and you're already paying them the extra?
Oh, it has been signed as far as I know.
No.
No?
Works
We have to go back and check it, Council.
It's been signed by who? No, it hasn't gone to the.
Oh, it hasn't been signed yet?
And you're already paying them?
I was under the impression that it was signed. I would have to go back and look into that then.
Okay, just give me 1 second. Mary, do you want to say something?
Okay.
Okay, so when we had two people, when you guys asked, okay, bring in a deputy comptroller to the office, so she can have help. 62,000 was budgeted for a deputy comptroller, somebody with a CPA or somebody with an accounting degree. We had two candidates and they would not accept 62,000. So that's where we're at. So we're not going to be able to hire a deputy comptroller, somebody who's experienced with 62,000. We did interview, we did post it. We just can't get takers for 62,000 in our office.
Okay. Councilman, we all set?
Yeah,
Council?
I think, I mean, my question get answered.
But,
I mean,
so I'll be frank with you, Comptroller,
Please
and I'm
do.
not blaming you.
Okay,
But I think somebody from within the administration should clarify, if we're already paying them like you've just stated, honestly, it's a little concerning for me if we don't know if there's a contract signed, but yet we're paying them.
I was under the impression that we
I'm all
did have
for
a
paying them.
signed
I wanna make it
contract.
clear. I'm
Council
sorry.
Chair,
I was under the impression that we had a signed contract.
if we would find out, if you guys have any questions like this here, I don't have every city contract in front of us here. If you guys call us in advance, we can give you
didn't
the
know it.
information. We
We
can
didn't know
come to
until-
a council meeting and request for things that I don't have access to right now.
Council
I
Chair,
If you give us till
she-
tomorrow, we can give you exactly where we're at.
I know,
Council Chair.
but what he's referencing, go ahead,
Yeah,
Councilman.
Council Chair, thank you. Only reason I brought it up now is this is the first we've heard of it just now. It wasn't anything I planned on bringing up. We just heard about this just now, Mr. Mayor. That's why I'm bringing it up.
No, Council Chair. What was brought earlier at 7:05 PM, everything that was brought up at 7:05 PM was never brought to the city administration prior to 7:05 PM today. So that's all I'm saying is if you would have been calling, if you would have called our office today or the HR, I'm sure that you would have had an answer instead of spending half an hour to discuss something that I don't have the information on at this point.
Okay. Council Chair, wait, 1 second. Councilman Abdel-Hak was next. Councilman Abdel-Hak, go ahead.
Thank you, Council Chair. Since you are standing up there
I am standing
and
up
the
here.
treasurer is here, could you tell me how much we paid so far?
Oh, I'm sure you
Madam
do.
Treasurer?
Oh, I'm sure you do. I have one favor, if I can request this,
Yes,
that
did-
when you
this-
do have
yes,
questions,
That's my right.
With a
when you do have questions regarding claims or anything that has to do with my department, if you call me and ask me or send me an email, all of you know that I respond rather quickly. And if
And-
I know ahead of time, I will bring whatever you need or request to the meeting.
I can read them for you.
And Council Chair,
In 2022, 518,628.50. In 2023, so far, we are halfway of the year. 606,887.01, total of close to $1.2 million.
It's extremely
We could hire
expensive.
3 CPAs with full benefits for less than that.
Council
You're
Chair.
totally right. I'm not disagreeing with
One
that.
second. Comptroller will answer then the mayor.
Okay,
You have somebody, you all set? You all set, Comptroller?
I am definitely all set.
Okay, Mayor?
Again, as I said a few minutes ago, we have posted for Deputy Comptroller to make sure that we're self-sufficient in our office. For $62,000, if anybody in here knows a Deputy Comptroller who's qualified, will take $62,000 a year, please come forward.
Right there.
Council Chair.
He's a CPA.
Well, we need a Deputy Comptroller, so I don't know if they have experience in that.
Council Chair, please.
Okay.
$62,000.
I'm sorry, Councilman.
And also, this is ridiculous that gotcha moments that we keep doing. You guys keep saying like, this is not court of law. But at the same time, it's always like, I got you. You bring stuff in here that we don't have the information. So I just wish somebody will call us in advance and ask us. So you don't have to, right now, we're one item. We haven't even got to the claims at we're 2 hours into the meeting.
Mayor.
And we haven't even got to the agenda items.
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor. I did ask your chief of staff, secretary, for a copy of the police director's copy of their contract.
No, we're talking about all the money that
It's okay. I'm just trying to say something. I did not receive it for the last 48 hours. I had to go to a resident who had FOIA to give me a copy. So I recommend friendly advice. Bring to the city council what you want, what you feel is needed for the city. And I am sure this group of good people will approve. 150,000, it's cheaper than paying $1.2 million.
Well, Council Chair, excuse me, Council Chair, you guys put all these agendas or the resolution, put a resolution right now on the agenda to increase the Deputy Comptroller more than $62,000.
I will.
Okay, do it right now. And you know what? We can market it because I can tell you right now, a deputy comptroller, we haven't found anybody that wants this position for less than 85, 90,000 a year.
What number, Mayor, do you feel?
that later.
No, I know, but I just want just a quick question. What number do you feel, Mayor, you would need to be able to attract?
We had, the last good candidate we had, he wanted at least 90,000.
Okay, at least 9.
Council Chair, Council Chair.
And again, Council Chair, I'm so sorry, okay, so as a deputy comptroller, it's not just like a CPA, okay, they have to know BSNA, there's a lot of things, and I'm sure Mr. Riley, I don't know if he's still here, the treasurer, that he's worked with, people from we've had the deputy comptroller that you guys are aware, I don't want to mention names, very, very knowledgeable, again, had a lot of BSNA, she was doing budgets, she was doing a lot of great things, but again, even that person would never come here for less than 90,000 a year.
Council Chair.
Okay, 1 second. In the audience, please. You guys gotta keep it down. Okay,
Council Chair, I just want to respond to the mayor's point about we should call prior, or maybe we should be a little bit more transparent and we wouldn't have to call and we would be able to see the right information in front of us, because in the past, I believe I had this conversation with the clerk. Wasn't there like a note on the side of what these things were paid, what department it was? Yeah, because I remember that. So to the mayor, maybe we can be a little bit more, I don't know, more information giving to this council. And we wouldn't have to call her, we wouldn't have to spend 2 hours about something that was given to us, saying, here, just approve it.
So you're saying both, right? You're saying that the mayor administration should be more transparent and the city council let us know in advance. So both can work together, and I agree with you. I would just say,
Council. I wasn't done. I know, that's what I'm saying. Finish, and then we'll go to Tom Wencel, and we'll come back to you, Corporation.
And so I just want to make that very clear. We're not incompetent, but we're also not going to be just working in a place to say, hey, yes, here, pay for this or pay for that. Look, guys, at the end of the day, we have a fiduciary duty. Respectfully, I'm asking you, this is a two-way street here, Roger. Okay, I want you to make that very clear. I understand what my duty is and what we expect. And let me tell you something, the Home Depot thing, it was just put on there. I mean, when the mayor, I'll tell you this, when the mayor was on council sitting in one of these seats, you know what the mayor was doing? Questioning everything. And there's no difference in today because I am standing to the standard of the mayor.
It's on their side.
It's
And I can
on
read
there.
Robert Conrad's signature, so I don't understand. the
Okay.
question.
You can read Robert
I-
Conrad's signature?
I would say, I
mean,
did
that's
hear
equal.
Mariana said that the TPOM contract was signed by the union and by our HR. It was recorded, or it's kept by the attorneys. All the attorneys have a copy of the contracts. I'm not the labor attorney. And I thought it was sent over to the clerk's office. That's what Mariana.
Okay.
That's the way normally, just the same way we do all the other contracts, the same process and procedure has its followed.
Okay, please, Councilman Wencel, go ahead.
Thank you. He brought up something, our corporation council. How can this be finalized? And we said that the final contract had to come before us. So wait, go through the chair when you want.
Okay, let him finish, please.
So anyway, how could it be signed by HR and signed by everyone else when it hasn't even been approved? The final contract, our last meeting, they said, this is not the final contract. Things have to be tweaked, and that's why we're questioning it. But my main question is here, or my main point is, the mayor wants to pay this deputy comptroller $90,000. And all of our deputy directors make the same pay, $90,000. That'd be an insult to pay one director 1.5 times as much and leaving all the other directors at their $62,000. Either do them all at $90,000 or don't do them at any of them. It's an insult to all of our deputy directors we have in the city of Dearborn Heights.
The only thing I would answer on that, and this is just a generic business answer, is different positions require, bring in or you would need certain pay to get them. So for example, let's take, and I don't want to name specific directors. You can have director of mountains, that's a certain pay, director of farms, a certain pay, director of cars, a certain pay. And they're not all necessarily, they're all great people, of course, but each type of position requires different type of requirements to be that position. So for example, a comptroller, deputy comptroller will preferably have a CPA, bookkeeping, or some sort of degree like that. There's other types of positions which may not require that, and therefore you might be able to get that type of position at a much lower pay. Well, I shouldn't say much lower pay, but at possibly lower pay. Whereas one with a little higher education requirement may require a little higher pay. So we just gotta keep that in mind. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying, keep that in perspective.
Why does our deputy or comptroller have to have all these credentials?
Well, I'm saying preferred. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't know all the credentials
They
right now. I'm
don't
just
have
saying
to,
preferred.
they shouldn't have to have all those credentials. I think our past deputy director of comptroller didn't have these credentials.
I wouldn't know. The controller would know better than me.
Council Chair.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hi, I just have a Home Depot card.
We worked with the deputy comptroller for at least a year before she departed to another city for better pay. And that deputy comptroller was very, very knowledgeable into a lot. There's a lot of things that we have that they have to have knowledge in, with the pensions, with BSNA. So it's not just anybody can walk off the street. If, like I said, Councilman, if you have somebody, please bring him forward.
Max Baydoun.
He's working
Max.
he's an accountant.
He's not
Okay.
qualified for it to pay.
All right, so we're all set. Any other questions on claims?
Council Chair, yeah, I mean, Home Depot.
Council Chair,
Are you suggesting you take that off or you
I
keep
don't
that
know,
on?
maybe if
Council
somebody
Chair.
can answer it to me.
Mr. Mayor.
again, this is building maintenance equipment for all the buildings in the city. Again, it's a credit card, so you guys can take it off, but there might be late fees if it's a credit card that we have to pay.
All right, Mayor, can you just give us more information next time you do it?
Okay.
And not look into it and actually just.
Well, I
do
mean,
it?
what kind of information? The
I
receipts
don't know.
are
The
attached.
receipt doesn't say anything. It says AAA batteries.
Okay, so what do you want? The AAA battery for the fire alarm? the
spending
AAA
$2,400
batteries
AAA
for
batteries?
remote
'Cause that's all
control?
it says.
What kind of information are you looking for?
What they are, what we're purchasing. That's it.
There's,
Okay.
I'm gonna leave it on here, but please, Mayor, let's not make this into a mock.
Councilman, please be specific.
Yeah,
What
give us an
information do you
itemized
need?
receipt on it.
The receipt specifies what they are.
But it doesn't. Are you looking at the receipt?
Okay, let me clarify. You guys aren't communicating the right way. What the councilman's asking is if there's something in there that was purchased. We know what was purchased is hypothetically gloves. He's saying, who are these gloves for?
No,
Which
I don't even care
particular
who the gloves are
department?
for. I don't.
No, not person. Which department acquired these?
Yeah.
Not just the fact that gloves were purchased. I'm using hypothetical. That's all. Okay. No more questions. No more questions on the claims, correct?
I have one quick one.
All right.
Number
Nothing from the
48,
audience, please.
number 48, the Alan C. Young, it's an invoice, and I emailed someone, I didn't get a response on this, and I know what department. It's an invoice for
CPAs.
Alan C. Young.
it's a CPA for financial audit report for the year ending 6/30/2023.
Yeah.
And I don't know what that is, and what department can I email? Because I emailed one department, no response, to get an answer on what that's all about.
Which
Mr.
department did you email, Councilman?
I emailed the clerk's office. I mean, the treasurer's office.
Well, that's an audit goes to the comptroller's office. She's right there.
Okay,
Yes, Mr. Wencel, that is our audit that is going on right now for our year-end financial audit, that our fiscal year is June 30th. And our financial audit is due by 12/31 this year.
What did they do?
They're
Audit.
doing the actual audit. That's what I said earlier, that Plant Moran was being our liaison and actually taking on everything that they were looking for. So when you go through an audit, it's extremely much more detailed than what you're looking at here for Home Depot.
Chair.
They pull all kinds of papers and want to know what this is and what that is, and they double check and triple check everything.
Why isn't Plant Moran doing this?
Council Chair.
I mean, okay, you know what? I'll
Plant
just talk,
Moran is
I'll
gap.
talk to her. I'll talk to her.
Council Chair, can I please?
Go ahead.
Okay, so again, we discussed this 2 years ago. It was on agenda. You guys approved LNC Young. Okay, Plant Moran cannot do an annual audit, so they're actually doing an annual audit on the city, which has to be done every year.
That's to be clear, mandated. That's
Yeah.
not
Mandated by the state.
mandated.
Council Chair, I'll talk to her.
No, but I just want to be clarify this. Okay, so this company is doing an audit on the city. So you guys approved the motion to actually, we went out for bid. You guys approved it a couple of years ago or so. So now with Plant Moran cannot do an audit because they're actually helping us prepare for the audit. So you can't have somebody helping you with the audit and somebody auditing you at the same time.
Correct. Okay.
That's it.
Council Chair.
We're gonna go ahead and take this to a
Just
vote.
last comment. I hope you guys can take in consideration the request from the mayor. I mean, we do need people in the comptroller's office. If you're looking at those bills, we keep paying Glenn Moran. I think we need some people now. I mean, we'll save more money if we have more people in the office. So please, if you can consider something, maybe,
Okay.
raise that pay
Can
or
I
whatever.
just say one last thing regarding the Home Depot? There is account numbers on here, but going forward, I'll make sure that those count numbers actually have a name. Because obviously you don't understand the count number, what it actually
Thank
goes
you.
to.
They can write their name next to their
Yeah,
signature.
that's not a
Mayor,
problem.
can they write their names next to the signature moving forward, please?
Look into it.
Okay. Motion made by Councilman
Thank you.
Baydoun, seconded by Councilman Constant on fund transfers and current claims. All in favor, please state aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? The ayes have it, motion carried. Next up, I've got, I was sitting there gauging the audience and I seen 5 young ladies and gentlemen sitting here and they're just writing and writing.
notes, take.
And like, do we have additional reporters here? I know we have our reporter in the house.
I don't know about.
And they're just writing and writing and writing and writing. And
Looking.
on my end, I just keep looking like, who are these people that are writing this much? Yeah, I know. Until I walked up to them and then asked them, are you guys from a high school? And they said, yes, from Crestwood High School. So at this point, I'd like to recognize our Crestwood High School students who are here on assignment. And thank you for being here. Thank you for being active. And I look forward one day for these Crestwood students to be sitting in these seats, that seat, and those seats. So thank you.
I don't think Haas is waiving all fees if you want to take a photo with him today.
Yeah, that's cash. Okay, next up on our agenda, so thank you for being here. Next up on our agenda is item 8A, Board of Review Appointment.
Council Chair,
Councilman?
I move that the Dearborn Heights City Council concur with the mayoral appointments of Ms. Robin Massey and Ms. Saada Hujaj to the Board of Review, term to expire January 2027 and January 2026, respectively, as outlined in 8-8.
Support.
Okay, motion made by Councilman Ahmad, seconded by Councilman Baydoun for the tax board of review. Any comments on that or discussion? Hear none, all in favor, please state aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it, motion carried. Next item on our agenda is Ecorse Creek Commission appointments.
Council Chair,
Councilman?
I move that the Dearborn Heights City Council concur with mayoral appointments of Miss Valentine Peppers and Mr. John Burks. Mr. John Burks, Mr. Valentine Peppers, I thank you, Councilwoman. And Mr. John Burks to the Ecorse Creek Commission, terms to expire January 2025. These appointments are to replace Ms. Loretta Richard and Ms. Nancy Breyer. In addition, appoint Ms. Nancy Breyer as the council liaison to the Ecorse Creek Commission as outlined in 8B.
Support. Okay, motion made by Councilman Constant, seconded by Councilman Abdel-Hak. Any discussion on that? Okay, the only thing is, and I said it earlier during the meeting that we had at 5 p.m. with our city employee Ali Deeb. I'd like to commend the administration for just continuing to push, and please keep it on your radar. Ecorse Creek, Ecorse Creek, Ecorse Creek. This is something that should not go away from this administration. So if there's one thing you want to make me happy going away, let's keep that on our radar.
Council Chair,
Go ahead, Councilman.
I just want to mention that I've never received the bios on the new appointees, so I don't think I can vote on this one. Nothing against whoever being appointed, but I did request the bios, but I never received anything. Thank you,
Okay.
Council Chair.
Council
Okay.
Chair,
Any other comments? Go ahead.
Valentine Peppers has been serving. John Burke is the only new person and he attends a lot of the meetings.
Okay.
Okay, I'll take Councilman's
Peppers is also.
Okay, all in favor, please state aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it, motion carried. Next item on our agenda is item 8C, Community
Chair.
and Cultural Relations Commission.
Council Chair.
Councilman?
I move that the Dearborn Heights City Council concur with the mayoral appointment of Mr. Bilal Hamoud to the Community and Cultural Relations Commission, term to expire on August of 2026. This appointment is to replace Gary Barkoff as outlined in 8C.
Support.
Okay, motion made by Councilman Ahmad, seconded by Councilman Constant. Any discussion on
Council
that?
Chair,
Councilman?
congratulations to the Honorable Gary Barkoff. I know he has served on here for quite some time. I'm not sure why he's no longer serving, but if he has chose to step away and He has some health challenges, some health issues. I wish him the best. Gary's a great young man. Served our community for a very long time with the Dad's Club and the Cultural Relations Commission. He was actually one of the guys that were on there with me when we first started. I met him and I said, you know, who's this Gary Barkoff? And then now we've been friends and we talk often. And congratulations to Mr. Hamoud. I want you to.
No congratulations yet. We haven't voted yet.
Well, I'm gonna be voting for you and I hope that this gets passed, but congratulations if it does get passed. Please continue to work long and hard on this commission because it is an amazing commission. Latanya and Leslie and everyone else that is on this commission, Najaf, you guys all do a phenomenal job.
Okay, thank you. Motion made by Councilman Ahmad, seconded by Councilman Constant. All in favor, please state aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it, motion carried. Next item on our agenda is TIFA and Brownfield Redevelopment Authority reappointments.
Council Chair,
Councilwoman, go ahead.
I'd like to make a motion that the Dearborn Heights City Council concur with the mayoral reappointments of Mr. Richard Fetzer, Mr. Donald Willis, and Ms. Cheryl Wojciechowski. Terms to expire December 2027. Mr. William Davis, term to expire December 2026. To the Tax Increment Finance Authority known as TIFA, and the Brownfield Redevelopment Authority Board is outlined in 8D.
Second. Okay, motion made by Councilwoman Breyer, seconded by Councilman Abdel-Hak. Any discussion on that? Hearing none, all in favor, please state aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it, motion carried. Next item on our agenda is item 8E, Zoning Board of Appeals reappointments.
Council Chair,
Councilman, go ahead.
I move that the Dearborn Heights City Council concur with the mayoral reappointments of Mr. Johnny Vivnatsky, Mr. Joseph Persicone, and Mr. Michael Radzewski to the Zoning Board of Appeals. Terms to expire May 2026 as outlined in 8E.
Support. Okay, motion made by Councilman Constant, seconded by Councilman Abdel-Hak. Any discussion on that? Hearing none, all in favor, please state aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it, motion carried. Next item that had previously been on the agenda is new full-time positions, which has since been taken to a study session. Next item on our agenda is item 9A, Clerk, Senia, Annual Publication
Council
Amended
Chair.
Notice of Meetings.
Council Chair.
Councilman?
I move that the Dearborn Heights City Council authorize the annual publication of the amended notice of meetings as required under Public Act number 267, Public Act of 1976, with the amended notice of meetings to be published on Wednesday, December 13th, 2023, as outlined in 9A.
Second.
Okay, motion made by Councilman Baydoun, seconded by Councilman Abdel-Hak. Any discussion on that?
Council Chair.
Councilman?
Just quickly to our clerk. Well, let's just say hypothetically speaking, tomorrow Councilman Ahmad calls for an emergency meeting. Okay, well, he calls for a special meeting to be on the 2 days before Christmas, let's just say. Yeah.
That wouldn't be covered under here because it's a special meeting.
Okay, perfect.
These are just regular monthly.
Regular council meetings.
Yeah.
Thank
And all
you.
the boards and commissions do, it's required.
Okay. Any discussion on that? Hearing none, all in favor, please state aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it, motion carried. Next item on our agenda is item 9B, Council, that's mine, Council Chairman Abdallah, extension of the moratorium on used car lots.
Council Chair.
Councilman?
I move that the Dearborn Heights City Council extends the moratorium on used car lots in the city of Dearborn Heights for an additional period of 180 days immediately following the last day of the current moratorium, December 24th, 2023, as outlined in 9B.
Second.
Okay, motion made by Councilman Baydoun, seconded by Councilman Wencel. Any discussion on that?
Council Chair.
Councilman?
I can tell you that I am the last councilman to read your last motion.
Thank you.
Put that for the record, Council.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk.
Madam Clerk, I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor.
Council Chair, so after 180 days, obviously it'll expire. So is the other council members, are they gonna put a permanent ordinance for this year, or is this when it expires? So this is, I mean, I don't need an answer now, but that should be a thought. Obviously, you know that the ordinance is gonna take a while, for first reading, second reading,
Correct.
going in front of the residents. So if anybody wants to do that, let's start working on it.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor. So in this particular one, obviously, it was brought forward at one point and we just kept renewing it and renewing it. Primarily just watching to make sure that if there's any best practices to keep or get rid of. And I think it's worked pretty well for the city. Residents are happy. There's still, a lot of used car lots, but they're doing well. They're keeping them clean, et cetera, and this is helping.
This is for new car lots, right?
Correct. Somebody that's coming new.
New.
So in other words, if somebody's gonna come in and apply from scratch, they would not be able to based on this moratorium. Okay? Any other discussions on that? Hearing none, all in favor, please state aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it. Motion carried. Next item on our agenda is Councilman Wencel, extension of benefits to city council.
Council Chair.
Councilman?
Thank you, Council Chair. I'd like to make a motion that the city of Dearborn Heights City Council extend the same healthcare benefits and pension benefits provided to city mayor, city treasurer, and clerk to all 7 current and future city council members. The effective date of the healthcare benefits taking effect on approval of this date of the resolution, and pension benefits retroactive to the date they started their current term or terms. Furthermore, direct and authorize the city human resource director and comptroller to complete the necessary steps as outlined in 9C.
Yeah.
Second.
Okay, motion made by Councilman Wencel, seconded by Councilman Abdel-Hak. Any discussion on that?
Council Chair.
Let me give an opportunity for Councilman Wencel to start, if you don't mind, only because I stopped him during the public comment section, told him you'll have the opportunity to be able to speak during this section. Go ahead.
Thank you, Council Chair.
One housekeeping matter. We had asked yesterday to have the attorney, and we prepared a memorandum on this issue as well as the acts of the other issue we had. We were supposed to have it read in the.
I will give you an opportunity to read it too before we vote on it, 100%. Okay, Councilman Wencel, go ahead.
Thank you, Council Chair.
Yeah.
This is not anything new. There is precedent in this. Like I said before, the city council members for the majority of the history of the city of Dearborn Heights received benefits, and they were taken away from a motion to change the ordinance. This is not a charter item. This is a ordinance item. And it was changed in 1997. So it's been 20 years as it has changed. So this is nothing new. And one thing this would do, I know a couple people that would like to run for city council, and we all know these people. And this would be one thing to get them to put their name into the race to run for city council. We get more qualified people that, right? But if this is approved, I'd like to hold off on this because there's rumors going around in our cities and some financial problems. And to ask the city right now to pay for more, that wouldn't be fair. And I just want to lead by example here. And like I say, if this is approved, fine, we'll hold off on having it signed. If it's not approved, we can bring it up later. And there's issues as far as for the pension board, they need criteria provided to them. I emailed the HR department to get some numbers about how much this would cost, and I haven't got a response yet from them. And this, to compare this with other part-time employees, that's like apples and oranges. I mean, it's the average city employee, after when they're done with their daily shift, they go home and they carry on their lives, and they very rarely think about their job for the city. A few do, I understand that. But as city council members, we literally do our job and participate in things that occur in our job 7 days of 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And I know every one of us up here have taken calls after midnight, and we answered them. So this isn't like, you can't even compare this to a part-time job that's in the city. And I spoke with a person that was recently hired into the city that gets all these benefits. And this person doesn't live in Dearborn Heights. And they admitted to me that before they got hired in Dearborn Heights, they weren't even sure where Dearborn Heights was at. And we are all city residents here. And our job is a job that was mandated by our city charter that the residents vote us in. There's only 12 out of the like 400 or so employees in Dearborn Heights, only 12 have to be voted in by the residents. That's 7 city council members, the treasurer, the clerk, the mayor, and 2 judges. And these are the most 12 important jobs in the city. Not that we can't do it all, but we have a lot of responsibility. So I'm not asking for something that's out of the ordinary here and, oh, you guys are asking for your part-timers. And one of the residents say that tonight, you're part-time. Like I said, to compare our part-time job with other part-time jobs, not to discredit anybody, but Parks and Recreation help in the summertime. I mean, you're putting us in that category. Our situation is completely different. And I would like, if this doesn't pass tonight, I'm going to bring it up in the future. But like I said, if it does pass, I want to hold off on finalizing this until we're sure that the city can afford this. Thank you.
Okay, but just before we continue, you're gonna have an opportunity to speak, Corporation Counsel. The only thing I want to tweak, this thing, if it does pass, then I'm gonna hold off on it. Then to me, I'd rather have you, I'm just giving you my 2 cents worth, table it and that's it. Because it just doesn't make sense to vote on it and then we approve it, which means we're gonna move forward and then we say, oh, no, we're not gonna do nothing. Then there's no sense in voting on it. I'm just giving you my 2 cents.
Yeah, I know. I hear where you come from. What I'm saying is,
I'd rather table it if that's
we
the case.
approve it, say, okay, it's approved, and all we have to do is myself or another councilman make a motion some other time down the future, say, okay, now let's send it forward, not have to vote on it again because it's already been voted on. But I've got a feeling, I've talked to some people and I don't know if this is gonna pass or not, because I'd rather get all my ducks in a row.
That's why I'm saying it might be better to table it, but that's. Okay, Corporation Counsel, then Councilman Abdel-Hak, then Councilman Baydoun, then Councilman Constant, and Councilwoman Breyer. Wow.
Yes, we had our labor attorney that works with the pension and the write an opinion which we forwarded to
Correct.
the council chair yesterday.
Right.
This is from Chris McCullough, agenda item 9C for December 12th, 2023. The proposed resolution contemplates offering healthcare and pension benefits to city council members. This is analysis, the legal framework that should be evaluated prior to adopting such a resolution. Now, healthcare benefits. In general, the Federal Affordable Care Act requires employers with more than 50 employees to offer healthcare benefits to full-time employees or be subject to a penalty. Full-time employees are defined under the IRS regulations section 54.498 OH-1 as follows. Number 21, full-time employee in general. Term full-time employee means with respect to a calendar month, an employee who is employed an average of at least 30 hours of service per week with an employer. Now, the city of Dearborn Heights council members do not qualify as full-time employees under the IRS regulation, and the city therefore is not required to have healthcare benefits. Now, if the city were to offer healthcare benefits to city council members, it would likely receive requests for healthcare benefits from other city employees who work less than 30 hours per week. This cost would be significant. And that's when you talked about the study session and analyzing this or tabling this till we get a full analysis of what the impact will be. Now, pension benefits. The city, in addition to what the gentleman spoke earlier in the meeting, the city will need to review the summary plan description for its pension plan to determine if city council members are eligible for pension benefits. The plan may restrict entry into the plan to certain groups of employees. So the city will need to determine if the council members are in an eligible group of employees. Additionally, many pension plans condition eligibility on the employee satisfying the 1,000-hour rule. Under the Employer Retirement Income Security Act of 1974, ERISA, under the 1,000-hour rule, employers are permitted to condition eligibility on working 1,000 hours in a 12 consecutive month period. If the SPD includes the 1,000-hour rule, city council members would likely be excluded from eligibility. These are the issues we can look at in a study session if you'd like. And if we table it to give a chance to address all the issues and get the financial, as Mr. Abdel-Hak always emphasized, what's the impact financially?
Okay, Councilman Abdel-Hak is next.
I second this motion simply because I want to give my dear friend the opportunity to speak about it and for us to hear about it from each other and from the corporation council and from the professionals. And I do think it should go to study session. So we have all the information before we say yes or no on it.
Okay, Councilman Baydoun's next, then Councilman, right, go ahead.
Councilman, I thank you for bringing this forward. There's just a couple of things that I just have, you know me, I have to give my opinion on certain things. And one of the things that I have to give my opinion that I'm actually quite disappointed about is the individual that could be a great public service to this community refuses to run unless they can have something like this. And to me, an individual should not be running in Dearborn Heights because they're not looking out for the best interests of the city. We don't do this for the $10,000 after taxes, the $6,000 that we receive. We do this because it's charity. It's, you know, something that you can honor yourself. You know, my son's going to look back and say, my father gave his time to the city of Dearborn Heights. And that's what I want to look back at and give out. And I'm not trying to take away from what this person's saying, but I'm actually quite a little disappointed on that. I also think that as much as this luxury is amazing, I did also ask just a few people, and they said, I guess it violates a few tax laws, and that we need to be cautious and be aware of. Should council members receive health insurance? Sure, I would love it. But is it in reality going to happen? It's going to be very, very, very difficult for something like this to be passed. But to also add something else and give my opinion on your statement is 100%. I agree with you. We might be the hardest working employees in the city of Dearborn Heights. Because my phone as well does not stop ringing past midnight. I mean, my wife has a rule on the weekend of 4th of July, because her birthday is July 3rd. I'm not allowed to answer my phone. And you know what I do all weekend of 4th of July? I'm answering my phone. You know, and I'm telling people, oh, people want to call you to wish you a happy birthday. That's really not happening. Somebody wants their tree trimmed or something. As much as I would love to support this, or even see a study session, I just find it very, very hard. We don't have, I don't think we have the capabilities for the city to be able to offer this. But maybe we can offer a plan where council members can buy in and potentially pay somewhat and then, you know, figure out when, you know, but I don't think, you know, part-time employees at the end of the day, you know, we have to remember that the clerk's full-time. She comes in here 9 a.m., leaves at 5 p.m. I mean, you know, whatever, 8 a.m. I'm sorry, 8 a.m. The treasurer does the same. The mayor does the same. They have their pension and theirs because they're giving that up. I myself, I work full-time. My wife works full-time. But I also have the luxury of being able to go home whenever I want to go sit with my son. Whereas if I was the clerk, I could never do that. So, yeah.
Councilman Constant.
Thank you. Yeah, and I contacted Councilman Wencel briefly. This was a big issue years ago. The council members used to get both a pension benefit and health care. And then there was a vote and only Councilwoman Marge Horvath and Councilman Ken Barron received benefits under the old system. But when I was elected, along with Councilwoman Janet Abdallah, she didn't have any health care and was working as with MedLife. So I proposed that the council members be able to take some of their salary and buy into the benefits that are available to city employees as a group. But it comes out of the salary, a cafeteria plan. And I tell you, the people went crazy. They were Don Titus, who was a South Entrant. They were not happy. So there's an issue of whether or not this is just within the purview of the compensation commission that they have to recommend salary increases that meets every 2 years.
Okay, thank you. Councilwoman?
Yes, actually, it would be really unfair to the other part-time employees who would want it as well. And if we were to take the numbers of 200 people times $20, it would cost the citizens $4 million a year. It's excessive. And of the group coming in January, 4 are independent contractors. I think Denise and I can handle it. And the only one that would really benefit would be Tom. So
I don't think Tom was looking out for his best interest. I point of order on that.
Yeah.
I don't think Tom is looking out for his own self. I don't think he's trying to, hustle the city. I think we need to steer away from trying to implement that. Tom is doing that. Tom is an honorable person, and
And we should not be talking like that.
Okay.
Council Chair.
So my opinion on this is, and I looked at it and looked into it and I know Councilman Wencel's opinion on this. Although I do believe by paying city council members better, by offering health benefits, by offering pension, would attract obviously more people to be able to run for that particular position. But in the same token, and no, don't think because I'm leaving council, that's why I think like this. Even if this would have been 8 years ago, I still personally don't believe, with due respect, that and yes, it's not a part-time position. Believe me, I see it, I feel it. It's all day, calls, emails, et cetera, et cetera. But I just don't feel, because it's technically a part-time position, that we are owed a pension or health care as a council member. And even if this was 7, 8 years ago, I would vote the same way. Personally, I would vote against something like this. Councilman Ahmad.
Thank you, Council Chair. I also would like to echo all the council members. I mean, I did not run to this position for any benefits or healthcare, but just to serve the city. But I do respect where Councilman Wencel is coming from, and at least we can give them, just take it to a study session so we can learn more about it. So
definitely deserves a.
I mean, this is something new. I don't know nothing about. I mean, obviously, I didn't know it was. It did exist before before 1997. So at least let's study it. Let's see exactly what's the option here, and to learn more about it. If you don't mind.
Okay. So the motion was made by Councilman Wencel. Councilman, are you amending your motion to take it to a study session?
Yeah, I'll do that. I'll make a motion to take this, motion 9C to a study session.
Okay. Motion made by Councilman Wencel, seconded by Councilman Abdel-Hak to take item 9C to a study session. All in favor? First of all, any other discussion on this? I hope not. Thank you. All in favor, please state aye. Aye. Any opposed? Wait, please, nothing from the audience. No, don't do that. Please, you will throw everything off. This is very important votes. Thank you. Again, I'll repeat. All in favor, please state aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. Motion carried. Next item on our agenda is item 9D, Chief of Staff Hernandez and City Engineer Dibb.
What is this?
Council Chair.
Councilman?
I move that the Dearborn Heights City Council approve the Michigan Avenue Innovation Network main proposal and confirm that the city of Dearborn Heights is able to pay $1,821.07 portion of the initiative as outlined in 9-D.
Second.
Okay, motion made by Councilman Ahmad, seconded by Councilman Baydoun. Any discussion on that? Hearing none. All in favor, please state aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. Motion carried. Next item on our agenda is item 9E, Comptroller King, closure of bank accounts, phase 3.
Council Chair,
Councilman?
I move that the Dearborn Heights City Council approve phase 3 of the bank closures proposal presented by Plant Moran on March 7th, 2023. The pooled accounting. The closure of the following bank accounts will be completed by April 30th, 2023. American Relief Plan Act Cash 7452, Act 345 7344, PEG fees 9696, Major Streets 5439, Local Streets 7429, Escrow at Chase 1158, and CDBG at Chase 9387. Further authorize the treasurer to move funds to the Comerica General Account number 7191 as outlined in 9E.
Okay. Motion made by Councilman Constant, seconded by
I second for discussion.
Councilman Ahmad. Any discussion on this?
Council Chair.
Councilman?
I spoke to some people in these different different committees at 345 and why these are regulated and accounts and to be put in a general fund. I know it can be tracked, but to have these accounts, I think it's very important that we have separate accounts. Our PEG funds, our PEG fees are very, very close to me and all of us on city council because they give us the authority to spend money on our cable TV and our Zoom meetings and all that things. And Act 345, that alone should definitely be an account by itself. I mean, all these things here, I don't know why they want, and especially put into the general fund. You know, the general fund, that's where, okay, what happened to this money? You know, you gotta be responsible for it. And you ask a question, you gotta go into a program and you gotta look it up and see where, if it's in an account, all you gotta do is ask what that account balance is, or, you know, what, you gotta write some checks from that account. I mean, these here, several of these things don't make any sense to me.
Council Chair.
Okay, let's start with Councilman Constant.
Thank you, Council Chair. I mean, we saw the presentation from Grant Moran in March. The city of Dearborn Heights had upwards of 40 accounts. The software, when Councilman Wencel just said, for example, the Act 345, that has to be in a separate account. No, it's the ledger keeps track of the money. Years ago, people used to get their checks back. Now I think pretty much nobody gets their checks back, and you keep track of it, your accounts, electronically. These accounts cost money. We had the presentation, we did step one. I think this is very needed and a no-brainer.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Abdel-Hak.
Thank you, Council Chair. Madam Treasurer, Act 345. When do you have by law to pay the money to the pension board when you collect it?
When it's collected, what I had proposed that it be part of the tax distribution, which is by state law every 15 days, but we have not done that. That was my proposal, the goal that I wanted to get to. Currently, what the city does is it waits till the very last minute, which would be June 30th. Of each fiscal year, and then we transfer the money to them. What we have to remember with Act 345 is that it includes healthcare, which is looped in or included with our monthly Blue Cross Blue Shield payment, which is part of the interfunds. Part of my concern has been the interfunds are always being paid back to the general fund from different funds, and Plant Moran had flagged that as an issue for the city for many years on your audit. But I think the option to do direct pay would eliminate that, would be potential. But I just wanted to add that. But to answer your question directly, June 30th has always been, it's been the very last minute we were able to get done.
How much money the Act 345 approximately, and you know?
That's in the account right now?
We collect annually.
Annually, we're looking at like around 11 million or so.
$11 million.
Yeah, right now it has about 5.
And we did collect it
0.45.
in 2 phases.
No, your municipal taxes are all on your summer tax rolls. So the only tax that you're getting for your millage, from that millage, is going to come in for summer taxes that haven't been paid yet. So for people who are behind or late, because it was due August 15th, that's the only money we're going to see. And according to historical cash flow, we're looking at, on average, maybe 40,000, 60,000 a month total coming in that's paid to the city, and that's for delinquent summer taxes.
If we give every 15 days this money to the pension board and they invest it, they would earn
interest. Yes.
Okay. Do we give them that interest if we put
That
it in the
account
general
is a
fund?
non-interest bearing account for that reason, because we would not be able to keep the interest. That millage money belongs to the pension board.
So basically, we can reduce the liability of the pension if we give them this money.
We could. We would just have to retain the healthcare aspect, because healthcare belongs to general fund, because
how
general
is-
fund pays healthcare.
How is the cash flow in our city right now, and what you expect, our situation to be by June 30th next year? Are we?
Point of order real quick. With respect to the treasurer, she's a treasurer. She's not somebody that's going to tell us what's expected in the future.
That's cash flow. That's
Yes,
what the
she can.
treasurer does.
With my respect, she
Yeah.
can't.
And I've been right on about my cash flow reports.
I'm not trying to discredit you, but
No, we
Yeah.
know from the budget what we going to expect from each entity. in the
We know
state,
how much is
county,
paid.
federal.
I would just
Yeah.
interject, if we're doing leading questions to the treasurer, that's what it seems like. If you're putting open-ended questions and let the treasurer answer it, rather than leading the treasurer down a path. I just want to make sure that it's open, questioning and something.
Okay, so I don't understand. I'm sorry, what?
I'm just concerned about the cash flow. Are we going to be,
I mean, I have concerns as well, but I'll be reformulating that cash flow report that you had received. Again, it was the end of last week. And based on the discovery that our office has made by the internal audit we did. But I do have concerns, and the reason is because we're looking at things like payroll that at one point was a little over $500,000 every pay period, which is now $850,000. I mean, that's a significant jump, and you've got 13 payrolls left starting January 1st, right? So that's an easy thing to say, this needs to be considered. It's a flag.
Council Chair, I'm gonna put a standing objection. We've raised the issue about the accuracy of the treasurer's reports and the screaming, there's a fire, which has not been proven. I've taken the time to check with Plant Moran and our controllers. So I don't think it's fair to put this forward unless we're doing a debate or we have a proper explanation, because the treasurer is aware of the emails that have gone on between herself and Plant Moran and the discrepancies. I think the whole picture has to be presented to the city council.
May I object now, Stu?
One second.
just to respect-
One second. One at a time, and please go through the council chair. Okay, I'll allow you to ask the question, and then we gotta go with the controller.
yes.
She's got it, hold on, we gotta hear what she had stated.
Right.
We already addressed it earlier when I was talking about cash flow, that somebody had information on that was not shared at a council meeting. Because again, that was last week, the end of last week, in fact, Thursday, I believe.
Madam Chair.
So
That's misleading.
that is not misleading,
proven
sir.
true.
I have the
No,
dates.
ma'am,
I have the emails
ma'am.
to prove it.
Ma'am, that's okay. You didn't have.
I'm not saying, Roger.
My question.
So let's get to the question, please, so we can continue.
What is the benefit for putting all this money in one account?
I have concerns, basically with inflated, balance on the general fund and spending it. So there's some concerns. I also have concerns that when I spoke with our Comerica rep, that he raised some concerns as well, including daily operations and other problems. I don't know if we've ever even talked to Comerica at this point. Did we include them in the conversation to talk about what potential challenges there may be, about what issues there may be? I don't think so, because I asked them if anybody had talked to them and they had not. So again, I also shared with you this evening a way to get you down to 17 accounts, which is still closing your accounts, which is what is the whole purpose, right? I shared that with you.
I have one question for her, just one question.
Last question, we'll go with the controller.
So are you saying we can close other accounts, but you're saying you need?
What I'm saying is like the pool, like some accounts, the way the city was set up, some of these accounts have checking and they have pool, which is a savings account. Those accounts can be combined into a sweep account. That would close half of those accounts right there. Okay. There's other accounts I've already closed. And I have it in front of me. Yes, I do. So you have this in front of you. So there's accounts I had already closed. There were some accounts that we closed and we had to reopen. If you remember with the police department and the police chief, we closed accounts and you can't do that. And so we reopened them, which
That was the forfeiture account.
that is drug forfeiture and federal.
Handled by law. And I
That is
appreciate
correct. So Plan Moran told us we could close those. Reality is we could not. Okay, 21 bond account. I provided you the backup directly from the bond book. You cannot. They're telling you you can. Look, I'm not opposed to closing ones that we can, but I want us to be crystal clear on what we're able to do and what we should do according to law. And also, again, I'm all about the, pool count, general ledger, and some of these accounts like local and major, that stuff gets yes, I know this because I do the posting myself it's automatic through the bank code, right? You have a bank code that we receipt with. It automatically updates the general ledger. One transaction, one deposit per month.
Okay, Madam Treasurer, I want to hear from the controller, please.
Thank you.
Madam Controller, come on. Thank you, Madam Treasurer. Come on up.
Hello. Cindy King, City of Dearborn Heights Comptroller, and I have worked very closely with the treasurer on this. And right now we're going to agree to disagree. And we both know that. So I am for pool accounting. I am for the phase 3 of closing these accounts. And there's for many reasons. The main reason is because of the cash flow. The property tax account had $16 million in there, and that is supposed to be a pass-through. Yes, the treasurer did find the 11 million that belonged to the general fund. However, in my humble opinion, I don't think that that would have happened if we would have had pool accounting. We are still in the dinosaur age, having all of these accounts, bank accounts that really can be combined into one, and it's still going to do the same thing. Only it's going to be cleaner and better, because right now we have to deal with a lot of paperwork, stacks and stacks of papers that come into my office that need to have moved from one account to the next in order to, so that our BS&A general ledger is up to date. If we had pool accounting, that would not happen, because it would go automatically be coded correctly and would go right into the general fund on the account that it has to go to. Now, we're already doing that with our accounts payable. Our accounts payable, our checks are already being written out of specific accounts. We do catch it. When we know that that check has to come out of major roads or local streets, it's automatically coming out of there. However, the money coming in isn't going into those accounts unless we do what we call a warrant. And a warrant is, again, a physical piece of paper that we need to write out. I need to sign. I need to hunt down the mayor, have him sign it, and then take it over to the treasurer to have the money moved from one bank account to the next.
Okay, Councilman Abdel-Hak had a question, then Councilman Constant.
One last thing I do want to address, that your budget to actual, which has not been updated, when I look at that and it shows that our property taxes are at 18%, it should not be. It should be at 45 to 50%. So there is something going on that needs to be addressed. Now, I'm sure the money's there. It's just not put in the right account.
Okay. Councilman Abdel-Hak, then Constant, then Ahmad.
You know, those wires are done. That's not correct. Go ahead.
Cindy, thank you for the explanation. BS&A doesn't do this automatically, that when we write something and we expend it, we write a check, doesn't show it immediately in the right account, in the right line item?
The checks do, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
What?
It's the
deposits. I know that the treasurer, at the end of the day, they do reconciliation of everything they got in, and they have account number for each item it's supposed to be.
It's not working.
And they give you the copy of the printout at the end of the night. And the controller supposed to enter everything to each, account. Besides, we have Plant Moran, they supposed to be the expert on this. Why they didn't catch, the issue of the $11 million from May until today?
Council Chair, can I answer that?
Go ahead.
Okay, one second. Controller, do you want to answer, or the mayor?
No, she can answer, but I want to also build on what was said earlier, which was not a true statement again, because I do have the emails. Okay, when there was a statement made at the last meeting about cash flow, that the city is going bankrupt, basically, the way that it was sounded at the last meeting. We looked at, point of order, Council Chair.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so basically I sent an email to Plant Moran and I asked that question about the statement that was made. And they came to me, I have it in an email that was not correct, about the money that was sitting in an account that wasn't transferred back to the general fund. It was Plant Moran that brought this up. It was not an internal audit. Again, I have the emails. If you guys want, you guys were on most of the email traffic. I can re-forward it back to the council. So Plant Moran is the one that found that issue, that the money was not transferred into the general fund. It was not an internal audit.
Madam Treasurer?
I have the email.
It's. We had questions for Ms. King.
Councilman Constant, go ahead.
Thank you, Council Chair. Ms. King, isn't it true that if we have fewer accounts, then it's much easier to reconcile?
Oh, Please, that's one of the biggest headache that we have right now is trying to reconcile those accounts. And that's why we're paying Plant Moran so much money to reconcile those accounts. If we had pool accounting, there would be one bank account that would have to be reconciled. And the reason that it's so convoluted right now is because a lot of the money is being transferred here, then moved over there, then moved over here, and then coming back over here. And it's very difficult to follow. It's not on the exact date that the money is being transferred. So then you have to go back and go, well, I show on the bank account here that the money was transferred on the 3rd, but according to this, it wasn't transferred till the 8th. So there's a lot of that back and forth going on.
I do want to say this was a recommendation, the closing of these accounts was the recommendation of Plant Moran.
Absolutely.
Okay, Councilman, all set?
Please.
You all set or no?
I'm not
Go
all
ahead.
set.
He's not done yet.
And
there's,
the risk, if all the money's in a fewer accounts, I mean, the risk of the city bouncing a check or bouncing a payment is less, correct?
Absolutely. And the money is still going to be restricted. It's not like we have this big pool of money that we can just spend. If it's restricted, it's restricted. It's just sitting there and it's restricted. It's used for one specific thing, and that's whatever that one specific thing is.
Last question, the different accounts, the many different accounts, each account costs the city money when we open it and so forth?
Yes.
Correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
okay, Councilman Baydoun?
Madam Clerk, I'm gonna go off of this and I'd like you both to kind of stay up there. And this was March 7th, my birthday. I just turned 33 years old. That was March 7th of 2022 or 2023. But I want you to know, I agree with both of you. You know, as weird as that sounds, I agree that 40 is way too much. And I think we've talked about that. 40, I think everybody here on council.
43, I think.
We're at 40 accounts. Well, I just want to finish. I also agree with the clerk. There's certain accounts that we should not be touching regardless of what Plant Moran gave us, because Plant Moran told us that the forfeiture account should have been shut down. And I remember them coming back here. She had the biggest smile on her face and the chief of police telling us that account should have been shut down. Please, guys, I want you guys to reinstate it. What is it?
Wait,
Please.
hold on. Nothing from the audience.
So I will tell you this, Madam Clerk or Madam Treasurer, we have asked you as a body to really take what we've asked and, you know, to be a little bit more serious. And I respect your position. In reality, the administration should not be stepping in your corner and in your court and telling you what you can and can't do, because that is, you were elected by the people. And if the administration don't like it, they can go out there and you know what, get somebody to run against you. And if that person wins, then they can go ahead and have that conversation. However, this body here has also asked you to really bring that down. And well, just I'm reading it and I've read it. You gave me this just now, right before the meeting. So in reality, you didn't share this information with us prior to this meeting. And you asked us to read this and to really stand with you on this. But you did not stand with this council when we asked you to really lower it to 40, you know, from 40 to at least 30, which you agreed. I agree, some of them need to be shut down, but you've shown us in reality, nothing has been shut down. We're at 43 and we're at 40 accounts still. Maybe we're at 60 before, but 40 is still way too high. And so maybe the administration is pushing because they said, hey, nothing is being done. There's this restricted money inside these accounts, and there's some that are not restricted. And I'm just kind of speaking out loud here. And it's being frustrating on the administration's part. And I can see where it's becoming frustrating on your part. But I want you to tell you, I don't think the administration should be stepping in your court, but I also don't think that you should be undermining this council by thinking you're going to ignore us and think by, as of March 7th, only 3 or 4 accounts have been shut down, or maybe 8. It's not enough. We should be at 20 accounts. And I think you agreed that we should be closer to 20 to 25 accounts. I mean, realistically, I'd love to see 10 in total, because if you look at great cities like, you know, Garden City's at 10. You have Dearborn proposed is at 10. Dearborn, which has $160 million budget, is at 28. We're at 40, and we're only 1/3 of their budget. And I'm not trying to take this away from you.
No.
I still will tell you, I will defend you. This administration should not be telling you what to do, but you also need to take it a little bit more serious in closing some of these accounts. Thank you.
May I?
Yes.
I agree with you. And anytime the council's legislated, those accounts there's been action to close those accounts.
How many have closed?
What do we have? What's the number I gave you? I gave you the information in here. We have a total of 8 that are closed. I have another 9 that I recommend. And by the way, if you would please read the last paragraph on page 2, they're adding in the investment accounts. Investments are idle money that I invest with Morgan Stanley, which is what we've done. I hate to say we've always done this, but this is what we do. We've made over $1 million this year on those investments. Do you want me to close those? Do you want me to stop investing?
Well, what are we
money?
doing with that money? Is it just sitting there?
It's invested, earning more interest for you right now.
I know, but
And
when
by the
can you
way,
use that money?
It goes back to the account that if it's Major Street, for example, when it earns interest, it goes back to Major Street. If it's water and earns, it goes back to water because it needs to.
Our water rates don't keep going up.
And you have, I will tell you, we have over 12 million invested right now in water, plus what's in the water. Now, I have made a proposal to close many of those accounts and get us down to 17.
Madam Treasurer, with respect, what action have you taken to do so?
This is what I'm recommending to you.
I know.
And I know you
This
just
was
got
from
it, but
March
I had to
7th.
put it together. Yes. But again, based on the phases, I was compliant. The only thing I wasn't able to do was the Dearborn Federal Savings Bank, and I explained why. I started it. They said, no, you've got to do some updating of forms. I didn't get full support or cooperation. And then by that time I did. Yes, I did ask the council to reconsider.
Okay.
Yes, I should have said, instead of reopened, because I had already written that, but whatever, I asked you to consider. I always respect this body, sir.
Madam Treasurer,
Always.
I just want you to know, and please, I don't mean this in any disrespectful way. As the treasurer, we asked you as a whole body, including the administration, including Plant Moran, and I think all of us remember that day. But please consider it. And you were happy. You said, I will, and we will, and we had a whole presentation. You guys remember phase 1, phase 2, phase 3? I remember it.
Yes.
All right.
And we went through the phases.
And guess what? What has been done? Have we followed those phases?
Yes, we have.
One say
Yes,
no,
which
one say
phase
yes.
have
To be
we
honest with you,
followed?
seeing that we're still at 40, I don't feel like we have.
But the phase the question he asked was, with the phases we've gone through, what have we not closed out of those phases? There was the drug forfeiture and federal or confiscated drugs, federal forfeiture. We closed those. That was in the phase, I think phase 2. We had to reopen them.
I know, Madam Treasurer, you know what
But
you're
I'm
doing?
saying-
You're dwelling on that one. Let's
But
not talk about that one.
You asked me about the phases. According to the phases, and I have that presentation in here, we did close according to what you legislated. I would never not respect you or follow what you legislated.
How are you still at 40?
I've never done, because we haven't got to all those. And what you're proposed tonight are the big ones. PEG, Act 345, local major streets. Some of those accounts, like local and major, have 2 accounts. They've got pull. I said this earlier. They got pull and they've got the checking.
Okay, well, okay.
Propose closing one of them if you do a sweep account.
Look what I'm gonna ask you. Maybe we can refer this or take this to a study session, or maybe we can put a deadline, maybe a 30-day, but your wheels need to start spinning on some of these accounts that should not be still open. 40 is, everybody agrees, is too much, Madam Treasurer.
Council
Please.
Chair.
Okay, Councilman Abdel-Hak was next, and you'll be next.
Just first question. If we move all this money to the general fund, does it earn any interest?
It would in the pool account, and that's where I would put it because it doesn't belong in checking. You only have money in checking that needs to be there to cover checks that are written.
Can you?
So
can you
therefore, you'd
invest
have
it
to
if it
divide
is-
up the interest among those accounts.
Can you invest some of this money if we move it?
I can invest it, but again, if it belongs to major, let's say major has 3 million, that interest it earns should go to major. Should not go to general fund.
Council Chair. Mayor was next.
But I think what should happen, Council Chair, is at the next meeting, or maybe we need to send you, or the treasurer needs to send you whatever you guys voted on back in the day, after the different phases. I know we're several months behind schedule. That what's owed to you is what each phase, what we guys voted on, and what accounts are closed and what accounts are still outstanding. It's not that hard.
I will send that to you by Thursday because it's all public information and the motions are with the clerk and I keep those. So I'll be happy to send you that.
Ma'am,
That will show.
quick, I'm sorry, Councilman,
Thank you, Council Chair. I'm sorry, can you refresh my memory? How many phases do we agree on?
Three.
Three? So I mean, by phase three, we're supposed to be down to what, 18? I remember?
Phase three today.
I know.
Where is that?
So something must be missing still.
Right.
I have that. I can answer that. We have 4 phases.
4 phases?
Mhm.
And we're supposed to go down to what? How many? 18 or is it
Would be 13.
13?
And one though, because of the forfeiture account.
So 14?
14.
Okay, do you want to pull that? Can you pull that up? Go to phase one, and we'll answer your question right now and the mayor's question as well. Where phase one has 1% the admin fee, which we've already closed and merged with general fund.
Mhm.
It had traffic mobilization, which has already been closed. It had miscellaneous grants, which was already closed. We have building authority, it's closed. And sanitation, that was closed. Okay. And then it, yeah.
Did we have 58, Madam
Let me-
Treasurer? 58 accounts before?
Well, they were again counting investments. And investments with Morgan Stanley really aren't accounts. They're earning you money because it's idle money. Idle money that I can afford to invest based on I know when the city needs the money can earn you money. That's what it's done. Again, you've earned over $1 million. But let's go to phase two. Personal property tax with Chase. That was closed. That was merged with tax. Dearborn Federal Savings Bank, we already talked about that. Let's not, unless you want to talk about it again. Phase two included I don't know if you want to talk about it again, but confiscated drug money, we closed it. It had to be reopened. Federal forfeiture, we closed it. It had to be reopened. 21 bond is on here. That's the one I shared with you that says you can't do that. Okay, phase two, what else? Water escrow, that was closed. It was put into water. Hang on. Let's see, Dearborn Federal Savings Bank again. Phase three, that's what we're in now, tonight. ARPA, major streets, local, Act 345. Escrow at Chase. Community Development Block Grant, you have a letter from HUD in there.
Okay.
Okay.
We gotta wrap this up.
So I'm gonna just I'm just answering the question.
Can you tell me more about what's the escrow at Chase?
Escrow is something that is like for ski club, when say the students or the parents pay the deposit on a ski trip, it has to go into a separate account. And then it's when they pay off the full amount, it goes back into general fund when it's paid. Same thing with your commissions like Watershed Stewards Commission or Watershed Stewards. When they raise money, it goes into escrow because it truly does not belong to the city.
Okay.
So can you go over whatever we just received this from, this meeting from you about the HUD. So what?
Right. That's because I received it tonight at 4:55. I'm sorry. But that does tell you that those accounts need to be separate by law.
I know. So,
Well, somebody asked a question. So for phase 4, it starts May 7th, ends May 26th. And I believe that there should have been, and you guys, part of your presentation should have been 13, only the city of Dearborn Heights to have 13 accounts by June 30th. Way past.
okay. That's it. No more comments,
Tonight.
because if we need more comments from anyone, we're gonna go ahead and take it to a study session. So that's enough on this. I'm gonna go ahead and take it to a vote unless the council member decides to take it to a study session.
Council Chair,
Yes.
I don't think we need a study session. I think we can table it for the next meeting. Let the treasurer and the controller come up with a plan, because it seems like some of those, like CDBG says from HUD that it's not supposed to be closed. I mean, I want the accounts
Okay.
down, do your best. I don't know if we can just,
Sure.
to the next meeting. I don't want it more.
So Councilman Constance, one that made the motion, do you guys?
We need more
Are you okay
accounts.
with
No. And let me just say one thing. I saw the communication from HUD. Is that an official? Is that HUD speaking an official?
That is,
No.
that is
It's
HUD
an email
speaking
to
to
our CDBG director,
Yeah.
Hassan Jamal. I
Okay,
don't,
do you want to table this?
no.
Okay, so let's go ahead and take it to a vote. Motion made by Councilman Constance, seconded by Councilman Ahmad. All in favor, please state aye. Aye. Those opposed?
No.
No.
Okay, Madam Clerk?
Robert Constant,
Yes.
Zuhair Abdel-Hak,
No.
Hassan Ahmad,
No.
Wait.
Nancy Breyer.
Wow, where are we?
Great question.
Yeah, I have to make this.
Okay,
They close for the.
I'm sorry.
Aye.
Well, the motion was that Dearborn Heights City Council approve phase 3 of the bank foreclosures proposal presented by Plant Moran on March seventh, 2023. The closure of the following bank accounts will be completed by April 30th, 2023. Continue, Madam Clerk, please.
Nancy Breyer.
Is that incorrect if we can't complete it by April 30th?
Her question is the wording of the motion. It says, the closure of the following bank accounts will be completed by April 30th, 2023.
That's what was submitted.
Yeah.
And that's what we previously, that was the plan, correct?
Okay,
All right.
Madam Clerk, what was your vote?
I'll go with yes.
Okay. Councilwoman saying yes?
Dave Abdallah.
Yes.
Tom Wencel.
No.
Baydoun.
Yes.
Motion carries 4-3.
Okay, motion carried.
Right.
Next item on the agenda, Councilman Baydoun is gonna take care of that, please.
Next thing on the agenda is
9F.
9F. We have, is that where we're at? 9F?
Mhm.
We have Chief Brogan for MIOSHA, or Michigan Wish Grant Acceptance and Related Purchase.
Council Chair,
The Honorable Councilman Ahmad.
I move that the Dearborn Heights City Council approve the fire department's acceptance of the MIOSHA Michigan Wish Grant and approve the purchase and payment of thermal imaging cameras, TICs. This grant will cover half the cost of the TICs and at a total cost of $10,680 to be paid from the capital outlay 101-335-981-000 upon receipt. The city will be reimbursed $5,000 as part of the grant as outlined in 9-F.
All right. All right. Is that supported by Councilman Constant? Up for discussion here? Mr. Chief Brogan, I know you're here. Maybe you could shed some light. I know you and I had some conversation. This is a great thing for the city, always bringing money back to Dearborn Heights. So we want to thank you and the fire department.
Sure, yeah,
Quick synopsis on this.
yeah, this is the MIWISH grant, and it's going to cover 50% of these thermal imaging cameras. And so these are the great big ones, cost about anywhere from $15,000 to $30,000. These ones are more personal size, they're like $500 each, but we're getting 20 of them. So a lot of people are going to have them, and they'll just be more readily available at a fire scene. It's just going to make things safer, faster, and we could just do things much more efficiently when we have these cameras available to us.
All right, I'm gonna have you stay up there.
Sure.
All right, motion made by Councilman Ahmad and approved by Councilman Constant. Any other discussion?
Council Chair,
Councilman?
these cameras, where would the images go? Is there someone watching them or is?
No, it's just right on the screen that you're looking at. They're not being recorded. Correct, yep.
Okay.
All in favor, please state aye.
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 The ayes have it. Next up, we have 9G Chief Brogan on OHSP grant acceptance for vehicle. There we go.
Council Chair.
Councilwoman Breyer.
All right, I'd like to make a motion that the Dearborn Heights City Council approves the acceptance of the Michigan Office of Highway Safety Planning Grant in the amount of $930,000. In addition, authorize the purchase and payment of a crash response vehicle, the cost of which will be completely covered by this grant. Further authorize the Comptroller to create new revenue and expense general ledger numbers to track the grant as outlined in 9G.
Second. Motion made by Councilman Breyer, seconded by Councilman Constant. Any discussion on this?
Council Chair?
Councilman Constant, Councilman Wencel.
Thank you. Can you explain what the crash response vehicle is?
Sure. Yep. This is it's basically a heavy rescue. It will look just like a fire truck, but it won't have it depends. There are different options to outfit it, which we're in the process of building the specs right now, as long as you guys approve this grant. And it's going to have all the specialized technical rescue gear on it, car accidents, and we even have, we have our special response team that does like the trench rescue. We'll be able to put all that gear onto that truck. And so that's too much equipment to go onto a traditional fire truck, just because we have all of our other tools and all of our other tasks we have to do on the fire truck. This is just geared for a heavy rescue type truck.
the jaws of life and stuff like that.
Yeah,
things of that
yeah.
Nature.
That's correct. Yeah, and even more like we have the equipment that can like lift up a semi truck if a car gets buried underneath it, and so this is all that specialized kind of equipment. And again, this is the ghost of Lisa Martin coming through for us yet again. I don't know if you saw the grant. It's very unusual to have a grant this large, especially with no match. Usually it's at least a 10% match, and we don't have any match at all. So
Man, we like those grants.
yeah, that's our favorite kind. Yeah.
Heck yeah. Thank you, Chief.
Okay, any other discussion on item 9G? Hearing none, all in favor, please state aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it. Next item on our agenda, thank you, Chief, and thank you to Lisa. Next item on our agenda is item 9H, General Government Pension Committee reappointments.
Council Chair,
Councilman, go ahead.
I move that the Dearborn Heights City Council approve the reappointment of Mr. John Riley and Mr. Vince McCary to the General Government Pension Committee, terms to expire December 2025 as outlined in 9-H.
Support. Okay, motion made by Councilman Ahmad, seconded by Councilman Baydoun. Any discussion?
Council Chair,
Councilman?
I think this is a great reappointment. They both qualified. They both been in the city for a long time. And I recommend that we approve it ASAP.
Absolutely. And Mr. John Riley was a longtime treasurer of our city, very bright young man. And Mr. Vince McCary, longtime controller in our city. Again, great people for this position. All in favor, please state aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it, motion carried. Next item on our agenda is item 11A, Councilman Abdel-Hak, resolution regarding police department employment.
We missed the other two, 9I and 9G.
Oh, that's the one that was added. Was that the one that was added?
Yep.
I'm sorry, wait, one second.
The 9I.
9I.
Eton
Center, I apologize. That's one that was added. I
Council
apologize.
Chair,
Okay, item 9I, Eton Center, position appointment.
Council Chair,
Councilman?
I move that the city of Dearborn Heights moves forward with amending the budget to support the Eton Center as a full-time position coordinator and to publish the information online effective immediately by no later than December 31st.
Okay, motion made by Councilman Baydoun, seconded by Councilman Abdel-Hak. Any discussion on that?
Council Chair,
Councilman?
it's a damn shame that we have to do this. This is something that we have asked for a long time. It's a damn shame. That's all I have to say, Council Chair.
I will personally say, I don't know why there's been pushback on this. But there's obviously pushback on this. There's a reason why this is not moving forward, and with due respect to administration, I'm not buying that it's because of this testing and that testing. Because I know we've been talking about this easily a year plus.
Council Chair, it was told that December 7th. This was supposed to be published. We are at December 12th.
Well, no, but I'm talking about, we've discussed this way before then.
And Council Chair, we talked about it in budgeting in April.
Correct.
Like, this is embarrassing. But
Okay, Councilman Wencel?
Yeah, thank you, Council Chair. I was gonna say that about December 7th. About a month ago, we talked about this, and it was like the third time we directed the administration or the HR director to hire a coordinator with the equal pay and benefits of the Berwyn Center coordinator. And I think that should be in the motion also. And it was stated that, we gotta go through the proper procedures. And then we say, well, what are the proper procedures? Well, they have to be posted. Well, when are you gonna post it? Within a week? Oh, no, it'll be posted by December 7th. Oh, that's way too long. It's December 7th. It was like a month away. Why you have to wait so long? Well, that's got to go through the proper procedures. Now, December 7th is passed. And now we're saying, okay, now we're going to give it to December 31st. This should be posted by December 13th, tomorrow. There's no reason why it cannot be posted. And it was supposed to be posted. And obviously it's not, because the mayor read all the jobs that are posted, and this was not on his list of jobs that are posted. So the administration, be it the mayor or the HR director or someone, lied. And they did not live up to their promise. No, they said that they were going to post this by December 7th.
I know.
So they lied.
But in the event somebody couldn't do it, I'm not justifying it, but let's not use the word lied, please. Thank you.
Council Chair.
Okay, let's go.
Council Chair.
Councilman.
I just want to give a little bit more emotion on this, because I said it's a damn shame that we're still here, but in reality that
this is still happening. And I'm gonna direct this to the mayor. Really, this is a slap in our face, but I'm gonna give you the benefit of the doubt and just continue to say that you just dropped the ball.
Council Chair.
Council Chair, I'm still speaking. But I want you to know.
I'm being insulted here.
You're not being insulted, Council.
What do you mean?
You're
I'm
not.
being called a liar and, like disrespecting you guys and you can't even.
I'm speaking. I didn't call him a liar. I told him he dropped the ball.
No, the other
You
councilman.
and this entire administration dropped the ball on this position. That's it, plain and simple. And that's okay. The good thing about leadership is we can own up to it. Like, yeah, you're right. There is no excuse as to why this position has not been filled. There is no excuse. Take the heat. It's okay.
Okay.
Council Chair.
Mr. Mayor was next. 1 second.
No, keep the insults. I'll wait till then. Go ahead.
There is no insult
Council
here.
Chair,
The only
you know
one
what?
that insult the council chair is this damn administration, is this council body.
Council
And if you
Chair.
don't see that, and if nobody here sees that, and the mayor doesn't see that, then everybody must be blind.
Council Chair, the word lied is accurate here. In my family, when one of my kids say, okay, I promise you I'll do that, and they don't do it, guess what? They lied to me. The administration or the HR director, I don't remember who it was, said, okay, we will post it by December 7th. And guess what? They lied. Thank
Okay.
you.
Council Chair.
So,
I disagree again with the use of the word.
No,
I raised 8 kids.
Here comes
Okay,
Roger.
That is
Here
not
comes
a-
Roger.
okay. But, okay, I'm gonna ask administration to answer me because quite honestly, I don't know why this thing has not happened. So can we just put it out in the open?
Council Chair.
Why is it not happening? I'm just curious.
Again, this is ridiculous that you guys keep going back and forth, with the lying and all this stuff. Do you
No,
think-
I'm
do you
not
know-
saying
do you
lying.
think- Do you think we're just sitting over here not doing anything with the administration? With all this hiring, we've hired more people in the last 2 years than probably in the last 6, 7 years. Okay, so we're not just sitting here. We're hired. There's a lot of things that we're doing. All these contracts that came up for negotiations. Okay, we went back and forth. You guys accepted contracts, some on council. I don't want to bring that up. You gave up management rights that we're trying to get management rights on some of these contracts. Okay, there's so many vacations days. There's so many sick days. There's so much stuff going on. Okay, that we're trying to fix. Okay, this is not like an overnight thing. We're not freaking lying. We're not, there's just so much work to do right now.
But
We
this
asked for
particular position,
Council Chair,
why
we
is it
asked,
being avoided?
excuse me, we asked for some positions before, close to 20-something positions that we wanted, so we can move our city forward. Right now, we have close to $30 million that we have to spend in the next 2 years. And, we had 2 positions we wanted open. I apologize for, okay, you know what? I'm done. So this is not a laughing matter. I'm done. So I guess everything we've been doing, all the money that we received in the city for the last 2 years, over $30 million is a joke for some council members that wants to laugh about it. And the city's never gotten that many grants in 57 years. I don't think we've even gotten half the amount we've gotten in 2 years. That's not a joke.
Okay, but one second.
All that we have 30 water mains in 1 month. In the whole CWW, we didn't even have that much, all the cities combined. So there's a lot of work we're doing here. Nobody's
Okay.
ignoring.
Nothing from the audience,
Excuse me,
please.
Council Chair. I mean, what the heck is this?
That's what I'm saying. Nothing from the audience. Okay, but on my end, I'm just trying to understand.
Council Chair, like I said.
Do you feel as an administration that this position is not needed? Is that
Council
why
Chair,
there's pushback?
Council Chair, there's just so much stuff going on right now. We're trying to fix so much stuff that has been broken for 60 years that we're trying to fix. Okay, you guys been in closed sessions. You guys were aware of a lot of stuff that we brought forward at closed sessions. And we come to these meetings and everybody's like, oh, I didn't hear about this, or I don't know about this. You guys have heard some of the stuff that's been going on. I can't talk about closed session issues here. You guys were privy to a lot of information. So now we're being thrown under the bus for all the work that we're doing, trying to move our city forward. This city has gone a lot of stuff in lot of transition in the last 2 years.
Okay.
So
audience,
there's some
please.
stuff,
Nothing in
we
the
have to
audience.
prioritize positions.
I know, but I'm asking.
Council
specific
Chair,
questions. This particular
It's
position.
not just this position. There's a lot of positions that we need to hire.
I understand, but
Okay.
I'm trying to understand on this particular, and look, I'm gonna make it clear. I don't know myself personally, specifically. All I've said is let's bring this forward so we can vote on it. Is there a reason from the administration's end? Because this has been kicked down, the can keeps getting kicked down the line. Is there a reason? Do you feel that it's not
Council
needed?
Chair, like I said, like I keep saying, We have priorities and the position's still occupied. There's still people who are doing our work over there. It's not like it's shut down. Okay, we have priorities that we're trying to hire certain employees into the city. We have contracts. We have a lot of work to do. We have testing. We have a lot of things that we're doing. Okay, we're working more than what was done in the past with all the stuff we're doing. Okay, there's priorities. If you want me to put everything on hold, stop all the contracts and concentrate on one, excuse me, point of order again, Council Chair.
Okay.
We have audience.
Okay, 1 second. In the audience,
This is
please,
ridiculous.
can I have
This is
comment
a
from the
freaking
audience?
clown show.
Those in the audience, you'll have your opportunity during public comments to make whatever.
And don't even get me started about the stuff that,
Okay.
somebody's laughing
Go ahead.
about why,
Go ahead,
I don't even go there because that was discussed again at a closed session.
You talking about me?
No, not about you. Somebody from the audience who's laughing thinks it's funny.
Councilman Wencel, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Council Chair. Just to clarify what the mayor's saying, we appreciate all the things that have taken place in the city and the grant money we've gotten. And we've never, ever said that we don't appreciate it. We said just the opposite. We appreciate everything. And when you asked the question why this is not taking place, the mayor said he has his priorities. And I understand that as I'm taking that as this coordinator at Eton Center is not a priority.
Council Chair.
Otherwise, this would have been taken care of. We've hired, since we just started discussing this, probably a year ago. We've hired, like the mayor said, probably dozens of people or created dozens of positions. We've hired a Parks and Rec assistant director. All these positions. Coordinator at our senior center is a major position as far as I'm concerned. These are our senior citizens, the ones that give their whole lives, that wouldn't even have lived here their whole lives. And then not to put that on the top of the priority list is an insult to them and to me.
Council Chair.
Okay, will you?
Okay, Council Chair, I don't know. We can keep going back and forth on this. Okay.
Okay,
again,
let's take this to vote.
again, you guys, there was no budget amendment to do this. Okay, now there's a budget amendment. Okay, so we will post it.
Tomorrow.
Again, well, I don't know about tomorrow, but I can tell you, we have,
Why not?
today we had more than almost a dozen interviews that we were doing today. So our HR and several people in administration were tied up all day today in interviews. Okay, so again, there's certain things we have to do to keep the city operational. Okay, there's nothing, I'm not saying it's not a priority. There's certain things we need to keep the city running. And that's what we're trying to do.
Item 9I, let's go ahead and take this to a vote.
Council Chair, we have this now, let's just say this isn't published and the administration continues to kick this can down the road. And by December 31st, we still don't have nothing. Where's the respect to this council? Because I mean, it's happened 1 time, it's happened 2 times, it's happened 3 times. So my question is, what can we do to make sure that we're being respected? Because clearly we're not.
Well, unfortunately, at that particular point, you'd have to take it to court if that's what was chosen by the council body. But hopefully we don't need to get to that level.
Yeah.
Ask the Corporation Council what we can do.
I'm sorry?
Ask the Corporation Council what we can do.
Yeah, that's a good.
No, I'm serious.
I didn't hear him jumping.
My question to you is, let's just say by December 31st, the administration can, and I'm asking you this from a council member to my corporation council, they continue to kick this can down the road.
Why don't we just set up a
No, answer
Roger, man, can you just answer my question, please?
Sorry.
My question is, if they continue to kick the can down the road, and my resolution says that the Eton coordinators or the senior coordinator will be hired full-time by no later than December 30th.
Why when I start to answer your question, you say I'm not answering your question?
I'm because you're saying, well, why don't we do this? I'm asking.
Well, I am answering. That's how I answer the question.
You're-
I don't have to answer the way you wanted to do, but I'm answering your question.
Okay, give him a chance.
Please
to answer.
respect me as I respect you, okay? Now, it's a complicated issue, okay? As you heard, obviously, lawyers talk. Don't laugh at me too much. Lawyers talk. All right? What I'm thinking as a solution, okay? Why don't we set up a conference on Thursday? Today's Tuesday, on Thursday.
Roger,
this week.
my question is.
Can I answer the question, please? Out of respect for me, as I respect you. We set up a conference on Thursday with HR. We'll find out and get the full answers. I don't have them today, okay? I'm not gonna blow smoke at you as if I have it. I'm saying to you, let's set up a time to talk Thursday with HR. This is,
Okay.
this issue,
That's the swing.
this issue is a priority. I'm not disrespecting the issue. That gives HR, who's out for at least yesterday, and I think today. But let's get that issue done on Thursday and decide what steps you want. You want her hired. You want this
Okay.
person right away. You want her tomorrow, forthwith,
Okay.
right?
No.
So how are we gonna do that?
Wait,
Yes,
let me
that's
ask you
just
that.
that.
You're still not answering my question. Let me ask it my way. Okay, let me
Answer.
ask it my way.
Yeah, thank you.
So in sales, we know every word counts. So I'm gonna ask it specific. Provided, the key word is provided. Now we're using legal terms like you guys like. Provided everything is in place. There's not a single item that's not in place to be able to hire this particular coordinator, except saying, go ahead. With that being the case, everything is in place, but yet, for whatever reason, administration decides not to do it. The question from the councilman is, and let me know if I'm wrong. Provided everything is in place, again, so you can't say, well, what if we have to test? What if we have to put
No,
the ad?
test is done, everything in place.
I'm saying
right?
provided, and the keyword is provided. I don't know if it is there or not, but provided everything is in place. And they still, administration still does not follow city council direction to not only this particular item, any item for that matter, but let's use this particular item. What can this council body do next as the next step to make sure that the administration does what they were asked to do and voted on by council body?
Do a show cause hearing. Have a show cause hearing, have an explanation
what we
by
said, go to court.
administration. No, you could do a show cause here. You can have an explanation of hearing to have the administration explain itself.
No, but again,
It's for charter.
my key word, corporation council was.
Yes.
Provided, see, there's nothing that, no, I'm talking about where the administration just doesn't want to do it, for whatever reason,
Ah, I see, okay.
okay? That's what they just don't want to do it.
You're asking me a question of the powers, right?
But what
Then
would
we
be
go to
our
the-
next
Now,
appeal as a
Now.
council body?
first of all, you go, when I said a show cause, you look at the charter. We also have policies and procedures that we don't talk about. We have policies, procedures, we have ordinances. We have a show cause and we see what is the power of the city council? What is the power of the administration? Where do you stand? MML has agreed to come and do a session for us, a question and answer session for us, right? MML is saying, what do you want to do? Where's the power? What's your power? You can
Okay,
order
nothing-
someone to be hired? Is that what you're saying?
Okay,
We're
but
ordering you to hire
but-
somebody.
Roger,
Providing
provided
things in
everything is
place.
there, provided everything is there, and okay, let me phrase it a different way. Everything is there. And Mayor John Doe, so I'm not referencing specifically Mayor Bazey, Mayor John Doe or Jane Doe just doesn't want to hire this person, period.
I know.
So the question is, but let's say we as a body already said this is what we want to do.
You're
What's
saying,
our
you're
next step?
saying the administration is in contempt
Correct,
of the city council.
right.
What authority does the city council have to authorize the hiring of a person? First of all, I pointed out with the charter that a director is under the power, removal or appointment by the mayor. Mr. Baydoun didn't know that, right?
I didn't know that.
You said it. You said I didn't know that when I brought it up last time. That's what you said.
The mayor, you're wrong.
So I'm saying,
I never once said that.
what is the power of the city council? What's the power of the administration? Right? If you're getting into ordering who to hire, okay, is that you're saying that's your power? You have the power to authorize or order an administration to hire someone.
So within the city
Or are you
council,
saying that the
well,
council
city council handles all the monetary things, most specifically budget.
Agreed.
And in the budget is a halftime position, and we're saying we want to change the budget for that same person that's already working for the city to be changed to a full-time position. With due respect to Roger, you're giving me, it's not gonna come out right, but attorney talk, where we just go round and round and round and round.
No, I don't, I'm trying to say,
Okay,
you're saying to.
I'm sorry, 1 second.
Go ahead.
The next time I'll have you removed. Please, well, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It's a council meeting. If this is not acceptable to you, then you leave. Thank you, please. Thank you.
Let me try, I'm trying to be clear. I'm not trying to Gary speak that call. I'm trying to be clear on this, okay? The power of the council versus the power of the administration. You make the policy, they administer the policy, okay? If you're saying, we want by tomorrow, everything is provided, you've done your check. We want her hired. We have the power to tell you to hire her. And administration is saying, no, according to the charter, you do not.
We were not saying hire Josie. We were saying hire a full-time
Well,
position.
that's what
he's saying is-
I'm sorry if I
Okay.
misunderstood.
All
I
right.
will apologize. I heard you saying we want to hire Josie. And the administration said, is this task, whatever. And what if you're saying so?
Let me phrase it a different way. Forget Josie.
Okay.
Any task whatsoever that the council body has a right
I'm not gonna-
to ask for, everything is in place, provided everything is in place, and let's say any administration, not this
I
one,
will hold
decides not
this
to do it.
administration accountable if they don't follow the
Not you,
rule
but-
or the charter and what the council has asked them to do.
Okay.
Because that's my job.
Abdel-Hak, then yourself use first.
But
Go
already
ahead.
directed.
Raja,
Already
thank you
directed.
for,
They're talking to Mike.
thank you for the educational information.
No.
Nobody the city council does not have the power to hire a specific person. We have the power to allocate money and ask for position to be open. The mayor has the power to appoint any one of the top three who test for civil service test and pass with passing grades. So basically, I'm looking at this issue that within less than a week, we created a position at the HR, which in my opinion is really not needed, in my humble opinion. But we have been asking and begging in a way that please publicize this position. We're not asking him to put Josie, just to put it out, let people apply, let people take the test. Then he has the choice to pick anybody he wants.
And I'm supporting the city council. The city council says we've made a decision and everything has been in line and administration is not following what we've said, then the administration has to be held accountable. I'm with you.
What is that?
That's
the question. How can we follow my? What is the accountable?
Well, what do you suggest? I mean, the question becomes, what is the remedy? Right?
That's what I
Now,
wrote down.
what's the remedy?
This is the
And-
second
and-
time we
and
pass a
maybe we haven't-
resolution about this issue.
Sorry.
All what we ask, and we are not butting heads with each other here. We're just
you.
trying to move something. Serving our seniors at Eton Center is more important to me than FOIA or confidential secretary at HR. So please work with us and let's move forward and let's put this out for, people to apply and test.
Councilman Constant, go ahead.
So this city attorney hit the nail on the head. The issue is what's the remedy? I mean, there's a lot of remedies. I suppose the city council could file a lawsuit. It wouldn't go anywhere, or the city council could say, all right, fine. If she's not hired and by December 15th, we're not going to approve any payments of any of the city's bills, A, B, and C, blah, 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 which gets anybody nowhere. What I'm hearing the administration say, and what I'm hearing the city attorney say is, we understand that, we want this position, Josie hired full-time yesterday. It hasn't been done because of A, B, and C. So I think we need to talk about is we need to do A, B, and C right away. Maybe hire her temporarily, even before full-time, even before the civil service tests and so forth are done, pending, everything else being completed. But as far as I think what the city attorney is talking about, there's separation of powers. So just like the mayor could say to one of us, we need to redo the tree ordinance. But it's up to us to redo the tree ordinance. But they have the power to hire and fire. So there's a list of remedies as what can be done. Maybe we can request something in writing as to when this person will be hired full-time and what needs to be done.
Okay.
And also find out from the recreation director. Why
Thank you.
it hasn't been done.
Okay, motion made by Councilman Baydoun, seconded by Councilman Wencel. All in favor, please state aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it, motion carried. Next item on our agenda is item 9J from Councilman Ahmad.
Council Chair,
Councilman?
I hereby move that the city council allocates a budget of 50,000 for the appointment of a special legal counsel. This budget will be sourced either from the corporate council or the general budget as deemed appropriate by the city council. and to go ahead and direct the city clerk to take the necessary steps to facilitate the allocation and disbursement of the specified budget for the special legal counsel.
Support.
Okay, motion made by Councilman Ahmad, seconded by Councilman Abdel-Hak. Any discussion on that?
Council Chair,
Councilman?
just one question. So did we not already have this money budgeted?
No,
We did not.
no.
Okay.
We're doing right now. We're doing right now.
Past, but we
But
didn't
not
have
this
it
year.
no.
Or we had something like
$5,000, Ray Muscat, Councilman Muscat asked us to remove it.
That's it. That was my only.
And it was said that this was a liquid account. You guys can always add or subtract. That's
Right.
what was told to us that night.
Okay,
Council Chair.
Councilman?
Yeah, there are some issues came, in front of us, and they are big item issues and very important issues. And we have difference, with the opinion, with my respect to Roger, we have difference with his opinion. So for our, peace of mind, we need to have a second opinion, not because we do not trust him, but it is always good to have a second opinion. Then when you make a decision which affects the resident, affect the budget, that you make it the right one.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments from council members? I can tell you for myself and my 8 years of service on the council, I was one of those that pretty consistently voted against this because I was thought one attorney is enough. Why do we need a second attorney? And why spend that money on it? But I can tell you I've had, I believe I've made a mistake. And actually I did make a mistake because in all my years, I used to always think, well, they should be able to represent us both. But the reality is, and this is no reflection on Roger or anyone or anybody else. The reality is, as attorneys working at will, at any point, any mayor can get rid of that particular attorney. So that puts that financial burden on that any attorney, not just this particular attorney. But also they work with that particular attorney, with that particular mayor on a day-to-day basis. So that develops obviously a relationship there. So that becomes a little bit more problematic. But then in addition to that, on a third count, whenever you're making a big decision, you need to see an attorney, you need to see a doctor, you need to see an accountant. It's always a good idea to get a second opinion. And in my humble opinion, I've made a change of heart and I believe I've made a mistake in the past. And personally, I'm in favor of getting an attorney for the city council, just so that you could have a second opinion and then be able to make a decision. Any other council members?
Council Chair,
Councilman?
I also want to say that I'm glad that the councilman brought this forward. Anybody that sees that there's an issue with this is clearly saying that they want to silence this council or don't want the best interest for the residents. That's what I personally believe. And we can differ on how we believe on things. And at the end of the day, look, every single one of us are doing this for charity. We're doing this because we care. And I want an opinion from 2 corporation councils. The city of Dearborn has 10. The mayor, I believe, has 4 or 5. Between labor and different associations. The council has 1. And no, we've never sent anything to Roger. And Roger's done nothing wrong. Roger's a great man, does a great thing, but this council wants to feel like it's being protected. So yeah, I'm glad that we brought this forward. Thank you.
Council Chair.
Councilman Wencel?
I think those points that you made were very valid and very true, and it really hit me in my heart when you said those things, because those are 100% true. I mean,
Unless you've ever said to him.
Yeah.
Okay,
And
thank you.
your last meeting, you're coming up with some very interesting things.
Okay.
Mean a lot.
It only took him 8 years.
All right, let's go ahead and put this to a vote. All in favor, please state aye.
Can I have a comment before you finish? Council Chair?
Wait. Okay, I will allow you to speak. Just one quick second.
I think
What was that?
Madam Clerk want me to read
go
the
ahead.
whole motion.
I'm sorry?
The whole motion. She wants me to read the whole motion. So I hereby move that the city council allocates a budget of $50,000 for the appointment of a special legal counsel. This budget will be sourced either from the corporate council or the general budget as deemed appropriate by the city council. The special legal counsel shall be chosen by the city council body through a transparent selection process. The appointed legal counsel will exclusively answer to and provide independent legal advice to the city council. The purpose of this allocation is to ensure that the city council has access to unbiased legal counsel, enabling us to make well-informed decisions and navigate legal matters effectively. The $50,000 budget allocation for the special legal counsel shall be dispersed from either the corporate council or the general budget with the determination to be made based on the council's financial priorities. The city clerk is directed to take the necessary steps to facilitate the allocation and disbursement of the specified budget for the special legal counsel. That's it.
I'd also like to add that it's, can we add time to that, Councilman? That's okay, Councilman.
Timeframe, that's what?
I'd like to add that, let the clerk to effective immediately publish this information. And maybe we can have after this, our first meeting, we can have like a bunch of attorneys can come and speak and say who wants to represent us. I want this to be a public, and the council can make a decision by this, let them interview.
If I may, I'm just
To the council, by the way.
I'm just gonna do something. I'm just gonna read. Now, I love paying lawyers. Okay, lawyers need to be paid. I'm not against that. Okay. All right, but I'm just gonna read section 5.13 Corporation Council Function and Duties. There shall be a corporation counsel who shall be appointed by the mayor, subject however, to the approval and consent of the council, and he shall be and remain a member of standing of the board and perform the following duties. Under J, what you're talking about, the mayor or the city council, the mayor or the city council may retain special legal counsel to appear of counsel to the corporation council for the purpose of assisting the corporation council for a special matter and for such limited time and purpose as the mayor or the council shall specify. I'm arguing that your motion goes in contradiction to the charter that I just read.
This charter, this motion was made.
This is the charter.
I know.
All right.
And the good news is this is the first time that this body did.
I'm not saying you can't appoint a special counsel. I'm just saying the charter has the specific ways and manner, and your motion goes beyond the charter.
But this was never brought up in the past while I was counsel. Not from you, I'm talking about from.
I know. I wasn't involved in that fighting and
Sure.
What I'm doing is saying your motion is going.
What part of the charter is this?
I'm talking, counsel, just respect me.
What part of the charter?
I'm saying that how the charter has it specified in the language I just read to you. Your motion is going against the charter. Can you appoint a special counsel? Absolutely. You pick your, it says the way it's done under J, and I've read it to you. If you want to go against the charter and do this motion, that's your decision. As I said, I'm advising.
Okay.
This is what the charter says.
Appreciate it.
And if your language is, then we take the step. Should I read it again?
What section is it in the charter?
Section 15, section 5.13, section J. The mayor or the city council may retain special legal counsel to appear of counsel to the corporation council for the purpose of assisting the corporation council for a special matter and for such a limited time and purpose, for such limited time and purpose in the mayor or council shall specify.
Council Chair?
Okay, Councilman Abdel-Hak was next, and then the mayor, then Councilman Wencel.
Roger, in your opinion,
Talking to the microphone, please.
in your legal opinion, so we are within the charter. What should this motion say?
Retain, if you need a special counsel for a matter, absolutely. Let's get a special, what matter do you need a special counsel appointed for?
The city council.
You pick, technically, well, special counsel, I think you guys can pick. But the other
I believe
legal counsel,
we
I
have
can-
to
I
go
pick.
through you to hire and negotiate.
And I'm not,
that
I'm not,
person.
I want us to follow and for the responsibility of the people. I like paying lawyers, as I said, I'm not kidding.
Again,
Okay, if
I'm
we
just
need-
asking as a lawyer for us and for the mayor. How should we read this motion in order to be legal by the charter? If we want to retain
The council,
the
may,
lawyer.
the council may retain special legal counsel to appear of counsel to the corporation council for the purpose of assisting the corporation council for a special matter and for such limited time and purpose as the mayor or the council shall specify. So if you put a fund earmarked there, then you will draw down from the fund as you need the lawyer for whatever issue that comes up that you feel you need a second opinion,
Yes,
which I think is fair to you. And I'm not gonna say I know everything or have all the answers, but if you need it, then you draw down from the fund for the special issue that you need. That's how I think it should be worded. So that gives you your protection and your safety net that you're asking for yourselves, but it's following the chart.
can you write such a motion for us?
I can do that.
So
yes.
we can vote on it and we can retain our own lawyer.
I can write the motion that you.
Okay.
that
How
follows
long
the
do it
chart.
right now? How long you need? No, we can't do it right now, but I just want to, I understand what he's saying and he's right. I'm just asking you on behalf of this council to write a motion for us that the council will put, will retain a lawyer for some issues which comes in front of the city council.
I can finish it this week.
Okay. Can we bring it up next meeting?
Yes.
Okay, if that's the case, then Councilman Ahmad would have to amend his motion.
No, I would like to still vote on it.
Okay,
Yeah, we have a motion on it.
so a motion made by Councilman Ahmad, and who is the second?
Me.
Second by Councilman Abdel-Hak, second by Councilman Abdel-Hak.
Can I ask my dear friend Hassan, can we put it contingent to receiving
We can create like a
written
fund right
opinion
now
from-
until he come up with the motion.
The proposed,
we don't want to go against the charter, trust me.
So the way you can make it.
Can we
be-
make it contingent
You
on
make it
receiving
Subject
to final
final revisions.
revision from the
Corporation Council.
corporation?
Okay, I'm
Council?
fine with that.
Okay, let's be on the right
Okay.
side of the charter.
Okay, Councilman.
Thank you, Council Chair. I think the intent of this is to only use him for special matters, not a full-time sitting here right next to us or if he's in the audience or whatever. Not for every decision we make. It's only when we need him for, like the Corporation Council said in the charter, for special matters. And that's exactly what we'll be using him for when we need him for special matters. And I think we should
Councilman,
amend
he or
this a
she?
little bit. Pardon me?
He or she.
He or she.
Them, hire them to sit down the audience. I think it should be amended a little bit to have a time frame on this. I mean, by December 31st.
Council Chair.
Okay.
Why can't we just do it?
We're gonna publish it.
I guess we have specified that next regular council meeting,
In January.
Mr. Roger is going to bring this for us to vote on it, for you guys.
No, well, I think we should vote on.
Okay, so let me tell you guys something. Even if we vote on this, even if it gets approved, even if we don't make it contingent upon corporation councilors' revision and approval, anything you vote on that's against the charter, against the state law, against the constitution is automatically void. So therefore, if we vote on this and approve it tonight, and Corporation Council can prove beyond a shadow of a doubt that it is against the charter, it would automatically make our motion void. Is that correct, Madam Clerk?
Yes.
It would be void. So in the Constitution, for example, you have to be over 18 to vote. But if we made right now a motion and said you can vote if you're 13, it'd automatically be voided because it's against the Constitution.
I just want you to know.
It's not enforceable.
Council Chair, I just want you to know. I'm sure when there's a lack of attorneys that want to come represent this council, one of them are gonna tell you their opinion that it may not be illegal, and guess what? Then you can leave the courts to decide that.
Okay, some things are opinionated, but some things are as clear as.
It would be void, Councilman.
Council Chair.
Council Chair, I
That's
have
just the
to
law.
just say something.
I'm gonna.
Mo, please listen just for a second.
Yes.
When the city council decided to hire lawyer for forensic audit, they didn't go through the proper procedure by going through Mr. Mayatki. We end up in court and we end up to spend close to $200,000, guys, in order to have the mayor sign the contract with Schenck. So we don't want to sit in that position. So please just put it contingent on receiving the opinion from Roger within, he's saying next meeting. Let's do that
Okay.
and be on the safe
If
side.
that's the case, then you'd have to have it contingent upon a favorable opinion of the Corporation Council, because otherwise, if he just gives an opinion, whether good or bad, doesn't automatically make it pass.
I thought I was just writing it according to the
How to do
charter,
it.
rewriting it according to the charter,
Rewriting the motion.
sending it to you to review, all of you to review.
How we can do it pursuant to the charter.
Not filing. the-
Excuse me, Councilor Chair.
Right.
I think I was very clear. I'm asking you to guide us in a positive way to hire our own legal attorney for matters related to the city council.
Okay.
Clear enough?
Yes.
Thank you.
And if we could, you and I can meet again.
No problem, anytime.
Section J, correct? Corporate counsel, subsection J.
5.13.
So final opinion, what do you want to do? It's your
I'll
motion.
go with the recommendation with the Councilman Abdel-Hak.
Thank you.
I will, we'll vote on it with the contingency of coming up with something from Corp Council.
All right, okay.
Council Chair.
But hold on.
Council Chair.
Timeline on this.
We're
If
all.
we can do it, if we
I know,
can we have it by next Tuesday?
We're all over.
Okay,
Went by next Tuesday.
it's the same motion as Councilman Mamad,
Okay, so we got that part.
Yeah, we can
Subject
still have
to-
one meeting.
subject to final revisions and approval for the charter from Corporation Council. At which point, of course, it'd be given back to.
window.
Well,
By next Tuesday. By next.
by next Tuesday?
Next Tuesday.
By next Tuesday, okay? Whatever that date. happens to be.
12/19.
Whatever happens to be, okay? Let's go ahead and put this to a vote. All in favor, please state aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it, motion carried.
Council Chair, before we go any further, the previous, what was it,
Stop.
9I, the Eton Center motion. We voted on it and the motion was made at the beginning of the meeting. We talked about a lot of things after
The
that.
first beginning of me was just to add it on the agenda.
On the agenda,
That's
okay,
it.
but there was.
It wasn't approved.
What was the motion?
I made the motion.
What was the motion?
Initially, to add it on the agenda.
And no, the motion we voted on 9J.
We're gonna go back to the recording because we didn't make it clear, but I have to amend the budget that's published.
There was no time frame on that.
I said by December 31st,
For what? To do what?
12/31, that has to be posted and let them being able to apply by.
It should be posted tomorrow.
That's,
Okay,
I know.
all right, yeah, okay.
Yeah, that's good. Let's go back
Okay,
to,
all right.
all right, next item on the agenda, item 11A, Councilman Abdel-Hak, resolution. What? I'm sorry, I didn't read
Go
that.
ahead.
Oh, okay. Item 11A, Councilman Abdel-Hak, resolution regarding police department employment.
I make the motion that the Dearborn Heights City Council approve the resolution regarding police department employment. That the city council eliminate the 2 directors' positions from the police budget and to allow the Act 70A rules in any future hiring to the police department as outlined in 11A.
Second.
Okay, motion made by Councilman Abdel-Hak, seconded by Councilman Wencel. Any discussion on that?
Council Chair.
Councilman?
I'm bringing this resolution because I really have nothing or ill feeling toward the 2 directors. Unfortunately, they got caught in a position where they shouldn't be because they are very respectful people. And they have done nothing wrong whatsoever. But the administration hired those 2 positions out of Act 78 rules. The police union, supervisor union, or whoever they approved in their negotiation and their contract, that they have the right to waive the violation and to give the mayor the okay that he can hire in this time outside of Act 78 rules, and in the future he can hire him. That is wrong. Absolutely wrong, and I can't challenge it in any court of law, and I believe I will win. But for the sake of discussion, I brought this in, and I would like it to be discussed in the open. So this doesn't happen in the future, and the mayor doesn't think that he's the general in the city and we are his soldiers. We are in democratic society. There are rules and regulation. There are laws. And he keeps, unfortunately, making the same mistakes. And this costs the city money and time and agony. And it put some people, in really depressed situation. They shouldn't be. They should come to work. They should be happy to come to work. They should be coming to a pleasant atmosphere, not to a place where there is everybody waiting for everybody. So I would like the council to discuss this and, and I really would like to table it because I want to give the city council, the new city council, the opportunity to look at it and to make decisions because we have two new city council members and they have every right to make that decision and to be participant in this decision.
I tell you for myself, Councilman, first things first. Provided the mayor followed the guidelines of Act 78, then based on that, it would make it within the mayor's power to be able to hire any directors. Provided Act 78 does not allow that, then it would not be in the mayor's power. With that being the case, until it's proven to me beyond a shadow of a doubt that a mayor does not have the power to be able to hire, whether it's these two directors or 3 or 4 or any directors.
Or the Eton Center.
Huh? Or Eton Center, I get it. Unless it's proven to me personally as a councilman that it is not within the powers of the mayor, and it had to be proven beyond a shadow of a doubt, then to me, now I'm thinking like a businessman. Now as a businessman, you've got 2 directors in place right now, doing everything they can within their powers with the chief, of course, and the whole transition team to take this police department forward. To me, this is not the time that I would rock it. Now, if it is proven that a mayor cannot hire directors, then personally, I would be all in favor of this type of a motion. But unfortunately, and only God knows why, it's never been totally clear whether it is within the mayor's power, any mayor for that matter, to hire based on Act 78 or not on Act 78. And I know you guys have seen like multiple opinions on this, but it's never been a clear shot. That's just my personal take on it.
So Council Chair.
Council Chair, can I read? I asked our labor lawyer who's dealt with the Act 78 with the police officer.
Okay, let Councilman Bedouin ask personally, you're next.
Well, I want to hear what the labor attorney has to say,
Sure.
but I also want you to keep in mind that the labor attorney wrote up their contracts.
It was the collective bargaining. I'll get to it. I'll read the opinion and show how it came about.
Okay.
May I, Council Chair?
Go ahead.
Yes, this is from Council Chris McCullough on agenda item 11A. Based on my review of the proposed resolution, it appears to contain legally inaccurate statements. For example, the following statements are inaccurate. Whereas the hiring of any police officer has to go through the rules of Act 78. Whereas the Police Supervisors Union does not have the power to change the rules of Act 78. First, there's an ongoing dispute over whether the city of Dearborn Heights properly adopted Act 78, the promotional system, because the ballot language that was not approved by the Office of the Attorney General before being placed on the ballot in 1964. If Act 78 was not properly adopted, the Act 78 promotional process would not be applicable to the appointments of the police directors. And I did FOIA from the Office of the Great Seal, and I got their response. They could not find digitized, or even when they literally walked over to the archives to show that this was certified. Now you look at the statute, the Act 78 statute says it has to go to vote. And the vote has to follow all the procedures of the voting process, which was just listed. However, second, even if Act 78 was properly adopted, the police directors were properly appointed through negotiations into Mr. Baydoun with the Command Officers Association of Michigan on the Michigan's Public Employment Relations Act. The Michigan Supreme Court held in 1979 in the case of IAFF Local 1383 versus City of Warren, 441 Michigan, 642, 1979. That a municipality and a union may negotiate changes to the Act 78 promotional and hiring process through collective bargaining, even if the change conflict with Act 78. Specifically, the Michigan Supreme Court stated as follows, page 649 of the opinion, quote, "We hold that the contract provisions governing promotions entered into under PERA," that's the Public Employment Relations Act, "is valid and enforceable. We also hold that this provision sets forth the promotional system for employees in the local 1383 bargaining unit, notwithstanding conflicting provisions in Act 78 or the City of Warren, the Warren Charter. The city's collective bargaining process agreement with COAM states as follows in Article 11.1. The parties recognize that under the agreement reached under PIRA, the following individuals will retain their positions. Jared S. Hart, Chief of Police. Paul D. Vanderplow, Director of Special Support Services. Kevin M. Swope, Director of Public Operations. This was under the collective bargaining agreement, names specifically listed in the contract. It is further agreed that the city fill the director's positions in the future. Those positions will be filled in accordance with Act 78 provisions. Accordingly, based on the information I've discussed herein, it is my opinion that the proposed resolution contains legally inaccurate statements. And I think the act itself, Act 78, you can take a look at it, look under section 4, which talks about the process and procedures. And above that is the actual language that was put on the ballot or should be put on the ballot. But the review process needs to be followed as anything put for an election. Any voting process has to follow it. If it's not followed and it's not certified, and again by FOIA, I could not find it in the Office of the Great Seal. They could not find it. They cannot find it in the archives. Wayne County, our clerk has checked as well. Okay.
Okay, sure. My couple of questions. I think in your last statement, you said moving forward, a director position needs to be filled through Act 78.
That's what the
Contracts actually
collective
put Act
bargaining
78.
agreement
The
says.
contracts that the office, they include Act 78 in there.
I understand that. And my question to you is, your last statement was, so let's just say, we're not talking about our two directors. We're talking about a random two different directors. We're talking about Dave Abdallah, the director, and our honorable Bob Constant as the director. And say Bob retires, or Bob leaves, or Bob gets fired, or Bob quits. Does that position go back to having the autonomy of the mayor to fill it? Or does it say they have to go through Act 78? And read me that last statement.
I'm reading what it says.
That's what
This
the
is from the
collective bargaining
contract.
agreement says.
I understand the collective bargaining that they agreed
I'm
on.
just gonna.
I know, this is what I'm discussing.
I don't want to get emotional.
Can you answer that question for me?
I'm trying to. Okay, the parties recognize that under this agreement reached under PIRA, the language of the contract, the following individuals will retain their positions: Jared Hart, Paul Vanderplow, Kevin Swope. It is further agreed that should the city fill the director's positions in the future,
Okay,
these positions will be filled in accordance with Act 78 provisions.
so these positions will have to go through Act 78, so there's not gonna be an at-will of the mayor hiring these two new directors.
Unless you find that Act 78 was never adopted, then we have to figure out what are we gonna do.
So you're saying, I know, now, we're not talking about if Act 78 was adopted or not.
I'm saying.
Madam Clerk,
I have the election results. They are just in agreement that we don't have certified
was there
election results.
also any
But do we have
comments?
certified election results for the incorporation of the city?
Madam Clerk, I got a question for you. Is there any newspaper or anything that states? Okay,
Yeah.
that's more
Well,
than
we have,
enough.
I have the motion, excuse me, Corporation Council. Excuse me, Corporation Council. I have the council motion putting the ballot language on there. I have the acceptance of the results, not the actual results, but I do I have a copy of all the results. The mayor asked me, what's the Massachusetts ballot I can explain everything that's on that, on the results.
So look, regardless.
I can show them all to you because it is public information.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Council Chair.
Same letter that you've already read, we've already.
No,
Okay,
Can I just?
but are we here to do?
after multiple searches, we
One second.
locate the newspaper information, tonight's
You
statement,
got a point of order.
and the original in the law.
One second.
But the
Voted on.
statute
Okay.
says
60
ballots
years
shall be
ago,
cast for
okay.
canvass and the results of the election.
Because of one man's
In the
opinion.
same manner, as any ballots that are on the vote, the same manner.
Councilman Block, go ahead.
I asked the clerk a question. So let's forget whether if Act 78 is enacted or not. I'm gonna tell you right now, if there's a newspaper and she can show proof that it was voted on it, or I don't care about no seal. Okay, I personally don't.
Not
care.
a seal, it's
That man just-
certification.
Let him finish.
But I'm not arguing.
Corporation Council. I know, but let him finish. Go ahead.
I'm just saying that it says what I said, it says in the contract. They will go back and follow Act 78.
Okay, let him just, let him
So
Corporation Council.
the ending part, if it needs to be refilled,
Does it have to go through Act 78?
Says, yeah.
Okay, now does that mean, I'm asking my corporation counsel that represents me, please, thus far. Does that mean that tomorrow, if Director Swope or Director Vanapau were to leave, do they have to be filled out through the process of Act 78?
Yeah.
That's all I'm asking. That's that, you know what? And I'm glad that they did that. Now, my next question is, does this, I'm done there. That's all I
Okay.
can share.
Councilman Abdel-Hak was second. Go ahead, Councilman.
Just for the record, I did file a petition to recall our mayor. If you guys, based on Act 78, it was denied, absolutely. His defense was in front of the Election Commission of Wayne County, in front of the Circuit Court, that what section of Act 78 he violated, which means he did admit there is Act 78. That was his whole defense. And now they want to tell me there is no Act 78, which make me going to change being a nice guy tonight. And I want to take this to a vote of the city council.
I'm just saying it's violating.
Then take us to court.
Council Chair.
All right, Councilman Wencel, go ahead.
Oh, thank you, Council Chair. I mean, this was voted on, 60 years ago by the people of Dearborn Heights, and an opinion of one person is trying to take the voice of these people away. And that's like ludicrous. Okay, but the command officer's contract, which I voted no on because I read it and it had things in there that I didn't like. It said that the hiring of these two directors did not follow Act 78, but from now on we will. I mean, they're admitting that they didn't follow Act 78. And then they said, from now on, though, we will. So we did it wrong, but from now on, we're gonna do it the right way. I mean, it just doesn't make sense. Nothing to say, nothing against the directors at all. Like Abdel-Hak said, they're caught in this situation that they didn't realize they were in. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councilman. Any other discussion from council members? Councilwoman's next, go ahead.
All right, my understanding that we should remove that per union contract. This is what I've been told.
That's the remedy, in other words. That's the only remedy. It's in the contract.
So,
No.
okay,
Well, that's
Chair,
Councilman Ahmad.
just put an Act 78 on the side, and I asked Corp Counsel before that question. Does the mayor have the power to create those positions without coming back to the council?
Does the mayor have the position?
Or
to
does he have the
create-
power to create those positions without coming back to the council for approval? Because it
Well,
never existed before.
If it never existed before, can the mayor create police positions? Well, I think that if we haven't determined Act 78, I think it can. I mean, what do you think? You're the city council. If you say no, or you say yes, I just read to you that they were, in this motion,
You need a lawyer.
it says the hiring of any police officer has to go through the rules of Act 78. And whereas the police supervisor unit does not have the power to change the rules of Act 78.
No, that
Okay.
answers the question.
Now, it says by the Supreme Court decision that the provisions that support the information system, it can be changed. Act 78 can be changed.
Excuse me, nothing in the audience, please.
It's not answering your question.
Excuse me, please, nothing from the audience.
I thought I read that a municipality and a union may negotiate changes to Act 78.
Are you reading from that?
So if the mayor or
Point of order,
administration
Council Chair.
negotiates
That's not the
with
question.
the police,
Okay.
well, it is because it's
Yeah,
saying that
point
you
of
have the
order.
power.
Let him finish. Okay.
the-
Can you do me a
the-
favor, Corporation Council?
Yes, sir.
Answer it yes or no. Answer it
the same
in
question.
just plain English.
If the mayor negotiates with a union, that's what it says, they can change Act 78.
No, that's not the
I'm not
question.
talking about Act 78.
The problem is he appointed them before he negotiated.
Yeah.
He violated that before he negotiated.
You know what? This was litigated.
Answer the
This,
question.
honestly, I'm not gonna answer it. This is my answer.
Excuse me.
This is my answer.
1 second, Corporation Council,
Yes.
1 second. Tom Wencel with no interruptions. Councilman Wencel, please state your question again. I'm sorry, Councilman,
Corp Council. What was that?
I didn't hear you.
Did the mayor say something?
Yeah, again, we're talking about certain things. We should go talk about it in closed session with some of the issues.
No.
No, you know what? There's a personnel issue and you want to start talking about the stuff that you guys were privy to in closed sessions about the stuff that we found out that I'm trying to do everything in my power to keep our city intact, our city in order. Okay, I really don't care. When you go up to the previous administration, you say, I want law and order, my police station. And if it's not done, you know what? I'm going to do everything in my power to put law and order in my city. Okay, because
Mr. Mayor, I appreciate all the stuff.
Council, you guys were there and you've seen everything that we presented to you that was brought forward.
But doesn't give us the blue light to go ahead and not follow procedure.
You know what,
and process in the city.
Councilman, you want me to just let the city run amok?
No, I'm not saying.
Because we have Department of Justice.
You couldn't come to the council for approval?
Council, okay, we had to, again, these are transition positions.
I don't mind bringing people
It
in.
doesn't say come to the council. It says it'll be filled in according to Act 78.
And I can tell you, we have Department of Justice.
One second.
So going forward,
Councilman Ahmad, with no interruptions, please. Please
My question
ask your
was, the
question.
Corp Council, does the mayor has the power to create those positions without coming back to the council for approval?
the mayor has to follow what it says in Act 78 provisions.
What has nothing to do with Act 78?
Well, that's how you're gonna pick police officers.
Yes or no question.
Random
Any,
position.
okay.
That's not in the
Can
charter.
he supersede Act 78? Can he supersede the collective bargaining
I think
agreement?
according to the
Can
charter,
he
five
ignore
point-
all the rules and
Not a
regulations
short
we have in
answer.
place for picking people and
Corp
then
Council,
make a unilateral decision?
Corp Council, can you
Right?
pull,
Is that
can you
what you're
pull
asking me?
5.13 in the charter? It says exactly, for the mayor to create new positions, he has to come back for the council for approval.
What are you talking about?
In the charter. If you can pull the charter, 5.13.
Can you appoint directors? Yes. Without going to you? Yes.
No, it has to create new positions, not directors.
Well, now you're talking about something
To
different.
create new
When we
positions.
did Parks and Recreation,
We had
new
to-
positions. When we did Parks and Recreation, when we did the library, what did we do? We took it to an amendment to vote. Right?
I'm talking about creating new positions, not creating directors in the charter.
Guys, wait, time out.
But council,
All of you guys, one second,
he's not
one
giving
second.
me
I know.
answers.
All of you guys.
That's why
stop
we need the second
interrupting each
opinion.
other, man. We're like a bunch of 3-year-olds. Just let a person finish the question, then let a person answer the question. You guys are arguing back and forth and nothing gets heard. So please, Councilman Ahmad, ask your question clearly and please, no interruptions. Thank you. Go ahead.
Mr. Corp Council, does the mayor have the power to create new positions in the city without coming, like director positions in the city without coming back for city council for approval?
Any position.
Okay, 5.3, the duties of the mayor, right? That's that what you want to look at? Why don't we
I
look
mean,
at that
I'm
together?
not
That's
sure,
the
don't
best
quote me
thing.
on that one. but-
The mayor has the power that's given to him by the charter. That's all.
But he's asking.
He can
just
appoint,
Now, is it-
he can appoint any
doesn't
director
need-
that's
wait,
under the
the
charter.
answer.
Now, I was.
Let him finish. We said we're talking about this.
He
Just
has
admit
to
you don't know
follow
the
the
answer.
charter.
Do you want to look into the answer and like come back?
Yeah, why don't we do that? Why don't, so I want to be fair to you. I don't want to be disrespectful.
All right. Any other council members with comments on this?
Excuse me.
Yes, I apologize, Mr. Harris.
Councilman, you all set? Go ahead.
No. This was negotiation behind closed doors, which obliged the city to almost $300,000 for 2 directors. Without coming
Okay, no
back to the
interruptions. Let
city
him fin- let him
council,
finish. Let him
without coming to the city council to show him the contracts, which I asked for the last 2 days and nobody wanted to give
I
me
didn't-
copy.
I didn't.
This has to come to the city council for approval because it's money. We have to pay it. Taxpayers' money has to be paid out. He doesn't have the authority to spend or oblige the city for $1 unless the city council approve it. That's where he failed, and he just wants to put us on the side like we don't exist, and he has the full power. All what I'm trying to do is to direct him and to make him understand that there is a charter, there are rules and regulation he should follow. that how many lawsuits he has between the unions, the commissioners of Act 78, and him in the city. How many? How much money we spend?
If I may respond, Council Chair, and I appreciate Abdel-Hak's question, because I came in September. I didn't have it before. What I saw when I came in is our commissioner who had been cleaning up. There was a lot of issues within the department. A lot of people who had a lot of officers who had a lot of problems, right? The commissioner dies. Now they have to figure out a number of officers had left. Okay. Then you had a situation. I got to minister. I've got to get this thing right. And I got this thing moving. Okay. I didn't see malice. I didn't see any forethought to be dictatorial in the powers. I saw an opportunity and a mayor when I came in trying to right the ship and protect the city. That's what I saw. I didn't see any, I'm going to take power. I'm going to step over to city council. I don't need their opinion. I didn't see that.
That's exactly what happened, Roger.
I didn't see that. No, I didn't see that. Sorry, Mo. Sorry. That's not what I saw. I saw people come together and get picked, not planned, that stepped up like you do and working for a low amount of money that we're making before to turn the city around. I saw a good motive and I saw good. That's why I stayed. That's why I came over.
Were those positions?
Because I'm not, it's rude to interrupt. I mean,
order though.
Lawyer, so, but what I'm trying to say, the motive was good. And I don't assume bad intentions. Now, I have a contract that's negotiated that addresses the Act 78 issue, addresses specifically. That's been through collective bargaining. That's been settled. Now, if you want to try and go reopen it and stuff, that's something else.
Roger, okay.
Go ahead.
You all set? Go ahead.
I just lost my question.
That's why I kept talking.
Council Chair.
Councilman Wencel, go ahead.
No.
I believe that there's a member of the Act 78 Commission on Zoom that would like to speak. Is that possible?
Steve? All right, Steve, go ahead. Unmute him, please.
What does Steve Lobkovich do?
He's on the Act
He's the
78 Commission.
On Act 77.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right, my name's Steve Lobkovich. I'm president of the Act 78 Civil Service Commission. I've been listening to this banter for quite a while now. I want to read one thing out of Act 78 for you all. I know you have a proposal or proposition to remove the two directors that were appointed in the police department. I will say they were not hired through Act 78. I know corporate counsel is saying that those positions were negotiated. Those positions were actually filled prior to the contract being ratified. So the acceptance of them in the contract came after they were already hired. After there was grievances filed, it was a way to settle grievances, I believe. But anyway, let me just read the very first paragraph in Act 78. This is from 1935. An act to establish and provide a board of civil service commissioners in cities, villages, and municipalities having full-time paid members in the fire or police departments, or both, to provide a civil service system based upon examination and investigation as to merit, efficiency, and fitness for appointment, employment, and promotion of all full-time paid members appointed in the fire and police departments and respective cities, villages, and municipalities, and to regulate the transfer, reinstatement, suspension, discharge of officers, firefighters, and police officers, to prescribe penalties and provide remedies, and to repeal acts and parts of acts. So I want to repeat one sentence in there. All full-time paid members appointed in the fire and police departments. This doesn't say police officers. It doesn't say firefighters. All personnel, all full-time paid members. That counts directors, that counts chiefs. The charter does say that the mayor has the right to appoint heads of departments. It even specifically says the chief and fire of police and the chief of the fire department. However, the charter was passed in, I believe, 1963. Act 78 was adopted by the vote of the people in 1964, which effectively amends the charter as far as police and fire department personnel are concerned. That's all I have to say. I hope that helps.
Thank you, Steve.
I'm sure I'll hear argument about that, but we almost went to court over, there was litigation that Councilman Abdel-Hak had mentioned. Those litigations have been dropped, so we never got to go to a judge to have a judge actually say what I just said.
Okay, thank you, Steve.
I was looking forward to that, but it didn't happen. But anyway.
Can I ask?
Thank you, Steve, and thank you for your service.
Can I ask
He's
him
got
a
a
question?
question. Well, okay, so here's, okay, I want to preface it with this. In
There
my
a question
years of
for me?
service, especially last 2-3 years, one second, Steve. If we're gonna just debate Act 78 right now, we'd be here until 8 in the morning, and I don't think we'd hit even half of 1% of it. I've also heard 80,000 arguments for Act 78, and honestly, to this day, that's why I said, I prefaced what I said when I started. I still don't, and I'm not saying I'm the end all be all, but in my brain, I don't have a clear shot of Act 78, whether it is or is not what we have or should follow. So with that being the case, I'm just warning council members. You guys want to debate Act 78? You'll be here for another 7 days, and then and everything I've heard, we'll get nowhere. So my recommendation is if you do want to debate Act 78, is a study session. But even then, I'm warning you, it'll be over and you still won't have a clear answer. Why? I don't know. Yes, Steve.
Council Chair, I would just like to add one thing that the city's clerk, she's an elected official in the city, has provided election results from 1964. There was over 19,000 votes from the residents of Dearborn Heights that passed Act 78. I don't know when the last election was in this city that had 19,000 people even show up or register. But we had 19,000 plus votes.
23,000.
Okay. Councilman Abdel-Hak, and then we gotta get this thing to a wrap. Go ahead.
Thank you for your time. That's all I have unless somebody has.
Thank you for your service, Steve.
You're welcome.
I stand by my resolution and I will have the city council vote on it, up or down.
Okay. Any other last comments? None? Let's go ahead and move on. Motion by.
Chair, I cannot convince you to take it to a study session so we can have more legal advice.
I think, this is my only thought, and if I can interrupt the councilman, if that's okay, Council Chair. At the end of the day, we all want to make sure that we're protecting people's jobs, people's livelihood.
Absolutely.
And, you know, like I think of the fire department. And I don't want somebody walking into the fire department right now and the mayor to say, well, I'm just gonna throw 2 new directors in here. You guys are gonna follow these 2 new directors, because that's basically what's happening here in the police department. I mean, it is what it is, whether you like it or not. Hang on, Councilman. However, regardless if this happened or not, I've also been told by, a friend of mine that's a very smart man in municipal law, and also said you have to be careful because it was ratified by this union. So like, I'm stuck in this position because one, I never want to give this administration the fact that they can come in here and also go in there and do this to the, not that I'm choosing fire over police. It just so happened that it's been so long since we've had these 2 new positions and these 2 directors that nothing, the wheels just kept spinning, nothing really went forward until this resolution was brought forward. But I want to make it very clear, please, sir, I want to make it very clear, this is never going to be allowed to ever happen again. But I want to know if this was, if we, ultimately, I'd love to go ahead and vote yes on this right now and say, sorry, guys, you know what? You violated a state law. You violated Act 78. That's where my vote wants to go. I'm making it very clear. Nothing against the directors, nothing against the administration. That's where my vote wants to go. But I also know that the city also can't put itself in a position where, these 2 directors are not going to run the city right through a bunch of these legal fees. And let's just hypothetically speak that this municipal attorney that I know that's very smart tells me, Mo, you guys can be open to some litigation, which can cost the city thousands and thousands of dollars. So what I'd like to do is potentially, please, bring in my one friend, or who maybe knows, this person might even apply for this position. And you know, I need better discussion on this. I know Act 78 is real. I know that these directors were hired illegally. This is a fact. What I don't know is this contract that was ratified by the commanders union, does that trump this because it was now done by the commanders union? So I don't have that opinion letter. Roger's not giving me this information.
I thought I just said it.
Like, no, you're not giving me the right information. And listen,
Give you wrong.
please, I don't feel like you're giving me a straight answer. I feel like you're beating around the bush the entire time. And
Maybe
that's
you don't want to accept the straight.
Council Chair.
Okay, let him finish, please.
Look, all I'm saying is there's a lot of information here, and we need to have at least a deeper dive into what's really happening.
I agree.
And the councilman understands. I agree with this councilman on here, but I also want to agree. Well, one, I want to make sure, regardless of what this resolution is, that this never happens again, which I'm glad that the commanders union, so I commend them for supporting that no other person at these positions would ever be filled, can ever be hired as a director unless they follow through Act 78. So no other director in this city will ever be a police director unless they follow through Act 78, other than the two gentlemen that are standing before me today. According to what the commanders union says. Is that correct, Roger?
Well, it says for the 3 positions that were filled, yes, they have, it says, it is further agreed that should the city fill the director's positions in the future, it'll be filled in accordance with Act 78.
Okay. Okay. Well, Councilman, my thing was to Mr. Abdel-Hak. I just need a little bit more information on this. And I don't want this to be denied.
Okay, you want it by next Tuesday? We can have a meeting Tuesday.
Can you get the
You say you have.
Well, I also want Act 78 attorney here.
Okay.
I also would like to see our labor, and I don't want this to be a debate between lawyers.
No.
I want to know that if we vote yes on this, what happens? I want to hear from both sides of the story, right? I mean, it's great that, you know, the Mr. McCullough wrote you an opinion letter and didn't show up to the council meeting when he said he was going to.
Actually, he did. Actually, he did, and he waited.
Oh, okay, I didn't know that he was here,
Yes,
but I
he
know that
was
he had
waiting.
other things prior to that.
He had to leave by 6:30.
Yeah, and you know, we had the gracious honorable Councilman
And I have
Abdallah.
the Office of the Great Seal, their review for my FOIA. I'll have that ready for you to look
And
at.
so,
And the AG's office opinion on the voting, I'll have that ready for you.
That's the one like a month ago.
yeah, I know, but we've
We
asked
need to
for
know if
opinion.
this is a fact.
But the moral of the
Yeah,
story is, if the councilman is okay, and I'm not jumping away. I'm trying to get enough information on this. Because look, in reality, you know, with our directors, you have to keep in mind that the city here, we're a very close-knit community. We want to know our information, and I also want facts. I don't want opinion letters. I want facts. An opinion is one thing, a fact is a whole nother thing, you know? And I'm going to tell you, no matter what, my fact, I believe as somebody who's been elected by the people, Act 78 was adopted. Plain and simple. I don't care about any seal. Act 78 was adopted. However,
There is no doubt.
but I also want to make sure that now that if this has been ratified through the contract, well, the administration played a very smart role. They played a smart move. They one-upped us behind closed doors, and the commanders union supported it. And in reality, we can't go against the commanders union because we voted yes on it. So we can't go back and vote against the minutes. So there's just certain things that I can't make a decision on yet.
Okay.
Can I say something?
Yes.
You need to know at what price they accepted it. Read the
I
contract,
understand.
read what they were given, and how much that cost the city in order to accept this.
And that's what
appointment.
this council meeting could be about. Or about
Okay.
the study session.
Council
So-
Chair,
It's not like, you know, they agreed to it. No, there was litigations, and in return to drop the litigation against the mayor, they got something in return,
Okay.
which is monetary.
One question.
Councilman Wencel's next.
Just one.
Councilman Wencel's next.
thank you, Council
I-
Chair.
I-
I just wanted I was gonna say that what Councilman Abdel-Hak said, that in the contract with the Command Union, Command Officer Association, they were given a great deal, bigger raises than any had gotten in the past. And a great buyout sort of deal where they can get their compensation hours paid in one lump sum, where in the past our compensation hours were paid 50% 1 year, 25% the second year, 25% the third year. And there was no actuary report done on what this would cost the city if everyone took their compensation hours and got them right off the bat. So there was no actual report done on that, but everybody else was on actual reports on anything else. And in return for this lucrative contract, which, you know, several officers voted no on, but it was passed, they agreed to drop any lawsuits against them that they had against the administration. Yeah. Which was, you know, it was like, oh boy, I don't like this. But the thing that we're talking about here also is if the mayor has the right to create positions without council approval. That's the one thing we have to, that's one of the main things we have here.
All right, Councilman Abdel-Hak, I need a decision. What do you want to do?
2 minutes.
Can
we take 2 minutes break?
2-minute break?
Yes.
We want a 2-minute recess.
Recess.
Yeah.
For
Second
purpose of?
For purpose, just to give ourselves, you know, to calm down a little bit.
Yeah.
It's too emotional.
All right, I'll take a 1-minute break.
Let's go a minute and a half. I'll put on the clock.
All right, 1.5-minute break.
What about these ones?
Hey, all these guys threw everything on for the year, end of the year. Because everybody put everything on the table before the end of the year, because there's no another meeting until January, that's why.
This shouldn't happen again. I have nothing to against the police. I have nothing.
Chill, Haas.
What I want. What's up, Nick?
Okay.
Show when you start.
All right. I gotta get started again. I don't know.
This guy will do anything.
I remember what. Oh, Solana's good. I like that. I noticed the colors, but I wasn't sure if that was it. Okay, we'll go ahead and no more discussion on this. Go ahead and take this to a vote. Councilman, go ahead and make up your mind.
You don't even have anybody here.
Come on, guys. Yeah. All right.
Come on, where's Nancy? Where's Bob?
They coming, just they went to the bathroom.
What do you think? I think it's pretty.
Stop. Hey, stop.
I'm gonna keep.
Coach Mike. All right, Councilwoman, you ready? All right. All right, let's go ahead and get started. Go ahead, finish.
The meeting's gonna begin? Okay.
Okay. All right, meeting getting started. Councilman, go ahead.
Okay.
Please. But
The mayor, Roger,
yes, sir.
I'm going to ask you for something. I read the contract, which I got from somebody else.
Wait, Councilman, let's decide where we're going with this thing.
I'm just going to ask for something because there is some clause in this contract. It could jeopardize the city for $5.6 million for each position if we eliminate those tonight. Okay. I have to be very careful and I cannot jeopardize the city to anything. I need clarification from the contract, Roger, of, let's say, take the issue of termination. I need to explain what are excuse me. What are the compensation if they get terminated, you know, by the city? Because it looks like,
Let him give the answer, Carl.
because it's very confusing, the way it is written, it's very poorly written. Okay, I need an explanation in the event the city chooses to terminate this agreement before June 30th, 2025. The city shall pay employee a sum equal to the employee's base salary.
Reading it.
Oh, wait, let him finish. Point of order.
Well, I mean, it could be FOIA, so it is public, but Councilman.
This is the contract
Councilman,
between Mr.
Councilman, why don't we decide either vote on this? Or let's take this.
Let me just, you need to know what's in it, that's why we might go to basically study session.
But if it's that sensitive, then let's take the study session.
Yeah, I think it is.
It's public information.
Personnel
It's a
contracts.
public information.
Personnel contracts.
It's
No,
a
they're
public
not.
information.
Actually, the.
Treasurer, the resident FOIA this and was given it.
Wait, I did meet with Councilman Abed and Council-elect Saab. I know we went up to, we met with the MML lawyer in Lansing. And they said a lot of these private information for the police officers is not public, although some was released. I agree. So a study session, and I've invited the MML lawyers to come and talk to us, to do a question and answer session. And that way I was trying to head off, you know, instead of someone coming to lecture you like, oh, you don't know what you're doing, city council. What it is what we did with Councilman Abed and Council-elect Saab is we asked questions to the MML, specific questions like what you're asking.
Okay.
With specific contracts. I don't have the contract in front of me, so but I would not want to.
For 9 hours.
Did you read the contract?
I read it briefly when they first, I didn't negotiate it, so
You
I
didn't
did read it
negotiate.
briefly when it came out.
Council Chair, I'd like Council Chair.
1 second.
Okay.
It's just,
I'd just like him to finish his
I'm not gonna
statement.
continue debating this. This thing is gonna be
Yeah,
closed
okay.
off
Just
right now.
Let him finish his, I'm very interested in his comment.
I am too.
I just need the information. I need an, they said it. Okay. Because basically, whoever wrote this put the city at jeopardy of being sued for millions of dollars by either one of those gentlemen.
I thought the lawyers for the union wrote that, and then
I don't
I'm
know
not sure,
that-
but I will check and see.
But I am going to ask for an opinion on this by you, please, by Tuesday, next Tuesday. Okay? And I'm going to ask the city council to join me. I need two more council members or the chairman to have meeting next Tuesday, basically, to discuss this and vote.
So this is, hold on, is this a study session? Is this a study session? How do you want me to? I want a study session.
Go for a study session.
You have to do, you did the motion. Hold on, at the study session, I want the labor attorney and I want X-78 attorney there.
Okay.
And I'd like, who wrote that contract?
I think the labor attorney, I think Chris might have done it, but I'm not sure. I know
I
it went
have
back
his
and
name.
Chris negotiated.
OG Letry.
Yeah, Ogletree, that's not.
Ogletree.
That's the firm. So please get your information correct.
Okay.
Chris McCullough.
Chris McCullough is Ogletree. Chris McCullough was talking with me at the time and with, that's who's involved, but Chris came today to speak.
Okay, what's your motion?
Okay, can we bring those people next Tuesday?
Yeah, I'll talk to
All
Chris.
right, then I move to study session on Tuesday.
Okay, motion made by Councilman Abdel-Hak to take item 11A to a study session. It was seconded by Councilman Wencel. Do you support that, Councilman?
Yes.
Okay, all in favor, please state aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. Motion carried. Next item on our agenda is Councilman Abdel-Hak resolution regarding the establishment of a city charter review committee. Item 11B.
Chair, go ahead.
I make a motion that the Dearborn Heights City Council approve the resolution establishing a charter review committee, that the committee will consist of 7 registered voters who will be nominated by the electorates and chosen by a special election, which will be decided by the proper authorities in the state, county, and city. Further, after the committee is chosen, they will have 6 months to complete the review. The city attorney will be advisor to the committee. All the cost of this process will be paid from the general fund of the city. The committee member will choose a chairperson, vice chair, and a secretary. In the first meeting after the swear-in, all the documents will be in the possession of the city clerk's office, as outlined in 11B.
Support. Okay, motion made by Councilman Abdel-Hak, seconded by Councilman Baydoun. Any discussion?
So this will follow the charter revision process that's outlined.
Yes.
Yes,
Okay. All in favor, please state aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it, motion carried. Next item on our agenda is item 11C, Chief of Staff Hernandez and City Engineer Dib, CDBG-DR Ecorse Creek Grant.
Council Chair.
Councilman.
I move that the Dearborn Heights City Council approve the resolution authorizing the submission of a community development block grant disaster recovery infrastructure grant application to the Michigan Economic Development Corporation requesting $9 million in funds. In addition, designate Chief of Staff Mariana Hernandez as the Environmental Review Certifying Officer, the person authorized to certify the Michigan CDBG-DR application, the person authorized to sign the grant agreement and payment requests, and the person authorized to execute any additional documents required to carry out and complete the grant. Further, that the City of Dearborn Heights Mayor and City Council hereby authorize the submission of a grant application to the CDBG-DR infrastructure program for Ecorse Creek improvements as outlined in 11C.
Support. Okay, motion made by Councilman Constant, seconded by Councilman Baydoun. Any discussion on that?
Council Chair.
Councilman.
This normally is in the CDBG office. Why now it says moved to the mayor's office?
Council Chair, I also had that question, believe it or not. Why does it say Chief of Staff Hernandez and not Director Hassan Jamal like it used to? I noticed that on the next one, it's the same thing. These were.
It's not a CDBG account.
Says CDBG.
Council Chair, Council Chair, real quickly, these are the same issues I brought up on the last time they tried get this passed, where the mayor's assistant was authorized to handle the money for this. I mean, this doesn't make sense. You know what I mean? CDBG money. Why?
This is disaster recovery. This is not a community low-income economic development money. This is disaster recovery, DR. That's what it stands for. Disaster recovery after the flood of 2021, June of 21. This is disaster recovery money, and that's we are the one who applied for it. I'm listed as the technical person, so all the details for that disaster recovery grant I filled out, and the administration part is being handled by the chief of staff. So we did the application. We this is part of what I presented last council meeting. Right. This is not a new process. We started that a while ago. What we're doing tonight is providing your support to the grant agency that you do support us seeking that funding. But I presented that last council meeting. And so we proceeded based on your on the presentation, and this is merely the agency asking for the elected official to make sure you support our effort. That's all that is. So the application is already in, and we have met with them. Actually, I have a meeting, the 4th meeting tomorrow, and this is just merely stating that you support the effort. This is disaster recovery, technical, not the low income, money.
All right. The only question was, why is it not being handled by CDBG or San Jamal?
It's disaster recovery. It's a separate
Okay.
fund.
All right, thank you very much.
Yeah.
First of all, thank you for the administration for bringing that kind of money, which is good, obviously. We got about $18 million potentially, which is great.
We're getting close to 30.
Oh, good, good.
30 million.
Congratulations. All right, so let's go ahead and take this to a vote. All in favor, please state aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it, motion carried. The next one is Chief of Staff Hernandez, City Engineer Dib.
Council Chair,
Councilman,
I move that the Dearborn Heights City Council approve the resolution authorizing the submission of a community development block grant disaster recovery infrastructure grant application to the Michigan Economic Development Corporation requesting $9 million in funds. In addition, designate Chief of Staff Mariana Hernandez as the Environmental Review Certifying Officer, the person authorized to certify the Michigan CDBG-DR application, the person authorized to sign the grant agreement and payment request, and the person authorized to execute any additional documents required to carry out and complete the grant. Further, the City of Dearborn Heights Mayor and City Council hereby authorize the submission of a grant application to the CDBG-DR infrastructure program for CSO improvements as outlined in 11D.
okay, motion made by Councilman Constant, seconded by Councilman Abdel-Hak. Any discussion on that? Hearing none, all in favor, please state aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it, motion carried. Next item on our agenda is Dearborn Heights City Council renewal of business licenses.
Council Chair,
Councilman,
I move that the Dearborn Heights City Council renew the business licenses for Mexican Fiesta at 24310 Ford Road, Walker Speakeasy at 8701 North Beach Daily, the Polish Legion of American Veterans, number 16 at 25222 Warren, and MHS International at 20475 West Warren, as outlined in 13A.
support. Okay, motion made by Councilman Constant, seconded by Councilman Abdel-Hak. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please state aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it, motion carried. Whoa. Next item on our agenda is great temporary food truck. Katrina Maria. Councilman,
The Dearborn Heights City Council approved the temporary food truck stand card license renewal application of Katrina Maria as outlined in 15-3.
support. Motion made by Councilman Ahmad, supported by Councilman Constant. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please state aye. Aye. Those opposed? The ayes have it, motion carried. Next item on our agenda is extremely short comments from council members. Councilman Baydoun.
I'm gonna honor this, my closing remarks to two individuals. Two individuals that I admire and truly love, speaking from the bottom of my heart. I'm gonna honor this on two individuals that I truly admire and love. First and foremost, my father, who just celebrated his 70th birthday. Happy birthday, Haj. And then our very own Honorable Dave, President of the Dearborn Heights City Council, the best president of the Dearborn Heights City Council, Dave Abdallah.
Thank you.
These are going to be our farewells. These are going to be our final messages together. My mentor, really, this is sad because I don't know who I'm going to vent to when I need to call. Councilman Ahmad, half the time his wife doesn't let him take my calls. She says he speaks too much about politics, so he can't talk at home on the phone about politics. So I started telling him, hey, how's your pool in the backyard? He's like, I don't got a pool. It's my way of trying to get his attention. But really, Councilman, I swear I love you so much, and I look up to you, and outside of this chamber, the way you are as a father, the way you are as a grandfather. I hope I'm not a grandfather anytime soon, but really, man, I'm so proud of you, and I look up to you, and it's going to be a really, really hard shoes to fill. But I ask everybody on this council and the Councilman Saab elect and Councilwoman Denise elect, let's be the Dave Abdullahs of the world. Let's be diplomatic. Let's carry ourselves in a manner that, nobody can ever question us, because truly Dave Abdallah is not somebody you can ever question.
And if you think for a split second he's doing something wrong, question yourself. Don't question Dave. Because, and I'm not saying he's infallible, but he really
I make mistakes.
triple, quadruple thinks about everything before he does. And I think one of them was if he was gonna run again, and I know it was something that still bothers him that he didn't run, but he made the decision best for his family. So, and I know I said that earlier, Dave, we are forever in debt to you, and thank you for your service.
Thank you.
Dearborn Heights.
Thank you,
Love
bro.
you, buddy.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Council Chair.
Councilman.
Just to echo the remarks of Councilman Baydoun, if you remember Councilman Baydoun, I said to you when you got elected, I said, just watch Dave Abdallah.
100% you did, Uncle.
Great job. Well, we miss you terribly.
Thank you. I will too. I'll be back.
Council Chair, I also
Councilman?
want to echo the councilman, whatever they said. We're gonna miss you. Thank you for all the mentorship you gave us. Thank you for the years of service. You're gonna be missed. And you truly, when I said you are truly entered the Hall of Fame, you did. You are the first one in the Hall of Fame in the city of Dearborn Heights. And I was gonna wish everybody happy holidays, but I guess I'll see you next Tuesday.
Is there a meeting next Tuesday?
Yeah, thanks, guys.
So that's why I didn't say it's your last meeting. So we're gonna have one more of these, but I might cry at the next one. So,
Madam Clerk, can you veto their decision for another meeting? Councilman Wencel, you good?
No, I'm not good.
Oh, go ahead.
Thank you. I'll keep this real short. It was a pleasure working with you and for one more meeting, and we got one more out of you. Thank goodness there. I want to tell everyone, Merry Christmas. I want to thank everyone that's helped us, city council members, helped my family and me. And this is a great time of year to do something special with your family and just go out and do something with them. Visit Greenfield Village, do something like that. And also, just one last thing. And the new contract that comes up with the TPOM, just to make it right to them, we could add in actually a signing bonus, which would make up for the money that they lost during these negotiations. I think I add that in there too. But when we talk about it, I'll do that. Just let all the members of TPOM, you're not gonna be losing any money by doing this. We're gonna make sure you get at least that much and more.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Council Chair,
Councilman?
again, it's a really pleasure working with you, sitting next to you, because always you and I have had our differences, but we never ever felt, animosity toward each other. Always,
I think you guys did a couple of times. Quit lying.
always we respected each other. He has to say something. And really, you're going to be missed.
Thank you.
And I wish you the best. You and your family, lovely grandchildren. And I will do the same thing myself.
Right, enjoy family. Thank you.
Thank you, and I want to
Appreciate it.
wish our residents happy holidays. And I hope we served you well.
Council Chair, just one last part. It's a little joke, but when Kobe Bryant retired, God rest his soul.
Well, he died, so I don't know.
But he
eventually
retired.
died. I don't want that.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm not saying that, but when he retired and every stadium that he played or anywhere he played, they gave him a tribute. And, Detroit did the best, right? They did this whole thing for Kobe Bryant. And man, I think you outdid it today. You might have outdid Kobe Bryant's retirement. I know.
Yeah, I hope so. Thank you. I'm honored by all the love. I'm honored by all the things that were said, over and above what I deserve. I thank you all. This is something every one of you guys would do. This was all about serving this great country that I love, and that's it, no more, no less. And I was honored to have been able to serve this country. So thank you. All right. Next up is announcements from administration.
Zero.
All right.
Nobody's here.
None. Next up is
I would just make a couple now.
Okay.
We are moving forward with the lawyers coming in for our clinics. We look landlord tenant first and Wilton Estates. We're going to plan that starting in January. And we are setting up a fund to allow our different commissions to raise money with Plant Moran and our lawyers. So that'll give a good opportunity for people to put money and raise money. Different commissions that have been asking to do that. So
okay. And I talked to you about that briefly, and that's a great thing that you're bringing forward. So thank you. All right, next up is public comments. You will have 3 minutes. Please come on up, state your city, street, and name.
This time I got some water.
Sorry?
Got some water for you guys.
Good, thank you.
Hold on, give me 1 second.
We hit one first. Why don't we go with
He's already started.
No, I'm first.
I think we will do first. It's only one person. It's up to you. Go ahead.
You guys got my resolution?
Yes.
Yes, correct.
Would somebody like to adopt it?
Not tonight.
My man, listen. It's not tonight. It's either yes or no.
Hassan, I will adopt your resolution.
Okay. Would you like to read them, Mr. Abdel-Hak?
Well, you can't, you have to suspend the rules first.
Okay.
Okay, I would like to suspend the rules to put the motion on the floor to put to adopt my, what's it called, the resolution.
Okay. Ask him to suspend the rules and discuss this resolution.
Support.
Okay, motion to suspend the rules to discuss the resolution supported by Councilman Baydoun. Sorry? Oh, okay.
Oh, right, my attorney wrote it, just to let you know that.
Okay.
What's that?
Supported by Councilman Baydoun. Any discussion on that? Hearing none, all in favor, please state aye.
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 Wait, Council Chair, I have a question.
Yeah.
He's
falling asleep here.
Is this being, so this would prohibit the
Hey, serious,
flying
Mom?
of the Palestinian flag?
I'm joking.
This would prohibit the flying of the Palestinian flag or is that what this is about or aimed at?
No. Whatever flag is on that resolution, that's what the flag, that's the only flags to be raised.
Okay,
It doesn't matter. No, we're not talking about that.
One second. Okay, so motion to suspend the rules. All in favor, please state aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Wait, I'm sorry. So this is following what the law, I mean, there's a law, ordinance.
There's an ordinance in Hamtramck like that. Yeah, same thing.
No, but I think there's a law here because we looked at this last year. I'm just getting this now.
Well, that's the main one.
Wait, just,
So just so you know, I forwarded this to Corporation Council to look into it. So it is being looked into just so that, you know, because something this legal is.
You got to understand, this is the same thing as Hamtramck.
I know, but that doesn't necessarily mean we're gonna, okay, again, in my case as a chairman, when I received it, something of that legal consequence, I sent it automatically to a Corporation Council to review. I spoke with him. He said he would go ahead and review it. And that's where it was at.
Let's hear his.
I don't know if he's got an opinion. As
I do not yet, because the message, the attachment didn't come through, but I'm looking.
What do you mean?
I just like a chance to look it over.
How about we do it in the first week of January?
No, I can't do it first week of January. I'm gonna do it today. I want you to vote on it, and if there's any problems with it, they adopt it and you throw it to be thrown out. I want to vote today on it.
I would want legal.
Council Chair, can we refer to the Corp Council to look at it?
I mean, I'm gonna make something clear. I have my personal opinions on this and that's fine. And I'm okay with it. But I'm saying, I know, but if I'm gonna bring something from a legal opinion, from a legal
Lawyer has
point.
drafted this for me. I've told you, I've taken it several places. It's been adopted. And this resolution, the same thing as Hamtramck. It's that it's blunt. It's nothing's there. Nothing there to hide. You know?
Again, I will state for myself. I don't have a personal problem, unless an attorney does. I don't have a personal problem with this because I don't like any flags to fly in City Hall except American flags and the other two flags. I personally have no problem.
Here's the problem. You want to know the problem? I'm going to give you guys the problem. Who owns the schools?
City.
The city.
Right.
So if I pass the ordinance over here, yes, they do. Excuse me. The school district is owned by the city. I know this for a fact. Okay, who owns it then? The county?
The taxpayers, the residents.
I understand that. When it says city property. When you look it up, I looked it up already. It says city property owns it.
So that it's not dictated by.
Okay, well, listen, I'm telling you, it owns by city
Our
property.
ordinance will not detect on what a school does.
And I'm not telling you. It'll just say on city property. And if it says the city owns it,
City doesn't own the schools, the tax.
I'm not saying they own the schools. It's city property. When I went to a, hold on.
Guys, you guys want to debate this now or you want to play this
Study session.
It's not, you listen, you've been throwing me off since election, bro. Let's not go here with me. No, please, don't, listen, I've been trying to bring this to you. You're trying to throw me off every time. And every time I come to you, you want to tell me, hold on, no, I'm not holding on. It's either you guys take it for, I want you to take it for a vote, and I'm gonna put it on my Facebook that you guys denied this, and then you guys have to deal with everybody else, not with me. Just remember what I told you. You guys want to take it as a vote? Take it as a vote. I brought this to Dearborn, they denied it. They studied it, they did whatever, they said they said they don't want it. So I'm asking.
What do you say we don't want it?
Then why are you pushing? Why are you pushing it?
Can I just say something?
Why are you pushing it for?
Let me talk for a second.
What's the reason you push it?
You know what the issue is right now? We have a corporation council. Suru may have two.
Corporation council.
Oh, can I talk for a second? We have a corporation council that's telling us he's going to give us he's gonna tell us the body and
this is within the legal.
on this. You're saying I'm dictating you guys to make a decision on it tonight.
I'm not telling you. I brought it last time to you, and I keep bringing it. No, this is not the first time. I brought it last time. I discussed it. He listened to me, and nobody said nothing. I sent the email. You guys have said you look at it. You could have looked at it, and you could have got an opinion. It don't take about 2 weeks to get 3 weeks.
The first time you've given this to us, this right here is the first time you've ever put this on our desk.
Right. That's the first. This is the first. Okay, hold on. But let me ask you something. So you're gonna tell me you're gonna go do a study on it, and if your corporation council said it's okay. Yeah. If he says no.
Okay, let me explain this.
So he adopted it already.
No. Haas, listen.
He adopted it already. Let me say something.
Who's he?
Mr. Zahir adopted it, right?
No. He made a motion to suspend the rules.
The motion to suspend the rules.
Wait, I'm gonna explain this to you like this. You sent us this.
Okay, no problem.
It's pretty well written. I gotta admit, because I didn't look for as much as I know.
I want to ask you. Are you a real estate agent?
Yes, I am. Absolutely.
Okay, I want to ask you something.
So wait.
Can you look up a school for me when you have time?
One second.
No. I'm being serious. I'm not. Listen, I've already looked up the schools. The schools, whoever owns the schools, is the city. But don't tell me no. Please don't tell me no.
1 second. Listen, Haas. Just listen to how it operates. You're asking for a major legal thing to be voted on.
Okay.
As I mentioned, I have my personal opinions on this, okay? But at this point, I'll keep them to myself. But what I'm telling you is this. You send us something legal, it's pretty well written. I gotta give you credit for that. Or your attorney. It's pretty well written. Let me finish. So when I received it, because of the potential legal consequences of this thing, okay, and reading it, this is not something we just automatically make a decision on. Let me finish.
Agenda.
I sent it to the Corporation Council. I spoke with them. Let me finish, please. I said, Corporation Council, please look into the legalese of this. Let me finish. Provided he says, yeah, this is within the legal realm that we as a council body would be allowed to vote on it. Then at that particular point, whoever council member wants to bring this forward to a council body to vote on it, they can.
Yes.
Because I'm not prepared to vote on this right now.
I want to. You don't have to vote on it.
Okay.
You can accuse yourself. It doesn't matter. It's not a big deal here.
We're not ready.
I'm gonna say something to everybody. I'm gonna say something now. When you guys sit there and say that we're gonna look at this, and then we're gonna give it to Corporation Council, right? But when we give it to Corporation Council, at then what happens?
Well, I sent it to Corporation Council.
Basically, you don't want to vote on it. I already know what's going to happen. You don't want to vote on it. You want to sit there and then you guys leave, and then next you know it's not. And is somebody going to put it on the next agenda? That's all I want. And Corporation Council can listen to it. That's all I want. I want on the next agenda.
Once we get the
listen. Listen. I'm asking you if he looks at it and he said it's okay. Would you put it on the next agenda?
Mr. Owen, if he looks at it and he says this is legal and it's fine, I will personally put it on the agenda for you.
Okay.
Put that on Facebook for you as well.
Okay, say less then.
That's it. Say less. Do me a favor though. You'll say you want to end Dave Abdullah's last city council meeting?
It's not about listen.
No, it's okay.
I'm gonna prove within the reasonable doubt to prove it to the clerk that the schools are owned by the city.
The honorable clerk.
The honorable clerk.
Thank you.
Hassan.
Listen, I'm gonna be honest with you. Hold on. I'm gonna say two. I'm gonna give me 30 seconds. Just
you got 30 seconds.
Okay, hold on. When I went to jury trial in Dearborn, the first thing my lawyer brung up, he goes, the city owns the property of the school. So that told me right there that this resolution, if I pass it, that means it's all over city property, the city assets or anything. So just to inform you guys, and I will bring in the
No, the school.
school, what's it called?
Okay.
The school owns the school.
Thank you.
The school owns the school. The school.
Any other?
Yeah, it's
Okay.
city property.
Okay.
It's not
Any other public comments?
Hello. Good
Please
evening.
state your,
Lisa Hicks Clayton. I live on Gully.
okay.
I am speaking as a resident more so at this point. But before I do, I have a question for corporate counselor. Can you tell me what happens with a bond when you violate the bond language?
What type of bond are you talking
The
about?
21 bond, we only have that, we have that bond. My question is, if we violate the bond language, what happens?
How did we violate the bond language? Do we
I'm-
not?
that's not what I'm
perform-
asking.
Wait. You throw a question out and I'm gonna ask you a question when you say a bond language. Are we violating any terms of the bond?
I read the bond
Are we
language to
violating
you
any
earlier.
conditions?
Yes.
Are we violating any non-disclosure agreements with the bond in
Yeah.
terms of collecting it? I
The
don't know what
bond
you're talking-
language is what I read earlier. That talks about the bank accounts have to be separate. I read that. It's part of the packet. We violate that language of what's required for the bond. What happens? Because I know the answer.
Well, if you know the answer, then why don't you
Because
answer
I
me?
want
Because
your
I
lawyer.
don't understand your question.
You are the corporate counselor. I'm asking you.
And I'm answering you.
That's not an
As
answer.
a treasurer, you're
We're gonna go
referring
ahead
to,
past it
no,
because you're not answering.
no, wait a second. You
You're
don't
not
throw stuff out there.
Yeah.
And then walk away like you're that person. I don't accept what you're saying, and I'm asking you to clarify and put in writing so I can properly answer legally to you.
The answer is clear for anyone who's aware in bond counsel. I will actually ask bond counsel, that when you do not execute what's required in the language of the bond, which comes from the bond book, and Zuhair, Councilman, you're aware of this, I'm sure, because you were in the treasurer's office when this all started, that bond would need to be paid back.
That's okay.
That is correct. So now if I may go to my public, my additional public comment as a resident, this is actually a perfect segue. Boy, I'm sorry it's a long night, folks. I am. I will tell you that I have served this community for over 13 years. 30 of those years, actually 30 total, but 13 in this community. Tonight, it's the biggest disappointment I've ever seen. The organized attacks, the promoting of agendas, the narrative to discredit people is deliberate, intentional, and malicious. It is very irresponsible. When you talk about disrespect, and you talked about it last meeting as well, I was elected by nearly 12,000 voters. Thank you, by the way. Thank you, residents. That's why I'm here, to serve. I don't even have words, but I will tell you that as your treasurer, I have worked to become a Michigan certified public treasurer, which I am, advanced certified finance investment manager. And in 2 months, I will be the certified finance officer with American Public Treasurers of Canada and United States. No, that's okay. That's okay. I don't need a pause, because you know why I do it? I do it for all these people.
Yes, you do.
This is why I serve. But I tell you, I'm a little disappointed because it's not okay to be disrespectful. It's not okay to have agendas. We've already established, by the way, tonight that there is somebody leaking these emails that have confidentiality clauses. That should be investigated. Okay?
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Treasurer.
Council Chair, I just want to say a few things. I don't know if you know this, aside from your mentoring and your leadership, I also leaned on the clerk, on our treasurer a lot, from throughout my elections, and this lady really does put her full in. And, Lisa, if you feel that way, nobody deserves to feel that way. And I'm sorry that you feel that way. And I hope things can get better and things can stop being like that. Okay.
Next up, city street name.
Council Chair?
I know you at,
I just want just one thing, please. I just want to let everyone know that all these certificates that our treasurer has and is going to get, she's paying for these classes on her own. Nothing paid through by the city. That's, I got to commend her for that. Thank you.
okay, thank you. I know you asked for that, Councilman. Yeah, she gets an extra minute because she asked for one.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much.
You guys ready?
For the candy earlier.
But city street name, please.
Pam Swerple, Kenmore Street. Thank you, council. I want to address the disrespect from the administration. It goes back a long time. I will give you an example. A well-respected chief of police, Mark Meyer's photo was taken off the wall where all the previous police chiefs' photos are currently displayed in the police department. Childish behavior is to have him singled out and removed, and it causes a lot of undeserved drama in the department and community. He was a chief of police. He deserved the recognition and the respect that every other former the chief of police has. I asked the council today, will you get involved to mandate to have his picture rehung on the wall with every other retired police chief? As a police officer, you have to remain neutral and non-political. You have to be this way to maintain trust within the community so all citizens feel represented. You have to represent and respect everyone fairly. I want residents to know my truth. This administration has failed not only the police officers, but the citizens as well. The amount of officers that have left the department is alarming. Numbers don't lie. Contrary to what some of you have been told, these officers have chosen to either retire early or start their careers at other departments because of this failed administration. Most chose to start over elsewhere at a different department, a huge loss to our city for sure. All the experience and knowledge, years of building trust with citizens are gone. All these officers have active MCOS license, which every active police officer has to have, or they would prohibit them from being hired or work elsewhere as a police officer. The list of officers that have left since Chief Hart became chief and well prior to his short medical leave, which he blames for the department taking a nosedive, are Elvey, MSP, Barlow, Huron Township, Butkin, Trenton, Chami, Attorney General, Clemstein, Troy, Delhi, Sterling Heights, Dodder, Oakland County, Esposito, Oakland County, Gowdy, Oakland County, Hadwin, Troy, Horning, Ann Arbor, Lloyd, Trenton, Murad was let go, O'Donnell, Oakland County, Uza, Family Business, Pellerito, retired early, Pirzwara, Roseville, Shabby, U of M, Wolf, Huron Township, Sycon, retired early, Core, Trenton, Dodder, Ann Arbor, Erickson, early retire, Hutchinson, Oakland County, Mitchell, retired early, Mueller, retired early, Papalexis, Green Oak Township, Corey Smith, retired early, Swerple, Cambridge, and Gonzalez retired early. Last council meeting, Chief Hart said the department took a nosedive when he was on medical. He left the directors that he brought in to make this a world-class police department in charge. So is he saying the director Swope and Vanderplow screwed it all up in such a short time? Did Director Swope go rogue and implement anything new in Chief Hart's absence? He just kept moving forward Hart's implementation ideas, correct? So are these directors the best thing that we've ever had, or are they problems that need to be let go due to incompetence? You can't have it both ways. It's called accountability. If Chief Hart is blaming the fall of the department happening while he was on his short medical leave, and I'm referencing the last meeting and the newspaper article, then these directors should be let go immediately. But the reality is this department fell apart long before his very short medical leave. He just refuses to acknowledge it, wants to blame someone else, and avoids accountability as his failure in chief. This chief did not do exit interviews for everyone. This chief did not try and retain these officers. This chief did not ask the officers the reason for leaving. He just let experienced, well-respected officers in the community leave, over 30 officers, which have left the city extremely short-staffed. For example, if the chief or administration truly cared about the officers and the city, why wouldn't he have asked why officers were leaving a city that they loved and chose to protect for their career? They would have embraced the exit interview, accepted constructive criticism to try and make a change, a difference, to attempt to stop these officers from leaving and going to other departments. They would have made them feel valued and wanted, but he didn't. Instead, the chief wants to believe the officers leaving isn't about his failure as a chief or the administration's failure, but the reality is he doesn't want to hear the truth. The truth is they left for better working conditions and treatment, even if that meant accepting a position at a lower rank and lower pay at a department, including losing their seniority. The city is short-staffed, so many officers, they can't even promote officers right now. The officers have tested, they're waiting to be promoted, but they can't be promoted. We have paid out thousands of dollars in overtime, and that has caused burnout in the remaining officers. Having these officers have to work 16 to 18-hour shifts is dangerous, but administration doesn't seem to care. Why is administration not working the road to fill the shortages? Again, the chief made no attempt to retain these officers leaving. Act 78 stops nepotism and allows only the best qualified to be hired. The city has become a friends and family position for hire, not fair employment opportunities. New high-paying jobs have been created, and we as citizens have not had a fair chance to apply for these jobs. They handpick positions without having a job posted. They're controlling who they hire this way. They are creating full-time and part-time positions for jobs, but the jobs are never posted for all citizens to apply, and hires are handpicked. I ask council to urgently become more proactive and start really looking into what this failed administration has done to the city we all love. Why are so many officers leaving the department at a record rate, taking all those years of experience with them and starting careers over elsewhere? Why did council reach out to any of these officers? Did the council ask them why they left? Did council question anything? Where are you as council members not concerned about the mass exit of officers from the department? We as citizens deserve better.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good, what is it,
Okay, so
Wednesday yet?
City street name, you'll have 3 minutes.
Listen, I've been here so long, I forgot what I came here for. I swear to God, I'm not
The
lying.
water bill.
Thank God, that too. So my name is Nimr Humayed. I live on 6750 Parkway Circle. I've been there for almost 25 years. My immediate family owns probably 7 homes within less than 1/8 of a mile from where I live. And recently in September of 2022, there was a water main break right in front of my home. The city came out, they tore up my driveway, which is a paver brick driveway. They didn't leave the paver bricks. They took almost all the paver bricks with them for about 200 square foot of paver bricks. They dug this big hole. They filled it in with dirt, and eventually probably another 200 square foot of pavers are starting to collapse in the ground. So I called them and nobody would respond to me. I called the apartments, water department. They would not respond to me. They said it was none of their business. A couple months later, another water main break in the same area. I had damages in my front yard. Yes, I did complain. They came out and fixed the grass, which is probably a less than $100 fix that they did. But I emailed everybody here. Some maybe I didn't. Everybody here, at least on 4 different occasions. Council Chairman Dave Abdallah called me immediately on the first, second, third email. Mo Baydoun called me on the first, second, third, fourth email. I know they're probably, like they say, they work hours and hours outside of these council meetings. And I'm probably the guy that keeps bothering them and keeps texting them, keeps calling them. Nobody else responded. I have nobody else to go to. And in fact, today I was in court today and I got a ticket from a couple of months ago for blight in front of my home, which was from the work that the water department did, and had stones and rocks all in front of my home. And they gave me $150 ticket, which they're going to I'm going to have council, whatever you guys do, add that to your bill. So I would like to know what you guys could do for me.
Council Chair, Councilman Roger, this gentleman, I know we've emailed the administration this issue several times. I've called Nimr several times. I believe Mr. Deeb and I believe Council President, the Honorable Dave Abdallah, has stated on many occasions, guys, like we can't find the same brick pavers. Go fix his driveway, just put a little bit of concrete or give the guy the money, let him go find his own brick pavers.
I suggested, I'm sorry, I suggested to the administration, because it's brick paver, it's something special. We can't, as a city, we don't put in brick pavers. So I said, figure out a dollar figure. And I spoke with Nimr and he said he was willing to work with the city, figure out a dollar figure, let's give it to him, because we broke it as a city, and let him go do his own thing. And I'm gonna tell you honestly, Roger, I'm more frustrated than he is. There's no reason in the world for this thing. I think what has it been 6, 7, 8 months? Since they broke it?
Oh, no, it broke in 2022, September of
But
twenty
you
twenty.
reached out to us beginning of the year.
I gave you guys, it would be July 5th of this
Yeah.
year.
In multiple emails, honestly, I'm just gonna be blunt. This is a joke that we don't take care of it. Seriously, I'm dead serious.
But I know, let me just finish
Go ahead.
saying, right, and your time is still paused. You got 46 seconds. Roger, you see the frustration this council has. We file up, we say 1, 2, and 3, and then nobody goes. Here's Mr. Humayed. Let me finish, please. Here's Mr. Humayed showing up to the council meeting today, said, I spoke with Dave Abdallah, I spoke with Baydoun. I don't know who else to go to. Kind of seems like Baydoun and Dave Abdallah don't give a damn. Well, let me tell you something, Mr. Humayed. We've reached out to them. We care. The administration doesn't give a damn. That's the truth.
Wait a second.
Yeah.
Now, I'll tell you, Mo.
No,
No,
Roger,
I'm
don't
gonna
give me that
speak.
crap,
Can I
man.
speak?
Honestly, I don't even want to hear
Council
it.
Chair, can I? No, you don't disrespect me that way. I wouldn't.
Yeah, I don't want to
disrespect you
hear it.
that
I don't want to
way.
hear the excuses.
You called me 2 times and I've jumped and gotten the answers to your questions that you've asked. I made sure I filled. You've not contacted me directly that I can recall.
It has nothing to do.
But I'm saying to you, once you contact me, I will take care of it and I will work with administration to get this done. I will speak with Ali Dib tomorrow and get working on it. He called me twice at different times, even after he had his baby. And I jumped on and had it done within hours. And in fact, one of the people that was here got an award tonight, called me about a car that had been there 10 years. I got it done within 4 days.
You should be you should be in charge of this administration.
No, I will follow up. I'm saying to you, there's transparency and honesty and integrity. I respect that. You call me, I get on top of it. That's all I can promise you.
Okay, and I know it's not you, but I'm gonna tell you.
I will
straight up,
take
Roger,
care of it.
I personally, by phone calls, by emails, by everything, forget the resident, myself. I mean, God dang, man, some respect for a council president. And I said, hey, this gentleman, we as a city, he called me, broke his driveway. We didn't fix it. We need to fix it. It's brick favor. Okay, let's give him a dollar amount. I think that was reasonable. Let's give him a dollar amount. Let's move on. This has been 6, 7, 8 months.
Guys,
That's
if he's
crazy.
willing to negotiate and work with us, then I will
He
set
was.
up a time with Mr.
Nimmer.
Gibb tomorrow.
Nimmer.
That I wasn't aware of.
I will tell you this. I just want to tell you this. And Roger, I'm sorry. I am
your
so
call,
sorry.
right?
Because the one time that I didn't reach out to Roger, but mind you, I've been through so many hoops before I got to Roger. And you know what I just concluded as of tonight? And it's terrible that I just realized it. Under every circumstance that I ever have, I'm calling Roger. I think he might be the only one to fix it. And you know what? I promise you, Roger's going to fix it because he's a man of honesty.
Well,
and
I've been
integrity.
to the mayor's office a couple times. We emailed the mayor's office and I personally went to the mayor's office and said, please have him call us. Right? We've gone, I took my wife and kids there, say, listen, we've spent close to $1 million in taxes between those 7 homes. And I'm not talking a small home, we got bigger homes, right? We've owed close to $1 million. Now you guys can't fix my driveway. Say, hey, you know what? We're not gonna fix your driveway.
Do me a favor, sir. Just leave the information with the clerk. I'll get it, and I will call you tomorrow.
I emailed you today with a lot of the information.
Yeah.
And honestly, even like the I had after all these emails went out, I had police officers come to my house on more than 5 different occasions in the last 4 or 5 months. Right? And they gave me a ticket for blight. And a lot of that blight is coming from the Department of Waterworks that dug the hole, and I got a nasty looking driveway right in front of my home, and something's got to be done.
Your time is up, but I want you to know, just write your name, you give your number over to George and share that information.
Yeah, everybody got my email.
I didn't get your latest one.
I didn't get it either.
Yeah, so I did.
I've sent you, you've gotten at least 5 of them from me. Everybody has.
I have not received this most recent one, I'm saying. When did you send it today?
The recent one was sent, no, not today.
No, most recent was probably a couple of weeks back. Off the top of my head.
Probably on the.
I called you on the wall.
No, that's me. No. When was the 12th? When was the 12th? Today?
Yeah.
I mean, or yesterday. Okay, so
Is it Caroline?
I think. There was one recently that I sent out.
Okay, do me a favor, still write your number down just so that it's on the record and stated, and I promise you, you're gonna get a call from Roger tomorrow.
You got it. All right, from who? From Roger?
Roger, he's right over
He
here.
just gave me a ticket for $150 today.
You went to try. He did.
Excuse me. Thank you. And hey, Dave, I've been here from the beginning to the end with you. I always voted for you. How many times did you run?
4 times.
4 times? I voted for you 4 times.
16 years.
Hey, Nimar, I have a question.
Go ahead.
Do you have estimate how much it will cost to repair it?
If you get my estimate, you're not gonna like it.
I don't
I'm saying
like
is
it.
I've already talked to 3 different paver brick guys, and I didn't like the price. I was like, you know what? There's no way the city will agree with the amount of money because it's 400 square foot and they're charging almost $30 a square to repair that.
Okay, can you bring 3 invoices or 3 estimates for us on Tuesday next week?
Well, I'm leaving to Florida probably in the next 2 days,
Just
so.
email it to the council.
I'll email you.
Your time's up.
Thank
We gotta
you.
close
Thank
this
you.
up before 12 o'clock, guys. Come on.
All right.
Come on.
Next up,
We got somebody on Chris. We got Chris on Zoom.
you know what? Out of fairness, but I'm sorry, and I know you would be okay with that. Earlier, Chris was supposed to go on. Chris, go ahead. Please unmute.
Yeah, whoever Chris has been waiting a long time.
I apologize. Go ahead.
This is Chris Curry on Clifford Street. When you
Hello.
guys, can you hear me?
Yeah,
we can.
yes, we can.
When you guys meet on Tuesday to discuss the director's roles and whether or not they were hired following Act 78, please also consider that Chief Hart was hired outside of the Act 78 process. And if the Act 78 process is the way that things are supposed to be run and followed, the Act 78 Council did vote to reinstate Chief Myers, and that decision has been ignored. So those are other pieces of information to consider when you meet on Tuesday.
Chris, I've never heard any of this information, but well, hang on, guys. Guys, hold up. You should come to Tuesday's meeting.
I've been attending via Zoom, so
Okay.
if I have the opportunity, I will on Tuesday.
Okay,
Thank you.
Thank
Can
you,
I say
Chris.
something, please?
Let's try it. Okay, something quick. Come on.
Chris, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, the mayor claims that he has the power to appoint the directors of departments, and he considered that the chief of the police is a director of a department. That's why he hired them. That's questionable in my opinion.
Okay.
I agree.
Thank you, ma'am. Next up.
Good evening, everyone. Bilal Hamoud, 16860 West Statter Drive, Dearborn Heights. Just want to give a shout out first to everyone who's still here. It takes a certain level of loyalty, commitment, and passion for your city to stick around to midnight. For the high school students, can we write them like an excuse letter?
Look at
Who's still
this guy
here?
right here.
He's gonna be late tomorrow.
You
to
met your
class.
students. Isn't that
Please.
beautiful?
It's amazing. Hey, we have a club for Model United Nations. We should connect. So I just wanted to thank the council for your vote of confidence. I'm gonna wait. Can we pause the time?
Yeah, go ahead.
Have the conversation. It's okay. Huh? Yeah, whatever you need. Oh, I thought he wanted to finish. Okay. Did you
It's
still want to have the
being
conversation?
wall.
Okay, it's
Go
all
ahead.
being well. So I just want to share that I'm very honored to serve on now 2 commissions with the city, including the Dearborn Heights Library Advisory Board. Thank you to the mayor's office for the nomination for this position. It's an honor to take over for Gary Barkoff, who has one of the largest legacies of service in this city. Definitely some big shoes to fill there. And first on the agenda for the Cultural Relations Commission is getting some funding our way. So hopefully looking forward to that. And then second is getting the vending machine back in the hallway, as I think we're all very snacky tonight. Speaking of legacy, I'd be remiss if I didn't take this opportunity to thank you, Council Chair.
Thank you.
For your years, nearly over a decade of service. And commitment to this community. I want to say that I've been able to come to you for guidance in the past, and you've been a mentor to so many people in this city. It's something that I have a deep respect for, and I'm just really appreciative that I know someone like yourself who is truly an honest man.
Thank you.
Commissioner Kniezek hit the nail on the head. You are the embodiment of the American dream. And what's fascinating about that is he also has created the American dream for thousands of our neighbors. And so you've really made that a pivotal point of service.
Thank you.
There is, I'll tell you a brief story. There's an individual in the community who I ran into at the mosque who was looking for support. He was having an issue with insurance and trying to interact with the city. And eventually I went with him into the mayor's office a couple days ago. And while I'm in there having the conversation with folks, he's like, oh, yeah, Dave Abdallah's already talked to me and has been in this office and communicated with the office several times. And it just shows that you were, and really, as you heard, always on the forefront.
Thank you.
I have the fortune of serving on one of the boards of a local clinic with you. So I'm sure I'll be seeing more of you on the public service side. I also want to thank you for your dedication and service, Councilman Abdel-Hak. Thank you for your years of service, both elected and not elected. Have a Merry Christmas, everyone, and a Happy Holidays.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Bilal.
Before the next person, I just want to recognize our student from Crestwood High School. Is still here.
Over
Who's your
here.
teacher again?
Dave, you have another gentleman over here.
Where?
He's right here.
Oh, okay, that's another one.
He's-
Who's your
he's-
teacher? Kaderka? Kaderka? All right. We have a former school board, two former school board members. So you guys make your calls tomorrow. Give them a little break. All right, go ahead.
Late start. We got 6 minutes before we
Margaret,
take the record.
Margaret King, Mayfair Street. Dave, you're gonna be dearly missed.
Thank you.
You're the voice of Dearborn Heights. I just want you to know that. Mo, my good friend, my dear friend, have you heard anything about the mayor? Because he was supposed to give you an update on the school safety. I have it written down in my notes.
Well, you were here when I asked for that question, right? Well, I have not heard anything.
Very disappointing.
Corp Council, do you mind, add it to the list?
I defer to the legal court counsel that you want.
The special legal.
Well, that illegal corp counsel might have the answer for us.
But why not? So-
Okay, I have two pictures here. I want to make this known. This was at Joey's 1-year celebration. These are two kids that were standing at, or sitting, actually, they're standing in this photo, standing at Joey's corner because they missed their friend. We just got done celebrating his life at the corner where he lost his life. I took this photo for this reason, because it shouldn't take this long to get safety for the children done. These kids are old enough to know that we are not doing anything. My son, my 16-year-old son, sent me this photo of Joey's friend sitting here, I'm assumably crying. The mayor had went over to him and had touched his arm. This is over a year now. And now we have these children that are grieving over their loss of their friend's life, and nothing's being done about it. I have come up to this podium how many times throughout the year that I've been fighting for this. I myself have given the city, you guys, everything, solutions to this problem, and nothing's been done. So you're going to keep seeing my face until something's done. I don't know what else to say. I don't know what else to do. I was hoping to hear something from the mayor tonight. I was hoping that the mayor would have gotten back to Mo. But if this is how the mayor's treating our kids, this is how the mayor's treating our city, I don't know what else to say.
I'm gonna respond to what.
Please do, Roger. Please do. I need answers.
One thing we've started, in addition to the painting and safety, we've been, our officers have stepped up to drunk driving arrests. We've had, one officer's had over 13 arrests within 30 days of, less than 30 days of being here. And we're looking at the campaign. Councilman Ahmed and myself have talked with Angela about doing some video with Angela, that's here, to do visual, commercials throughout the city in the areas where the spots are dangerous. So we've met and we're working on getting some, at least proposals,
Yeah.
at least 3 proposals to get this campaign going. And it's a full campaign. It's not just, like I said, drunk drivers. We're increasing it, operating while impaired. We're going through the city to find out the locations where we can identify high profile dangerous areas, putting video spotlights on it and circulating.
Okay.
That's some things we've started.
Yes,
but not-
something is, I know, because I was crossing guard and I know that they have in the traffic bureau department, that they have sections of where they're, the most dangerous sections, but just the school zones. That's where Joey lost his life. And our kids that are walking to and from school deserve better than this. You can't sit here and tell me that Joey's friends don't know that we're not doing anything because they're not seeing anything but crosswalk paint painted. So I appreciate it. Dave, you're going to be missed. You are the voice of Dearborn Heights. Thank you for your service and thank you for everything that you've done.
Thank you.
We're greatly.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Hi, Sue Kaminsky, Amboy, Dearborn Heights. Dave, I'm not going to cry. Thank you. Thank you for being my voice of reason when I get angry and I lose control, which only happened, I think, once. I'm teasing. And I appreciate that. And I'm sure I consider you a friend, that we will be in touch. Zuhair, I'm sad about the election, but honestly, I think you do every bit as much for this city sitting over here than you do over there. Either way, you hold the city accountable, and I am forever grateful.
I promise you, I'll be sitting with you every city council.
All right, we'll be together. A reminder for council and for new council. I voted for Lisa Hicks. I did not vote for our comptroller. Remember that. I voted for our treasurer. I trust our treasurer. Plant Moran already told you to close some accounts and they were wrong. Our treasurer was right. Our treasurer told you tonight not to close certain accounts. 345 is a private fund, should not be in the general fund. Shame on you. Mo, I'm so disappointed. And we'll talk.
I'm ready.
So I want you to remember that. The other thing is, back in May, we were supposed to get from administration the list of the properties. Has anybody gotten them? So when is council going to hold administration accountable? When?
I will tell you this,
And that's not the only thing. We've got a list going, by the way.
I know. And I want you to know, this was my question earlier, if you don't remember, and if that's okay, Council Chair. Roger, let's just say they follow all the rules in 1, 2, 3, and the administration doesn't act on it. Roger specifically told me that he will hold the administration accountable.
Yeah, but they're not going to administer that test, Mo. You think that job's going to be posted? That test is going to be given? Come on.
Absolutely not. That job is never going to be given. Ladies, gentlemen, I am so sorry. Josie will not be hired and that position is never going to be a full-time position. Yeah, I will tell you. I'm sorry, guys, but you know what?
It's an
It's never going to
embarrassment.
happen.
And frankly, and I'm interrupting you, Mo, and I'm sorry, but I'm not. These students that are here tonight, I am so mortified. Our meetings are always bad, but for our meeting tonight, to have these students see the utter chaos and disrespect and lack of integrity. Shame on all of you involved and those who have left early because they never want to hear what the residents say. Mr. Mayor, who I personally have invited to stay to speak or to hear the residents speak, and he leaves. And now what's going to happen? I'm going to get a police officer in front of my house. Someone's going to go measure my grass. I'm going to get a warning about my grass or something. But you know what? I don't care. I'm tired of it.
Thank you.
Dave, I'll miss.
So I'm going to share something with you. I felt for a long time. Our city becoming friends and family city. Thank you.
Good evening, Mike Mackey, North
Morning.
Martha, Dearborn Heights. Good morning. I'm sorry. Hey, I had never imagined that I'd be coming here today to about a 6-hour and 5-minute meeting. So hopefully, we got some.
Come on, Mike, you came halfway.
We got some new people coming in. I want to congratulate them. And I'm hopefully these meetings will be under two hours going forward. I just want to say.
The picture with his wife and stuff.
Thank you, Councilman. I just want to say to my dear friend, Councilman Abdallah, I'm gonna miss you. And I'm gonna miss you for the reasons of your honesty and your truthfulness. And it takes a real leader to come up here and say that he's sorry when he's wrong. And that's what I admire about you most. You don't lock in, you reflect. And if you made a decision, I know at that time that you made the decision, that's what you honestly believe to be the best decision. And when you reflect and it's not the right decision, you're man enough and your leadership skills that you can apologize. There's not many like you. I have a lot of respect for you. To me, you're my older brother, and I want to thank you for your service from the bottom of my heart. To my friend, Councilman Abdel-Hak. I would tell you I'm gonna miss you, but I know you're gonna be right here every single week. So, hopefully I'll come back to some meetings, but I'm sure we'll be talking. Going forward, if there's a way we can figure out to keep the chaos to a minimum and move forward. I mean, this is tough to watch, man. I mean, I was here 6 hours. The only thing I was missing was a bag of popcorn because it's a clown show. So hopefully we'll get better. I appreciate you guys. I thank you for your time and have a great night.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mackey.
Motion to adjourn.
Support. Move to adjourn by Councilman Baydoun, seconded by Councilman Constant. Any discussion? Oh, I'm sorry. We got one more. Go ahead, sir.
Good morning.
Good morning.
There may not be many people here, but I hope there's a slew on television. I didn't come here today to talk about anything, but during this long meeting, two subjects came up that I would like to comment on, a little bit of history and a couple of my ideas. First, one of the problems we have here with the administration, Roger shouldn't be sitting next to the mayor. As an architect, I would have designed this place a little differently. His assistant should be there. Roger needs to be sitting at a place by himself, indicating his independence.
I like the idea.
And his function, as far as I'm concerned, he's everybody's legal counsel, the mayor, the garbage workers, everybody in the city, all the buses, all the trucks. He shouldn't be anybody's, but he's everybody's. So one of the things he said that you guys kept asking him the same question instead of yes or no, he kept referring to the Bible. And if you were listening, he gave you the answer when he was reading the charter. He not only did it once, he did it twice. And if I'm not mistaken, he did it 3 times. I'd like to comment about the issue of pensions. As you know, I was a former council member. And Dave and Mr. Councilman over there might remember that we had 2 council persons who were collecting a pension from the city. Mrs. Horvath, and she was not accruing time because her time to accrue had finished in 97. But while she was on the council, she was collecting a city pension. And later on, there was a vacancy and we appointed Joe Kaczynski, a former councilman, to the council. Joe also was one of the people who was collecting a city pension at the same time, but was not accruing additional time. However, Bob Constant, who was on the council, was accruing time. And the issue with him was, I was pointing out that Bob Constant, if he was elected for the 15th year, he was going to get medical care for life. Medical care cost about $1,200 to $1,500 a person. That's about $2,500 to $3,000 a year for life. And the voters didn't figure it out. I pointed it out with a chart. And because he accrued some time, he has a pension about $400 a month, a car payment. This illustrated.
And Baron.
Ken Barron, not Bob Constant.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did I use Bob Brown? Bob Constant. How did I make that mistake? Hopefully you'll get that $400 pension. I hope we've been elucidated. This may be a part-time job, and it is, but you're elected officials and need to be treated differently. I believe there should be a 10% personal investment thing. Your job pays about about $1,200 a year. Put in a fund for you. Then when you're out of the council, you get that money, you roll it over. You don't, I should not be entitled to a regular pension and health benefits. That's the easy way to solve the problem and put some worth on your time.
Okay,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Motion adjourned by Councilman Baydoun, seconded by Councilman Constant. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please state aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Thank you.
No. The ayes have it. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Good night.